see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you have your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू
रोंडो?
रन Nation wants to know कहाँ है ये रोंडो? भैया रोंडो अभी बताओ मुझे रोंडो।
अरे ओ कालिया कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार।
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप। Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो। अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ। भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस।
अबे छोड़ो।
डिलीवरी ऑर्डर रेडी।
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Realme BMPS 2025 day number 6. You guys are currently watching the English broadcast and my name is IcyBaby12. Joining me is going to be Super Johnny as we take you through the commentaries for today for game number 1. Now, interesting enough here, we had a little bit of a surprise factor coming from yesterday's matches itself, but today the final two groups are going to be playing here for the to officially reach the halfway point of the entire round 1 stages.
Exactly. Round 1 was supposed to be the biggest round in this entire tournament. And of course, with how the pressure has been building up yesterday, as you mentioned, surprise factor, we saw a lot of big names making that leap. And of course, Group C in particular got very chaotic. But today, I think, again, one of those big names is going to be stepping into the battleground. A lot of fans are waiting to see what Seoul is going to accomplish from Group F, if we talk about it, what REVENANT X SPARK is going to be able to accomplish in today's matches. People are hoping to see them in the top 8, but is that going to happen?
Well, can they make the bounce back is going to be the question as well, because there is a lot of teams looking to try and break past in towards the fight itself. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very, very special announcement for you guys here, because we have been talking about a specific phone, which is the Realme GT7, for the past few days now. And guess what? Today is the 27. And guess what? It is officially launched right here, right now. Currently priced at 34,999 rupees. Please check it out on Amazon. Just search Realme GT7 and you might stand a chance to walk up away and win up to 2 lakhs rupees in general. So now, be sure to check it out. He has tried it. He's been playing the entirety of the day. Do you like the phone?
Yeah, I like the phone. I mean, the performance of this device in terms of BGMI is just amazing. And overall, it feels very premium to hold as well. The look and feel, even the camera quality is amazing. So overall, I said this yesterday, and I think I might end up replacing my daily runner with this Realme GT7.
All right. It's about a good time as well.
I'm taking this.
That's mine.
Nah, you don't get it back now. You take that one.
Okay, fair deal, fair deal. But yes, again, it is officially launched right here, right now. It is having the industry's first stable 120 FPS up to 6 hours of game time. So when you're playing BGMI, especially when you're joining in tournaments as well, oftentimes you have to play 6 matches. On average, 6 matches per day. That is just enough time for you to play the entirety of the day. And guess what? No overheating issues. That's exactly what you need. But all things considered, now, let's talk about the game in hand here. This upcoming match is going to be Group E's to start things off here. Predictions. Obviously, you've mentioned about Seoul.
Yeah.
It is going to be a team that we have to watch out as well, considering that Goblin is pretty much in the play so far. But before we talk about Seoul, let's talk about, to give you guys a little bit of update here on how things are right now. Overall standings in the current rankings here, OG is currently the table toppers with 90 points out of 66 matches. Same from Learn from Past, with a recovery coming from them, making it the top 2 with 80 points.
Yeah, had that Sanhok gone their way, Learn from Past, we would have definitely seen them get close to Uju, maybe even surpass them. But as you mentioned, good recovery. Although, if you notice, within the top 16, all of the teams have now played 6 matches. Last 2 groups left. What I want to see, which team is going to be the closest to this top 16 bracket. I believe it is Cincinnati Kids. But how far of a deficit do they have to cover? So 47 is the cutoff to be inside of the top 16. 57 is where the cutoff stands to get inside of the top 8. I think by the end of the day, we are going to see this in the mid 60s or the late 60s, the cutoff for the top 8. And for the top 16, we might be going in the mid 50s.
Yeah, it is going to be very, very close as well. And I think the 4 teams that is the closest towards the top 16 as of yet from both Group E and Group F respectively, it's got to be Cincinnati Kids, Team Forever, Raven Esports, and also True Reapers, who's currently in this exact lobby itself. Cincinnati Kids on the 21st position. We have Team Forever on the 26th position, Raven Esports on 23 position, and True Reapers on the 25th position. So why I mention it in this order is because Group E, we have CK and Team Forever. Group F, we have Raven Esports and True Reapers.
It's going to be interesting to see if these teams can keep up the pace that they started off with. On the first page, I think the biggest outlier of this entire tournament, not on this page, I wanted to mention this before, is Wildfangs, who have like around 45 finishes and still just single-digit placement points, but they're doing quite well in the top 16. Today, we are going to see them fall out of the top 16 just because of Cincinnati Kids, maybe. Hopefully, these teams can perform and step things up, but as we move on to the next page, I think Mastermind Mavericks, that is also another interesting name. They are kind of stable in their late-game survival instincts, but struggling when it comes to finishes.
Yeah, that's something that I think is going to be a problem for them, but at the same time, they've pretty much played 3 matches. 29 points is not that far off as well. Majority of the teams getting 29 points is a very, very difficult task. And for them, they are somewhat okay-ish. It is not in a state where they are in jeopardy to be eliminated. So I would say Team Mastermind Mavericks, if they are still consistent from what they did, they should be safe from elimination. But the question here is, will they have enough to go to top 16? Will they enough to make it to top 8? It's going to be a completely separate matter. But think about this, right? 29 to 50 points is what? You need 21 points?
Yeah.
1 chicken dinner is 10 points. But even if not, 3 games in a row, decent placement points, 5 to 6 finishes will still get you there. So it's not that difficult here for Team Mastermind Mavericks if you think about it.
Yeah, but as we move on to the next page, there you have it. The fan favorite team, Seoul, sitting on that 55th position with 23 points to their name. The first 3 matches they played, it was decent. Not the greatest, but that is what the fans expect from them, greatness. And I think today, they have to make sure that somehow, one way or the other, if not the top 8, they end the day, the first half of round 1 in the top 16.
I think Seoul has a very, very difficult thing to do, just because of the fact that it is kind of a new roster, despite having a very, very veteran team. Why I say this is because we have the introduction of Legit from previously from Meadow and also Goblin previously from Likita Esports.
Yeah.
So for them to adapt as a 4-man team takes time. And this was pretty much what? Only 3 matches of them trying to get used, work with the chemistry here before they actually progress further into the tournament. So I would say it's still relatively new. I would say they're not at the bottom. There is things that needs to be fixed, but over time, it will get better.
Yeah, but if you drop Messi into a new team, you still expect him to score, right?
Well, they kind of scored, I would say. They're not exactly getting, what, out of 6 matches, 0 points, out of 6 matches, 4 points, which kind of happened to Gen XFN. I'm sorry we're being a little bit anal to you guys, but Gen XFM, I don't know what to say. 6 matches, 5 points, that is very, very... I don't know, man. Like,
Yeah,
same can be said for Mysterious and Fearless 4 as well.
It is not the greatest performance coming in from Gen XFM, Mysterious 4, Fearless 4 as well. Mysterious and Fearless 4, all 3 of these teams struggling. But again, I think they might just be waiting for the second half of the round 1. Hopefully they can recover, especially Gen XFM. I mean, Mysterious and Fearless 4, I'm still going to give them leeway because we have not really seen the big pop-offs even in the past. But Gen XFM, they have made history. They have that legacy from that old roster that the new lads have to live up to. And again, even on paper, the players that Gen XFM has in their roster currently, they can deliver. I mean, theoretically, this lineup should be fine. They should be middle pack, not this far low in the ranking. But let's see how the rest of the week turns out. Right now, I think along with Seoul from this particular group, Group E, we will have Rivalry Esports, Aerobotz as well as a name that we see consistently show up for the officials, Rivalry and RI. They are playing with a new roster. So all 4 or 5 of these teams, that is going to be where the competition is going to be at. Shockwave, Jux, all of these teams are very far below in the ranking.
Agreed. But now there's one name that I kind of have to mention as well here. Team Lowe's, a team that kind of had a little bit of consistency and inconsistency issue during their BGIS run. And my question here is Team Lowe's specifically going to be playing Team Lowe's today? Because they played 3 matches. They are going to be playing today, but are they going to have him in starting 4 is going to be the question. But without further ado, for these guys up on screen, we have the schedule for today. We are going to be starting with Group E in Erangel, Miramar, and then Sanhok, and then closing things out. Proceeding from there, we have Group F. We have Sanhok, Miramar, and then ending the day with Erangel for Group F.
Yeah, and now we have the playing groups on our screen. Starting off with Group E, we all know these names: Cincinnati Kids, Team Forever, Mastermind Mavericks, TWOB, Seoul is going to be there, LOCxSIGNIFY, Rivalry NRI, DC, Aerobotz, Rivalry Esports, for Barriers, VST, Jux, Shockwave, Tamilan Esports, and UC Gaming. UC Gaming, I think, sitting dead last in the overall leaderboard, basically have nothing to lose, so they will have the opportunity to go YOLO along with Tamilan, Shockwave, and Jux. These are the teams there on the last page. VST, I expect to do decent. I think VXT, the best, not the best, but what is going to happen by the end is they might not get eliminated from round 1, but they're not going to have the best of runs. Maybe in round 2, we're going to see VXT change a few things, and we might just see them step things up.
I think so far teams that kind of had a little bit of a consistency with their rosters has had a little bit of an upper hand so far, whereas teams that are struggling to kind of adapt and gel together as a unit are obviously going to be struggling in the first game. Like, no team is going to be able to do well. Like, look, give you the best example right now would be Hero Extreme Godlike and also Team Versatile. Their first 3 matches was so shaky that people were like, hey, what happened to them? But yesterday, when they both played, they made a huge bounce back, making it at least towards the top 16 here, which in this case, Versatile was sitting at 9. Hero Extreme Godlike was 5th place. A very, very huge jump. But obviously, it is going to shift by the end of today because of both Group E as well as F. So I would say it takes time. Now it all comes down to, okay, you dropped first 3 games. Now we found the issue. We saw some of the mistakes here. This past few days, have you guys been practicing? That's going to be a very, very important one. So in this case, Seoul, REVENANT X SPARK, and also Lowe's needs to figure things out. But let's take a look at the caster's prediction from all of us today.
And we have Maisie going with BST, REVENANT X SPARK, Sparrow with Cincinnati Kids, True Rippers, Anki with Ryder and Genesis. And I see your predictions for Group E: Ryder, REVENANT X SPARK from F. Necro went with Seoul and Jaguar, and mine, I kept it simple: Seoul and REVENANT X SPARK. I mean, these are the big names. Revenant X SPARK, I definitely want this team to perform. I mean, we all remember how the fans got after they failed to qualify for the Realme BGIS 2025, and now in the Realme BMPS 25, they gotta make sure that they are on that stage, man.
Hey, think about this, right? Like, when it comes towards defending the title, for BMPS title specifically, Revenant X SPARK definitely needs to do it this time.
I
bro.
mean, I have one thing that I would like to put it out there, right? So, X SPARK was the team that won the BGIS and the BMPS in 2024. And then Sensei that year was with Revenant, and he decided, like, all right, I'm not going to be playing, can't really make it to the finals. Let's get these guys. Maybe they win the trophy for the org. As soon as they join Revenant, failed to qualify for the finals. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump into the map of Erangel, which is going to be the first game of the day coming in from Group E. Of course, we are going to have to see how these teams perform, which teams are going to make a bounce back on that overall leaderboard, and which ones are going to be slacking in this game one.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you guys are about to drop bombs here, in this case, that's a very harsh truth right there, Johnny. But we're going to be jumping straight into the game here. It is going to be match 31, day number 6 here. This is going to be very, very important here. Coming from Group E to kick things off, whether or not can they pick themselves up. Each and every single one of these teams are going to be here, and the flight path is going to be starting from the west side of Georgia Pool, and then ending towards the outskirts, east side of No. So a pretty southwestern shift for this flight path. Teams heading towards northeast is going to have a little bit of a rough run, but other than that, will we see a lot of drop clashes for vehicles? I don't think so. There is a lot of vehicles along the roads, along the northern highway of Rozhok, as well as the shelter itself.
Yeah, you have to go cross river if you're landing towards Rozhok. There's this small little compound that has a vehicle spawn close to where the players of Rider are, and I think that's the one option they're taking. Pick up the vehicle, make a quick rotation towards Yasnaya. But you know what, I see? I can make things worse with what I said earlier. The moment Sensei left, took a step back from Revenant and joined Wild Fangs, he's doing better.
But Wild Fangs couldn't qualify for the land last season.
Yeah, that was their first year, right? Like, the entire team came together first year. This time it's their second year. They made a few adjustments.
Yeah,
sitting in the top 16 right now.
But they're still very consistent of not getting position points or a chicken dinner yet.
40 finishes, man. I don't think the team at the top... yeah, maybe OG has 40 plus finishes, but no one else.
Okay, fair enough. But all things considered, the circle is going to be shifting onto his shelter, being in the center of it also. We are going to be expecting an east circle coming in. But predictions are it could be in the open areas of the roadsides north of shelter. It could be on Yasnaya. It could be on Milta as well. These are the three very common circles in this vicinity. Sometimes it will shift towards farm as well, which is somewhere... which has happened at least more than 4 or 5 times in BGIS in general. So here in BMPS, it is not common yet on towards farm vicinity. But looks like Rider Esports, right from the get-go, they are having a little bit of run in there. Fame, first one to get knocked. And seems like they are going to put him in the vehicle with Fragger also nearing death right there.
I have no idea why the decision was made to just go and check 4 barriers. Rider Esports, Fame, as you said, knocked out, but there's a quick recovery. Fragger as well dropped extremely low, but Rider, they got to figure out a way to get to Yasnaya, Poliana, as quickly as possible. On the other side of things, a massive cluster of teams forming towards northern Georgia Pool City and Hospital. And on our screens, though, Jux might be in some trouble. That's a miraculous escape. He has to thank the players from Dragonclaw for whiffing their shots. Jux versus DC. DC, yeah, I don't know how many times you get an opportunity like that to get a free finish at the very start.
Yeah, it's very, very rare. But at the same time, Jux makes a little bit of recovery as well. Interesting enough, I want to see how Jux actually plays this game. Because if you think about this as well, Jux has a little bit of a roster change with Jax in the picture. Jax was previously from TWOB, and now they're in the same lobby. So a little bit of rivalry between ex-teammates. Whether or not will they collide is going to be a separate matter. But keep things in mind, this is going to be something to prove here, especially for both TWOB as well as Jux, whether or not can they actually qualify to the next round or even play against the best of the best in the business.
And on the finish speed, we noticed Shockwave going up against UC just a few seconds ago.
Yep.
TWOB on the other side of the river, they're going to be waiting for an opportunity to third party. I mean, if they have the scopes, they can definitely take that fight or at least steal a few finish points from the distance. But early movement from Cincinnati Kids for a change. They abandon their position towards Ferry Pier and that military bridge and just make a run for that potato hill.
Yep. At the same time, let's take a look at the Cincinnati Kids' performance right now, because like you said, they are pretty stocked up. They are going to be rotating to the east side rather early as well. Majority of the experienced teams do tend to actually rotate early before Circle 1 closes. Circle 2 actually forms as well to kind of time those rotations. But it feels like Cincinnati Kids, they are expecting this circle to be in those warehouses areas north of Shelter itself. And especially in that particular circle, if it shifts there, if you do not have a decent cover, you're pretty much messed up. And of course, if you play shelter to shelter, especially to his entrance, it's even worse.
Yeah. But it feels like are going to stick around in these open positions, because there are more teams just north of them. It is going to be the side of Seoul. Even Signify, they take control of the compound just east of Cincinnati Kids. Still just scrambling to find a safe haven for themselves. LOC Signify on our screens now, as you mentioned, east of where we saw Cincinnati Kids, just west of Prison to be a little bit more precise, moving towards Mansion now. And Mansion is going to be an interesting stronghold to play from. You know for a fact not a lot of teams will be closing in. If someone does, it is very difficult to keep control of those compounds, but once they are in, if you can manipulate the movement, you can have the upper hand in the fight because of how open certain buildings are.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very interesting to see how they're going to be taking those kind of approaches, right? So I would say now Seoul, they also have a very, very decent compound to work with. Obviously, they are smack middle of the zone, but again, this compound here does help in a lot of scenarios where, number one, you can protect those vehicles. Number two, you have decent amount of information to kind of keep teams outside. But Goblin, yeah, he got ditched. Like, he was in and then he was out. So,
Yeah.
Alright.
I don't know, he just left. Oh man. Do we call that a miscom?
Well, I call that very greedy of taking space. So I would say Goblin it's okay with just holding the entire compound all by himself. They're right in the middle.
Yeah, they're right in the middle, but I think in a few moments we are going to see that pressure build up. Team Forever playing the southern shoreline find themselves in the line of sight of Rivalry NRI. In fact, both the teams just focused on rotation. Rivalry NRI, they continue to move along the shoreline, and Team Forever in the meanwhile switch things up. As soon as they spot someone, they just switch directions, stop in their tracks, start moving up north.
You know, it's interesting to see how Team Forever has formed with this roster as well. Initially, when I first watched them, I was wondering, who are these guys? And then I realized that the names on this list, we have Always, we have Cheyenne, we have Mafia, and Thunder previously for Metal, made a little bit of a bounce back when their journey for Metal Esports. But for Cheyenne, also coming from SBA, a very, very strong team, a player mechanically for that team itself.
Yeah, but how far can they take their performance in this Realme BMPS 2025? That is going to be a big question. But ladies and gentlemen, one thing that you need to grab for yourself is the Realme GT7 itself. It has been launched just a few hours ago, and it is going to be the device that you need, the perfect thing that you need to keep your grind going in BGMI. Why? Because it has been co-tested by Crafton and BGMI to give up to 120 stable FPS. 120 stable FPS for up to 6 hours.
Yep, it is currently out on market price at 34,999 rupees. So be sure to check it out on Amazon, and you might walk away with prizes up to 2 lakhs rupees. But seeing of which here, circle is going to be shifting all the way down south. Yes, it might be an open circle, but it is going to be favoring on towards farm vicinity. So, well, it looks like I might have cursed it as well. Farm circle might be the way to go for this time, but a lot of teams are starting to make their way into the center. So we are not going to be expecting an open battle on towards the north side here in this hard shift, Johnny.
What did Cincinnati Kids just do?
Yeah, I'm surprised they're all the way in Milta.
Yeah. Why? Is there something going on between Cincinnati Kid and Jux? or they're trying to just hunt them down. I mean, it makes no sense for them to just overshoot like that. Maybe they wanted to be safe, did not want any conflict, and they were like, all right, let's just stay away from the center. Maybe we're going to pick up finishes mid-game from the edges.
Maybe, just maybe.
Could be, but Tamilan Esports on our screens. Open position, but at least some concrete cover available. Although on the finish field, you see TWOB against LOCxSIGNIFY, and TWOB is dominating that fight.
I like how Tamilan Esports is just firing on compounds, just trying to get some sort of information or even bait people to actually collide on them. But by doing that, it pretty much tells people that, hey, this is my house, don't come here. But again, you know, it comes down to, are you giving fake information or are you giving good ones? But on the finish field, we do see Rivalry Esports getting a couple of finishes onto his 4 barriers, so it looks like they will get a couple confirmations down north. Meanwhile, LOC on screen though, they are going to be scouting out onto his VST. Pekka pretty much stuck inside those compounds. It is going to be a side-by-side moment coming from both these players to wait things out before the circle actually closes in.
But hey, I mean, Rivalry Esports, look at them. They have successfully eliminated the side of 4 barriers. 3 players shut down and finished off, and Ryder off to a great start. The northern half of this zone, at least now in their control, unless they decide to charge on the players of Seoul for some reason. So far, comfortable position in the game. In the meanwhile, TWOB now smack center with a decent high ground advantage to work with, although it's very difficult to hold on to this hill. The plateau at the top, the summit, it's quite vast and will be a big challenge to provide support to each other if you engage in a fight isolated.
Yeah, I like the high ground that this position have, right, Johnny? But the problem is it's just too open.
Yeah.
It's great that you can kind of peek down, especially for teams on the south side, but if somebody decides to crash you for an off angle, there's just no way 4 of you is going to be able to provide cover fire for each other. But it's a great place to kind of play a little bit of a solo warrior as a safety net in case one of them gets picked up. You know, if you hide here, people won't crash onto his kind of mentality. But again, you know, getting center is great. It's a great pit stop, but as soon as the circle shifts, they need to get out for sure. They need to find a better cover, but looks like the circle is going to shift up towards the north side of farm. Oh my goodness. Look at this. TWA smack middle of the center. They have to find a way to hold out the intersection here, Johnny.
Well, let's see if they do succeed in doing so. My eyes are pinned on that man towards the eastern edge, the last surviving player from the side of LOCxSIGNIFY, surrounded by the players of VST. Now that is going to be brutal. In the meanwhile, Cincinnati kids still stalking the players of Jux. You do see them move inside of the zone. Cincinnati kids, few shots taken by them, but no contact found. This is definitely turning out to be a big challenge now for CK. Look at how difficult it is going to be for them to breach in the zone. All they can do is just rotate wide towards the northern edge and then move in the circle from that northern edge. Otherwise, they just play for finishes. Go ham, go YOLO, take a gamble, take a fight. If you get 4 finishes, good for you. If you don't, well, see you next game.
I think CK was just expecting the circle to shift towards Middle Town. It's just a little bit unfortunate that because of that unfortunate guess that didn't really work out, now they're forced to play late rotation and hope to hear some sort of major commotion to kind of third party this.
Yeah, but ladies and gentlemen, a huge thank you to our lovely sponsor, the Kia Syros. An amazing vehicle, rated 5 stars, saved by B&Cap, and of course price starts at 9,49,900 rupees. Amazing features. IC and Necro have been very impressed by the Herman Carter audio system that it comes with.
Yep, 8-speaker sound system to give you the very, very amazing experience to enjoy music while on the go. But speaking of on the go right now, VST, he has been waiting here for the longest time. It's a great gatekeep for teams rotating from the highway itself. But now Pekka, he's pretty much forced to actually rotate inside the zone. And currently he's not really having any kind of cover here. He's all by himself. Teammates nowhere to be found. VST still on the outskirts as well. They know that there's someone there, but seems like the rest of his teammates are going to be in trouble as well because Cincinnati kids, they get spotted out by Pekka, and now they're going to be scrambling. VST, they have to fight, or do they back off? But it seems like Cincinnati kids, they'll just completely ignore them.
Yeah, they know they have to cover a lot of distance to find a breaching point for the zone, so they just keep moving north, but I wonder what Juicy has to say when his own teammates try to run him down, just ramming that car and making sure that Juicy struggle while he makes that drive towards the north along with the rest of the team. Luckily for CK, there was no one there around them. Otherwise, they would have lost their IGL then and there. And then he would have said some very nice words to them.
My goodness, Cincinnati kids, they're panicking all the way through, trying to find a break point as well. Everywhere they've gone is just getting completely gatekept. And now the circle comes through. It's going to be Ryder Esports. They collide on them on screen. The spray comes through and Flock actually gets the knock on exist. That's going to be the entry point they needed as well. They get the confirmation. They finally break past and get through. And Ryder Esports, with that widespread, gets completely shut down.
And it's not just that. The shift of the circle as well is towards the northern side. So CK, luckily, do manage to save for the next few minutes.
Yep, this is huge. This is very, very huge for them. But at the same time, this open area, we've talked about this before. Who would have thought the circle scamming us all? It's not going to be on the far mountains. It is going to be the open fields of the Medusa's intersection. One of the most difficult circles to play in this game. And of course, panic is on the floor right now as VST finally getting collided. And that's going to be a rivalry knocking on the doors.
And VST already, players getting knocked out, not a good position. Rivalry and Arai dominating this fight. They lost one, the second man goes down. A sliver of HP on the man hiding in the corner, but he still makes it work. And now it will be time for Prateek to run in. But Beast, he needs to stay alive, although you see on the radar there's one more team moving in for the third party for the same compound. We saw this happen yesterday, and I believe it's going to happen today as well. Whoever survives might just get eliminated next. Oh, maybe not Becca. What was that? Just a straight ramming. And he gets the opening knock. The third party, it doesn't matter. It's an equal fight right off the bat.
INTX has been waiting as well. Pekka coming in to save the day, but VST, they're in a lot of pain. A three-way showdown for this compound. And guess what? The circle's not even in zone. The zone is on Prateek and B, so INTX, they may have gotten freebie, but they need to clear things out. Rivalry still holding on outside, trying to go for those resets. This three-way showdown is going to be absolute chaos. Soheb all by himself with that rush. Now forced to play this as a solo warrior. VST still looking to clear things out. But, oh, the nade comes through from Beast. It actually confirms him.
Yeah, that was impressive. Just bounces it off of the door frame. Gets the finish confirmation on the man from Rivalry. But Aerobotz, they're struggling. Because what we thought was going to be a three-way conflict, well, Jux has a line of fire right on the faces of Aerobotz. And they are not shying away from getting those knocks. But did they just give an opening to the players of VST, or is just Jux going to claim these finishes as their own? You do have a revive coming in over there. Prateek, all of the utility, it, well, turns out was wasted. But on the finish speed, it seems like Team Forever are getting dominated right now by the side of Tamilan Esports, on the verge of getting wiped out as well. And I think they might have been wiped out, or maybe it was Mastermind Mavericks who have a very awkward run-in into the players of Dragonclaw. And well, the claws go in, and Mastermind Mavericks, they bleed until they are out into the lobby.
Yeah, see, just so many teams just scrambling to find space so far. Even Jugs, they barely make it through. But even then, it's not exactly safe as well. They have a decent recover. But look at the circle right now. The circle is about to shift. Everybody's just waiting for it. We've got, obviously, like I said, Aerobotz having that run-in was very, very awkward with VST. VST still somewhat at the edge of the zone. TWOB has been stalking the fight for the longest of time. And the circle shifts up north. It is going to be open seasons for everyone to try and find space. Cincinnati kids finds a nice little pocket onto the north side. But as of yet, they will be the biggest threat for everyone pushing in.
They have to keep their heads down, man. They can't really afford to take any fight. The more attention Cincinnati kids draw to themselves, the more trouble will be headed their way. But that cluster outside of the zone towards the south, so many teams, just that wave of bodies moving in the next few moments. Who's going to be first and who's going to be left behind? UC Gaming, in the meanwhile, under fire by the players of Jux, although I don't think Jux can make a lot, convert a lot from there. UC Gaming have a decent amount of distance against the opposition, and Jux put under pressure by Aerobotz.
Yep, DC now finding members coming from Tamilan Esports, and like you said, teams from the outskirts in a bit of trouble. But guess what? Goblin is still stalking them as well, and Soul's got a very decent strong combo from the southwest corner, but they are going to be expecting company as Dragon Claw going to be rushing in. Soul, can they defend? Goes for the... Oh no, what was that move right there? But seems like they do find a little bit of cover, and Soul actually shares the neighborhood with them. They're calling Goblin back to try and reset this fight. Same for Knuckle. Goblin's got 3 finishes, but they know for a fact that Dragon Claw is very close and in their house inside them.
Yeah, but all this is happening while Dragon Claw tries to push the players of Seoul. Cincinnati kids. A push came in their direction from VST, TWOB in tandem, and Cincinnati kids down to their last player. Mighty is off center, but that's also the reason he's surviving. Seoul, with Legend being on the rooftop, it should not be a challenge for them to wipe out Dragon Claw. Look at that. Tandem nades lobbed indoors, and they make the pounce. The smoke, the only thing that's denying the vision and denying the players of Seoul the finishes. But TAPGod, he runs up the stairs, or maybe down, and takes down 2 from the side of Seoul. Seoul down to their last man, Goblin, but Legit from the rooftop finally makes a move, secures a trade knock. TAPGod, he's going to be knocked out, and SKOP is going to be the last man surviving. And a mistake made. His Molotov confirmed his own teammate. Ouch.
Yep. At the same time, the nade comes through. SKOP, he's going to be naded down, and Legit finds one more. That's going to be 6 finishes in the hands of Seoul. Unfortunate for them, they've lost Nicole, but for some reason, Manya, first to get knocked, somehow manages to survive and gets picked up, and Seoul looking to be in a strong position here. 6 finishes, the compound still safe from the side of Seoul, and nobody actually third-partied this.
Yeah, no third parties. Everyone just overshot. Everyone just tried to push either for the northern side or for the center. But here we have the replay. Tamilan Esports first causing trouble for the players of Dragon Claw. And this says, this was intense, man. TWOB just did not want to stop. And Cincinnati kids could not react in time. I think Mighty maybe could have provided a little bit of suppressing fire, but maybe did not have an angle to do so. Yeah, but unfortunate start to the day for CK.
Yeah, really, really unfortunate as well. Again, they had a nice pocket to work with, and TWOB, the only way that they could have actually pushed out was like directly exactly just that. Just crash into them, go for 50-50 coin fleets, and then come up top. Unfortunately, Mighty was just left alone, means that the entire force of CK had to fight that 4v3. Meanwhile, TWOB now going to be taking advantage of that pocket. Seoul still has some sort of cover on the southwest corner of those compounds, and every single one who's going to be out open is going to face them very, very soon. And as you can see on the teams on the northwest corner, they are scrambling to try and make it to the zone, but the moment they enter the zone, it is going to be open seasons for everyone in those pockets to kind of pick them apart.
Let's see. The aggression has calmed down a little bit now. Things start to settle. Mighty gets a finish for his team as one of the players from the side of Ryder gets finished off. Shockwave on the other side, complete control of the northwestern quadrant of the circle a few moments ago. Now the zone moves away, and they will be forced to take a fight against Tamilan Esports in order to regain that control. It's not going to be an easy one though. Climb over the ridge, reveal your position, and then you just react to take that fight. But CK eliminated super early in the game. Jux also goes out, and we're down to the top 7 teams. 17 players still alive.
What a sneaky play coming from Goblin as well. Single-handedly walks out, hears the motion, goes for a couple of third parties, and then takes them apart. But legit, the high ground on top of this roof and off angle that no one expects someone to be there. And again, he climbs up to the roof, finds the perfect timing, gets a freebie, and that's going to be 8 finishes in the hands of Seoul once more. What a performance. What a comeback from Seoul.
Was very impressive, but let's see how the rest of it is going to turn out. Mac has been spotted out. Falls back just a smidge and tries to make an escape. Ralphie, wonder how much he can do. Both the players stuck outside of the circle, and Seoul, the gatekeepers, along with Shockwave. Shockwave, the distraction is there. They spotted the players of TWOB, shots fired, but no contact, no knock secured. And they're lacking utility, the players of Shockwave. My goodness.
Yeah, there's only so much they can do, especially when you're playing an open field. You can see they're just panicking to find some sort of space. The moment they've lost one guy because of Legit, it makes the paranoia even worse. And Legit, of course, the menace right now. And as long as Legit is on top of this roof, you can see everyone is going to be a little bit afraid. But guess what? So, they're going to be applying pressure here. Manya, Goblin, going to be looking at this. Legit's getting suppressed here. But Manya, he goes down, and Troy, they might have found some hope, and now Goblin left all by himself to fight in the front lines. As the nade comes through, connects on one. Goblin continues with the pressure, but he gets the knock on the backs, and Ralphie's last man standing, and Troy being picked up by So as Legit from that off angle provides the cover fire. So with 10 finishes, 5 for Legit, 5 for Goblin. What are we watching?
Well, I mean, this is the comeback of Team Soul. I see that's what we are witnessing right now. 2 players left. Goblin and Legit, the new additions, making the fans know as to why they were asked to join this team, and making sure that the fans know that they will deliver no matter what happens. 10 eliminations between the 2 lads as they break and bring their team into the top 6 VST. Well, they are going to start to feel some pressure. Shockwave is right on top of their heads, and Madman has a decent off angle to work with.
Oh boy, as the circle progresses as well, Shockwave slowly inching by into the next phase. Beast pretty much inside the zone from the north side, but Shroud, you can see he's panicking, knowing for a fact that Soul might still be peeking onto his dub, but as soon as this circle starts to move, Soul has to get out from those compounds. So that means there is going to be a little bit more room. Meanwhile, TWOB in those pockets has just been waiting for a major fight to kind of strike. Anonymous trailing around VST, hoping to find somebody making a blunder, somebody making a mad dash, and then look to third party this. TWOB themselves, they do have 3 players, but 6 finishes in the bag. So it all comes down to who pulls the trigger first.
Yeah, it's down to the end game frag fest, or the feast between all of these teams. And again, because of the position open, there's a standstill, but TWOB, they hand the exit to Team Forever. Last man shut down. And now there are 4 teams, 10 players still alive in this matchup. There's Soul, TWOB, VST, and Shockwave. And finally, Goblin, I believe decision has been made by the players of Soul. They want to make a move. They want to make a bounce. It's not going to be an easy one. They are in the worst possible terrain, or part of terrain, in this end game. TWOB, though, this edge, they have to protect it until stage 8.
This is a nice comeback coming from TWOB. This is a very, very important one as well. But at the same time, Soul's got 10 finishes. TWOB's got 7. Obviously, it's going to be a battle of supremacy at this stage. And obviously, in terms of numbers game, TWOB does have a little bit more upper hand. Circle favors them. Soul going to be on the west side, but they're still going to be focusing on the teams on the north. Shockwave and VST, they have to push in. And you can see the ones that are inside just waiting for them to come in. While Soul, oh no, what is this? Goblin and Legit, they're forced to prone out in the open as well.
Well, let's see. They've done incredible for themselves, but the only problem is that as soon as you peek or make any noise, you're going to get sandwiched between TWOB and Shockwave. Yeah. And even if you find a knock, there's just too many players to deal with.
Yeah, VST just can't push up. Like, if they push up, TWOB is going to pick them apart. That's just the only cover left is this vehicles, and it's pretty much loaded as well. A little bit unfortunate. Soul finding C movements coming from Shockwave. Shockwave makes a mad dash, and looks like they don't have space, and they will be picked apart. And that's it for Shockwave. As we're down towards the final 3. A battle between Soul and TWOB, just because VST has no way in. And they know they're surrounded as the circle slowly engulfs the VST. Will they deny them the points? But looks like he is going to try going a little bit of pressure here. TWOB taking some serious fire, but the nades comes through from Anonymous. A tandem nade by the rest of the team, but that's going to be 10 finishes in the bag. TWOB versus Soul in a 3 versus 2 situation.
Yeah, that was just unfortunate for VST, especially that last nade being lobbed and him getting finished off. But here they come, the players of TWOB, as they have to pick a fight. 3 versus 2 against Soul. 11 finishes for the side of Soul, and Goblin He has 3 nades, 2 Molotov left, so decent utility to make it work. The question is, do they find contact? Does any of these nades catch one of the players from TWOB off guard? So the numbers are equalized. Kana, in the meanwhile, look at that. The insurance policy for TWOB. He has been left in the backlines. Legit, he has thrown everything but the kitchen sink to try and take down Kalyup. And he's gonna go down to the play zone.
Oh no, Goblin left to fend for himself. I don't know what was he thinking about this, but at the same time now, he is... Smoke comes through and he's gonna get run down. That's gonna be it for Seoul. And TWOB claims the chicken dinner. But yeah, Johnny, this is a very, very good comeback coming from TWOB. But based on your expression, Johnny, what happened to Legit? Why was he outside the zone?
I don't know. He just kept throwing all of those nades, just hoping that he got one knock at least over there. But yeah, that didn't work out. Too much distance between the two sides. Either you jump through or... I mean, I don't know how much information they had, to be honest, the players of Seoul, about the split from TWOB. Because they definitely heard that vehicle close in. And they but I believe they would have assumed that, okay, they might have gone for that other vehicle where the players of VST were a few moments ago, because that was like a decent cover position. But other than that, lack of information, you can't really do much. Although top 2 finish, 11 finishes inside of the game, so amazing performance.
Well, I would say it's still a win coming from both these two teams here, because these two teams definitely need those comebacks to actually score even higher. But let's take a look at the highlights of how things actually happen as well. Cincinnati kids struggled to find space in towards this zone, but eventually still found space by the third space zone. Unfortunately, wasn't able to hold out as much as TWOB, because TWE knew that that was the winning spot to win. And of course, as the game progressed, every single team was pretty much trying to find space, could not find, because of the fact that it is a very difficult zone to play. Not a lot of cover to work with.
Yeah, the terrain is very weird over there. And in fact, as we have a look at the highlights as well, we saw VST, one of the first few fights of this match. So incredible performance, incredible bounce back coming in from VST as well. And we spoke about this during the pre-show, and I said, this is a team that can do better, and I hope this is just the start of it all.
Yeah, I agree. But, of course, Tamilan Esports making a little bit of a bounce back as well, but it's not just enough, though. VST, I think, in that compounds early on, they were one of the first few teams that had a very, very awkward three-way showdown, which resulted in them losing a couple of members.
Yeah.
But still, somehow made it in the top 3 here. I would say still, it was a small victory at the least here, coming in from VST. But the grind continues for some of these teams. Can they actually push through? It's going to be very, very important. But the veterans here, TWOB and Seoul, making a recovery. You were questioning me. Oh, star players. Not like that. To date, first game. Bam. Bam, Johnny.
Which team are you talking about?
You're talking about Seoul and Seoul.
My prediction for the day is Seoul.
Yeah, but you said you shouldn't be like that, even though it's the first 3 games initially, you know. Why were you so skeptical?
I wasn't the skeptical one. I said if you put Messi in a game, you expect them to score. I wanted these players to perform. I've been like,
okay,
that should have been the default standard. Are you listening to me or someone else?
No, I'm listening to you. You know, I just want to see what the rebuttal was. But all right, okay, I'll put it. I'll give it to you.
I know, man. But anyways, yeah. So Seoul bouncing back is impressive. TWOB, I think they were doing well from the start. That is the standard that they've set for themselves. I think TWOB is a team that at least bare minimum will make it to the semifinals. Surprising early exit from Cincinnati kids. Let's talk about that for a minute, because they start from that Ferry Pierre Primos position, move on to the Potato Hill. We see them move towards the center, then they run towards Milta, move back towards the south eastern edge of the circle, move up north, take the God spot at the intersection of the roadways, but then get taken out by TW in a very awkward conflict.
Yeah, unfortunately for them. But at the same time here, let's talk about the stars of the match. Legit was an absolute menace on top of the roof in those small compounds. And sharing him is going to be Fragger, the best companion in this game. 2 rescues in total. But oh my, Legit and Goblin, the 2 men just taking on the entirety of every single team was just phenomenal here. Because from this perspective of Seoul, they have a total of 11 finishes.
Yeah.
And it's all gotten by both Legit and Goblin only.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the dynamic duo, the deadly duo this time, striking very hard. And again, I think as you said, I mean, roster changes, yeah, you need time to perform, but if your fundamentals are right, and especially for assaulters, then it should not be too difficult. And especially for individuals like Goblin and Legit, I'll still give Legit a little bit of leeway because this is the first time he's going to face the pressure of all of these eyes being on him, everyone being very critical of every single move he makes. So at that time, that mental pressure is going to be there. But for a player like Goblin, that should have never been the case, considering it's his homecoming, man.
Yeah, I agree. But at the same time, I feel like both Goblin and Legit have two very, very creative ideas and very risky playstyle. But it pays off considering that the way they think is very, very different compared to a lot of people. And it often pays off. So I like to see the minds that's going through those two players on how they're going to be performing even better. But moving on. Scoreboard here, TWOB with 10 finishes in the back and the chicken dinner will get themselves 20 points. Soul getting himself 17 points and VST crawling in with 11 points. So 3 of the biggest winners in this game is going to be this 3 with hitting towards a double digit. But Shockwave also shocking us as well, getting himself 7 points. Dragonclaw also getting 7 points here with 7 finishes but no placement points.
Yeah, Dragonclaw took fights very early in the game. They lost players but they were still coming out on top. Shockwave, I'm a little bit surprised. I thought Shockwave had an opportunity to rack up a few eliminations because VST down to 2 players, Soul down to 2 players, and Legit and Goblin just basically out. They tested their patience. Shockwave could have moved in towards the players of Soul, finished them off, taken on VST, and then TWOB because Shockwave actually had the numbers advantage towards the end game. But then as soon as they panic move, try to panic move inside of the circle, the crossfire comes through. From three directions. Goblin and Legit were kind of split, and both of them were taking shots at them. And then from the distance, the players of TWOB started coming out of the dip and started to take their shots. So Shockwave just, well, they felt the shockwave, but could not survive it.
I think when it comes to this Shockwave as well, because in the game of chess, let's say it's your turn to move, you only have these moves left to move, especially when you're being checked by the opponent, right? So I would say the steps that were set up by Soul in particular has put Shockwave in an unorthodox position, and because of how the zone has kind of developed in the final zone, they have no choice but to push into the zone. Very, very hard push. And there was only 2 options. Either they push directly to VST, or they push towards Soul. But because of how they have lost their members in towards the hands of Legit, they were conditioned in a way that they were afraid to push that. And that's the reason why they had to go out and open and got picked off. So the thought process is there. And I would say this was a very, very nice gameplay being set by Soul that instilled fear in their opponent. So using fear as a weapon is a very, very strong weapon.
I mean, it can be, but let's see how the rest of the day is going to turn out for them. And that we find out after this very short break.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना.
क्या भाई लोग रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तू जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता. अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन. Nation wants to know. कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे. रोंडो?
अरे ओ कालिया, कितने आदमी थे?
रोंडो सरकार.
रोंडो?
कहाँ है? क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में.
रोंडो आगे.
रन.
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको, क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Realme BMPS 2025. You guys are watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is going to be Necro as we take you through the next game. Earlier in game number 1 was a very, very interesting one because we saw a bounce back between both TWOB and Seoul. The fan favorites coming into the tournament itself. So this is going to be very, very interesting as well. Can they do it again in the map of Miramar? So Necro, what do you thought of this?
I don't think so. It's even a question. Of course they can do it. Seoul, quite the known banner. We know even the recent changes, quite the solid players as well. So I don't think so. It's a question if they can do it again. It's all about just maintaining the consistency. Now it's really up to Seoul if they do want to go for the flashy plays. If they do want to contest the first spot itself, then they can definitely go frag heavy. If they don't really want to do it, well then use this stage as like the practice stage and try and get the new strategies rolling.
Well, I kind of agree, but of course, for these guys watching at home, guess what? The Realme GT7 is finally officially been launched today. Search it up on Amazon, search it, type Realme GT7, and you can stand a chance to walk away with up to 2 lakh rupees. It's currently priced at 34,999 rupees, and it is having the industry's first 120 FPS stable BGMI performance up to 6 hours because of that iSense graphene rear cover to curb overheating issues which most phones actually face when gaming.
And of course, it's also tested by the Realme and the crafting guys themselves. So move on towards Amazon and check it out. But back towards the main conversation that we're having, right? Yeah, Seoul doing good, TWOB's doing really good as well. But then one team was still left back, which was CK, Cincinnati Kids. This first game, CK was not able to pop off that well. In my opinion, there's a big chance CK in the upcoming moments, they can definitely pull off a major comeback as well. I'm still waiting for teams like Rivalry Esports, Rider Esports to show their potential.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a question mark here, especially for both Rivalry and Rider. I think Rivalry did a little bit of a comeback despite being very patient with the third party in general. But that circle was very, very difficult to play, considering that it had 2 scabs. One expecting it to be east side, one expecting it to be farm, and then proceeding to be the open fields of the intersection itself. And I would say that circle, it was very, very difficult to play because 2 of the good spots was owned by Cincinnati Kids, later on owned by TWOB, and then from Seoul's vicinity.
But we're also seeing quite great performances from teams like Shockwave Esports and even Dragonclaw. Are we going to see a new team pop off this time on the map of Miramar? Well, the question will be answered in the future. But for now, let's move on towards the game itself as we move on with the plane fly path, starting all the way from La Tradera towards the opposite side, which will be Campo Militar.
Now, this is going to be a very, very interesting one because when we talk about tactical nature, we have 2 teams that perform really, really well in the map of Miramar during their BGIS run. Number 1, that's going to be Team Seoul for sure, holding the record for the most amount of points in a single game, which is 38 points in total, which is 28 finishes, and also the chicken dinner coming from Seoul. And of course, for Rider Esports, the highest ever was also somewhere in the 20 over points mark, which is also in the map of Miramar. So I'm curious to see if Rider Esports and Seoul is going to be delivering that kind of performance here in this game.
Yeah, for some reason it feels like Rider Esports have just lost the touch. It's not the same Rider Esports that we saw in the Realme BGS 2025. 3 games have passed by, well actually 4 games at this point, and still Rider Esports' performance is not that good. Struggling in the overall standings, struggling to get any sort of points, and this is not the Rider Esports we saw in the previous tournament. Now looking at the map itself, we do have a few teams settling in towards Chumacera, a few teams still gliding towards Los Leones. You've also got Cincinnati Kids as well on their way towards Los Leones, a few teams inside of Picado. There's going to be a drop clash in Picado. Just want to see who are those 2 unfortunate teams to duke it out off the rip.
What is this circle? Seems like circle is going to be playing towards El Zahar. I was expecting maybe a Los Leones circle, maybe, just maybe. Rider Esports might be able to take a little bit of advantage considering that most of the games that they have won has been a Los Leones circle. But all things considered, I want to see how TWOB faces this right now because they are having a little bit of drop clash, and that's going to be against Troy Tamilan Esports. Looks like Troy will be taking the main parts of Picado himself, while TWOB going to be playing the outskirts here to try and scramble out of this fight. So they have a decent amount of loot, and fortunate for them, if Troy Tamilan Esports tries to sneak up on them, they will be spotted out in the open. So I would say it's a very, very good decision to hunker down to fight. But exit strategy, very, very limited right now for them.
I mean, TWOB does have the momentum, so there's a massive chance they can actually seal the deal quite easily. But once again, for Troy Tamilan Esports, sometimes desperation can't answer.
Yeah.
They're quite desperate for the points. struggling to get anything done. Previous game was decent, but
Oh,
decent's not
that's
enough.
why.
Looking at their standing in the overall standings, Tamilan Esports needs a massive game. And luckily enough for TWOB, they've got their hands on the bus, and they're instantly going to back away from this spot.
Yeah, this is very, very lucky of TWOB because they turtled up. I was like very concerned of their exit strategy, but fortunately for them, they do have a vehicle, so that bus is gonna skedaddle off. But the question here is, where's gonna be the next spot they can find loot? That's gonna be their problems. But Cincinnati kids, like you said as well, what are they gonna do? They are still making their way through Los Leones, but a very early rotation again from Cincinnati kids. This is two back-to-back games coming from CK where they just loot about 2 to 3 minutes, barely even 2 to 3 minutes, get those vehicles and then make a mad dash in the zone.
Yeah, just getting the bare minimum loot, which actually makes a lot of sense too. CK wants to capitalize the circle itself, and that's why they just want to move as quickly as possible. But I'm not sure where the next pit stop's going to be for CK, where they want to loot up once again. They're dropped in towards Los Leones, now on their way, it seems like towards Impala, since that street's going to be leading to Impala itself. And Impala's inside of the circle, an okay spot in the outskirts, so they can definitely go for the loot. On the screen is VST, and the previous game was quite a good start for VST as well.
Well, VST made a little bit of bounce back, but my oh my, Soul is going to be having a lot of pressure for this because Legit and also Goblin playing really, really well here. Even though they're not playing side by side, but the cover fire between him and also Goblin has been phenomenal. Legit playing on the back lines, Goblin being on the front lines, and for some reason, they work out really well. And it's all very rare for us to see a very, very good support role here. And Legit has been feeling it really well for Cincinnati kids. Sorry, for Seoul.
Legit has been a star fragger in Metal Esports too in the past, so makes a lot of sense why the firepower is just carrying on forward, and you see Legit just dominating through.
I want to see how it goes here, but as the based on their position here, they're going to be playing from La Cabrera. Nicole, going to be the first one, the closest next to the zone. He is going to be scouting for the team. I was expecting Manya to play that role. But it looks like he's going to be expecting company because he's rotating in towards water treatment. Might be passing by towards VST or even, well, another team as well. That's going to be a very, very awkward position considering that Aerobotz is in the vicinity.
Yeah.
Especially if they go deeper, if you think about it. But all things considered, LOC going to be in the vicinity. Rider Esports, a team that may be looking for a bounce back, taking a little bit of a late approach exit coming from Los Leones. I'm curious to see how they are going to be entering here because from the direct north of where Rider Esports is, they do have TWOB already gatekeeping onto the mountain terrain, expecting that there might be teams coming out from Los Leones.
True that, and I'm pretty sure even TWB is not satisfied with the loot.
Yeah.
So they're definitely looking for some sort of smoke. Some fights. Blue's on the move as well, so now the teams need to be quick. Centric part of the circle is still not filled up. Enough chances for them to actually move on and get better spots in their hands. At this point, you do see one team all the way down south, which is going to be UC. And even the Blues on the move. But something that's going to help you guys perform in your gameplays, in your tournaments, is going to be the Realme GT7. Long play without overheating because of the iSense graphene rear cover. Let's not forget, move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. You might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And since today's the 27th, the device is already out, starting from $34,999. So check it out.
Exactly. It was launched today at 1:30 p.m. That was a few hours ago. That means it's officially out. Do it. Get the best phone in the market to play the best BGMI of your career. You want to be a pro? Realme GT7, it's got you, bro. But all things considered, coming into the game as well, circle shifting on towards El Azahar as the mountains terrains are going to be smack in the middle near the truck stop for barriers VST, INTN. In this case, Aerobotz and Shockwave's got the 4-way pit on those mountains. And any single team that is going to be rotating around or directly through those mountain terrains, it is going to be completely shut down. Well, El Azahar, I'm surprised Shockwave actually letting go of El Azahar city itself. They don't want to be inside the town at all.
Yeah, actually. But it's fine though, right? Shockwave just wants to be towards that centric area. Get the high ground control around El Azahar. And for Shockwave, information is also going to be quite the key one. Since they just moved out. Even Jux towards Campo Militar, now they're starting to move down south. For Jux as well, they're just going to be walking in unknown territories. They will have no clue what's going on towards the centric part. You also do see TMM on the top left towards Toriamuda, now trying to make their way down south as well. A lot of these teams starting to regroup towards that centric part, and majority of these teams are also just waiting for the next zone to pop up and reveal its true intentions.
I think the intention right now from LOC is that they're going to be playing edge to edge, expecting that teams are going to be battling out and open and maybe pick them apart through the compounds of San Martin itself. But we do see a huge cluster on the north side for sure. Team Soul and Dragon Claw going to be having a little bit of run in. Team Mastermind Mavericks as well, still trying to traverse the terrains on the Rocky Shades. But on the finish feed, we do see a fight. Soul picking off Dragon Claw as they lose 2 players mid-rotation. As the zone shifts now, it is going to be on the open fields instead. This is not a great zone for the teams in the mountain here. Look at the huge cluster from the southeast corner, where El Azahar is still part of the picture. South side of Cruz de Deville is completely empty. What is this battle? This is a battle between the northwest and the southeast. What is going on?
There will be a few exposed terrains that you can try and play around with, but those ridges can be tracked anytime.
I'm surprised nobody actually came from Graveyard, considering that Graveyard does have a decent amount of advantage, especially from the churches.
Yeah, because it was in the outskirts, right? Still on the edges, and the teams just wanted to be closer towards the centric part. But since a lot of these teams have started to move up close and personal, we do see a bit of that scuffle happening. VST against the players of 4 barriers. And this time around, all the 4 players of 4 barriers deciding to move up close and personal. Pekka inside of the warehouse. Next to Pratik. Utilities tossed out as well to try and force the players out of their comfort zone. One of the men spotted in the front. Zarnix did not have the right weaponry in his hand. Instead of shocking in that range, not going to be doing enough damage. Weaponry is something that's going to give you the most advantage of close and personal, and shotguns are something that will help you even more. And VST at this point just trapped in a building, in a little room, and they're actually doing a lot of damage too. The MP45 from Pekka is starting to hit hard, and now Pekka is taken down real low, but still, VST, in the end, they do manage to find the players of 4 barriers as they crumble slowly and steadily. What was this from the side of 4 barriers? Such a massive blunder. Now the cavalry arrives, and the last man's not going to stand a chance as he gets butchered to death.
What a setup from Pekka. What a setup from Pratik. VST baits the entire 4 barriers in through one choke point, using the smoke as cover. The moment they rushed in one by one, completely got mowed down by the shotties. What a clutch from VST. 4 easy picks. But despite the commotions there, the rest of the world still looking to push inside the zone. Troy Tamilan Esports directly west of where that fight was. And Rider Esports also directly south of where that fight was previously. Everyone heard those commotions, but who wants to go for those hard commitments is going to be a completely separate matter. Meanwhile, on screen, Clown. Yeah, did he just lose his UAZ like that? He tried to get it down. Oh no, that's very, very unfortunate though.
Yeah. It's fine though, right? Still, the opponents are not really close enough, so Aerobotz Esports can have that bit of a leeway since Troy Tamilan Esports is on the other side of that ridge.
I think it's because he heard Troy, that's why he's trying to run out. But with all things considered, now with 1 less UAZ and 2 players down, they have to push directly past Troy Tamilan with 1 Rico. Oh boy, that's going to be a very, very difficult task for Aerobotz.
Yeah, but let's talk about the previous fight a bit more, right? Pekka getting a quick 3-piece in that one was insane, and as you mentioned, playing in tandem so well. Just waiting for the opponents to funnel in slowly and steadily. The smoke was a perfect object that was just blocking the vision constantly. Yeah, we do have the zone, but Jux is the only team that's currently having the most advantage. The rest of the teams still pretty much put to the same spot they were.
Well, speaking of a spot as well, Cincinnati is playing from truck stop. They're playing edge zone. They're trying to look for a couple of picks, but a lot of teams are scrambling to play for pocket fights. And as of yet on screen, we do see a pocket fight from the east side. Shockwave from outside the zone trying to make an entry point. Does find Fragger. Shockwave, the IGL, going to be pushing forward. Zyro trying to defend this. But you do have a lot of angles to work with. Rider Esports not having a great time as well. The formations are looking completely shattered. But from afar, UC looks to try and third-party this.
Oh, Shockwave, Shroud. That nade was tossed. It's not going to go anywhere, though. And now looking at Rider Esports, since Fragger was knocked out, the man's once again going to be back up on his feet. Team Shockwave, the previous game was great, but now the conversion has to be there once again. Consistency is something they rely on heavily. And at this point in time, Rider Esports is the only team that's putting a bit of that halt. But still, Team Shockwave's going to have a decent bit of ground control inside of the circle. They're still on the edge, and I'm pretty sure Shockwave is itching to make it inside. Need to find a different way to actually try and make that rotation happen as well, because Jux is the only team towards the top right. If Shockwave wants, they can enter that vicinity.
Well, speaking of entering the vicinity right now, Shockwave, I think they were a little bit angsty to actually finish them off on Rider Esports, but realizing that the third party was coming through, they needed a different exit strategy. But I'm very surprised that Shockwave is able to rotate around the cliffs unpunished, and they somehow found space to entry. So that's going to be a little bit of saving grace coming from Shockwave. Meanwhile, Seoul, they edge on the sides. They made it a zone. They are split off within a three-way during the intersections on the west side of this highway itself. And this is a very wide split coming from them. But I guess they are trying to keep tabs on everyone around them, though.
Juicy's out in the open. VST, they've got his number. And VST, let's keep this thing in mind. They've already tasted a few finishes themselves, especially Pekka. The man was hitting hard with the MP45, and Beast, he's already found the first knock. Zerif down. The man in the back was supposed to provide the cover fire. Is not in the game anymore, and Juicy's out in the open too, exposed. The man's taking too many shots upon himself. CK is surrounded by too many foes at this moment, and Prateek just wants to find a connection with the utility as well. But VST now getting pressured even from the back.
Not gonna lie, Juicy's got some insane reaction though. While he's rotating in, as soon as he heard his gunshot behind, his teammate was shot down, turned back, shot back, defended, and then bought a little bit of space here to actually regroup. So that's a little bit of saving grace. But the problem is, they haven't exactly found a right decision to go through here. The moment they pick up Zeref, they need to make a call. Is that to fight them or fight the team behind them? And that's going to be Troy up in front of them as well across. So that's going to be something they have to worry. Choose your fight. Is it going to be Troy or is it going to be VST?
Yeah, and Troy at this point is just getting dismantled by a completely different team that's in the back lines. Oh boy, Troy Tamilan Esports, yeah, they did step inside of a fight, but they completely forgot to check their backlines, and now they're just getting dismantled slowly and steadily. Intense Aerobotz Esports not letting go of the players to Troy Tamilan Esports. And now for them, it's just one man who's trying to back away from that weird spot.
You know, Cincinnati kids has got to be very happy about this here, because Intense Aerobotz only had 2 players, and for them to get a very, very nice jump on this Troy Tamilan Esports pretty much open a little bit space of Cincinnati kids, but it's not over yet. VST, they're looking to try and pressure this as well. Dazzle manages to sneak up, sees this rotation coming from Cincinnati kids, and the call has to be called here. Cincinnati kids, they are going to push through the zone. They are going to acknowledge VST, and VST still says, you know what, good riddance. We don't need you around us as well.
Yeah, I mean, look at DC though. Dragon Claw. They find 2 praise in the front. Troy Tamilan Esports try to get out of one problem, but now they found themselves engaged in a different one. But that well-placed nade from Hydra is actually going to find the knock as well. And it was quite the important knock too. Dragon Claw Esports down 2 men. What's going on? Slowly and steadily getting dismantled. Troy Tamilan Esports had a man disadvantage inside the fight, but they still are converting this fight flawlessly. A 1v2 in the end. Dragon Claw and a big man disadvantage now. Things slipping apart from their hands, and Dragon Claw still trying to latch onto that safety. This one man from Dragon Claw is trying his best and fighting till the last breath, but Hydra eventually connects that shot and eliminates the final man. As Troy Tamilan Esports, they still prevail and survive in the game.
Well, as they prevail as much as they can, Hydro, last man standing, still needs to go in for a solo warrior fight. 1 versus 1 between Aerobotz. And right now the clip comes through. Hydro gets a nice chip. He gets chipped back. 1 versus 1. The straight out comes through, and Hydro with the drop shot gets the confirmation. Troy Tamilan Esports, they survive. 7 finishes in the back.
That's consistency right there. 7 points accumulated from this game. Now Troy Tamilan can be eliminated from this game peacefully. At least they have achieved that consistent marker. But if the man is able to squeeze in a few more elimination points, that's just going to be the added bonus since he's the only player standing right now.
Hey, game of solo warriors, man. It might happen, but in case you were missing out on the action, let's take a look at the replay of how things actually happen on the sides. Manya had a little bit of run in, but they do fight off Troy. Wow. And they actually clean out a majority of the teams and then actually lost one of the players here from Seoul.
Yeah, I mean, the IGL himself is not in the game anymore, but it's completely fine. Seoul's still standing with 3 players. As VST, they just make sure that the team at the front is now going to slowly and steadily evaporate into thin air. Maverick, the only man standing, even he gets taken down. And VST just eliminating the players of UC and making sure that they're not going to be seen in the lobby anymore. While VST, even 2 players are going to be the casualty. Knocked out for now. Pekka's going to be revived soon enough. Dazzle spotting out the man in front. Fame knocked out as well. The spam through the smoke is also finding the connections. But Fame is going to be lucky enough to survive. He might just be revived soon, back up on his feet.
Yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting fight coming from them. But as of yet, VST is going to be very consistent coming from the previous game. But 11 teams remaining. And Seoul, they may have to fight this without Manya. But this time, Goblin, again, consistency coming in from him. 4 finishes in the bag. And now they are going to be on the hunt. Team Forever, they are weak. Cheyenne knocked away. Is looking to try and pick him up. Knuckle with the nade, sees Always, does it connect, overshoots, and now with the zone pressuring his way through, Always doesn't have options, doesn't have space. They are going to go for the pick, and Goblin picks one up, legit picks the other as well, and Seoul, they completely shut them all out as Team Seoul wipes the floor out of everyone from the side of Team Forever.
This is massive from Knuckle too, single-handedly getting rid of 2 players all by himself. Oh boy, Seoul is now starting to manhandle the lobby at this point. A 3v4 easily executed without him breaking his sweat. Now Jux, they've got a bit of that problem rolling up for themselves too. Let's see how well Jux can deal with these players in the front. Mastermind Mavericks. At this point in time, for Jux, this is going to be a tough fight to convert. Since we did see them a while ago, they had a major split going on for themselves. And Jax, with this nade, he should be able to find the knock as well. The knock is definitely there, but still Immortal is standing in the front. They'd go for the shot, spam inside of the smoke. It's still not able to find any sort of knock. Opens the door. The man was right in front, but he still somehow manages to escape and fall back, and he's also doing some serious damage. Immortal still somehow standing on his feet. The S12K is clicking, and of course ripping things apart in the front. As Jax repositions, but Immortal gets the confirmation on one of the foes. Jux still down to a 2-man squad. Now Immortal's taking heavy beating upon himself. The man needs to patch himself up as Jux. They reunite. It's a 3v1 in the end, and he gets wrapped up.
Yeah, that is a big, big win here coming from Jux. A little bit of recovery, a little bit of a hold on. But, of course, Jux, they may have cleaned out the north side, but the east side here is going to be Shockwave coming with Rider Esports. And the spray comes through. Shockwave, what were you thinking? Famey clutches this, takes him out, takes out the IGL, but it's not over yet. The rest of his compadres wants to avenge him. As Famey looking to try and hold them out, but the circle is about to close in. Backs against the wall. Rider Esports needs to make the call. Do they fight or do they back off? But the enemies are approaching. Fame has to get the jump. He sees one. Here comes the rush. Misses all his shots, but eventually finds the connection. Now looking for another flick shot, but no. Shroud will take him out.
Yeah, Fame down and dusted. And with that, Rider Esports is all on the verge of being completely shattered from this game. But Jux, they once again continue that split. And they find a beautiful third party against the players of SW. Shockwave in a big world of trouble. Definitely a bit of that shock that Shockwave's not going to be able to recover from. Reboot from the back was able to just stab those players. And also get the confirmation on the Shroud. And now Shockwave's down to just 1 man. If Jux wants, they can move up around that vicinity, get the control, and also have the strongest spot in their hands.
Yeah, it is going to be very important though. The next spot they have does have a little bit mountain terrains, but the south side, a huge cluster forms in. CK, they rotate past VST. VST having the high ground, they find Mighty, but their health is dropping so low. Beast finds another one on the sides. Dazzle losing his life. CK somehow manages to fight back, but they need to be on the run now. Beast looking to intercept, provide cover fire. But in the midst of all this commotion, Hydro finally shows himself, but he won't bleed out as though. No, actually, he gets picked off from Goblin from afar.
Yeah, even Soul is just overwatching all of this. And they're also here to collect a few more scrappy points if they can, and they actually are doing a great job in that too. But even VST, they've managed to rack up 9 finishes so far. For VST as well, they've tasted those elimination points, and they're not going to be backing away anytime soon. Here to devour a few more teams. But amongst all this chaos, TWOB has been safe in the compound, just keeping their position anonymous. Soul now redirecting their focus on top of the players of VST. Goblin constantly going for those bursts, but finding connections is going to be extremely tough.
How do you find all this pick? What is your eyes made of? Goblin always finding finishes across the map. My goodness, this sneaky little Goblin from Seoul. Sheesh. But as the game progresses as well, Seoul, they have a very, very wide spread on the northwest corner. And right now, from the northeast, Jux is going to be rotating in, and they do see Mastermind Mavericks in the sides. Legit scouts out this rotation, and he's left to fend the entirety of Jux and also TMM by himself. But it seems like Jux, they don't really want to push. Legit will have a little bit of saving grace in this small little shack.
I'm not sure what the game plan is going to be for Jux, but in my opinion, just try and get as much control as possible. They actually do have a complete one portion of the map for themselves. So Jux can definitely dominate if they play their cards right. Mastermind Mavericks, though, now getting pounced on by the players of Seoul, and Josh is the only man inside of this house, so utilities are definitely going to be off the essence, but Goblin does not need any of that. The man still pushes up and gets the knockout, backs away, patches himself up, and now the man's going to be ready for another battle. Seoul, a 3-man squad looking extremely strong against the entirety of Mastermind Mavericks, just 2 men standing in the front. And Mastermind Mavericks at this point, do they really stand a chance to defend themselves against Goblin, Legit, and Knuckle?
Can we officially call this the Goblin Show right now? Because what am I watching? How is he immortal? Is he immortal? What is it? What am I watching?
Oh, that util should find the connection. Was tossed extremely close, but still now the fight commences. But Goblin, this time he gets knocked out. Gets traded perfectly from the opponent. Even Knuckle is now starting to fall apart. Maximer from the back is doing some serious damage. Mastermind Mavericks, they might just end up cleaning out the entirety of Seoul, and that's what is probably going to happen. Confirmations, they do follow up, but Legit still saves the day for Knuckle. So Knuckle's going to be standing. The moment you said is Goblin immortal, he died. Why did you say that?
Well, I might have jinxed it, but at the same time, Legit saves the day. Seoul's dreams keeps on alive. They are in the top 6, but 13 finishes in a game. Seoul, my goodness. This is a great addition here. Like Mr. Reliable, Legit. I don't know what's happened, but he's playing a fantastic job right now of saving things. Meanwhile, let's talk about TWOB, a fighting spot immense at VST trying to make a rotation. They get completely shut down in this spray down as TWOB 2 back-to-back games surviving into the final phases of his own. And guess what? They are 4 men healthy. And it's going to be a battle between TWOB, Seoul, Cincinnati Kids, and Jux. And throughout all this chaos, Seoul has been making so much noise. They have the high ground, and TWOB looking to try and contest this. Do they know that he's in trouble is going to be the question here. Legit 8 grenades. Now does clip onto his Cali OG as he tried to reposition to hold the forces of TWOB.
I'm not even sure what the game plan is going to be for Seoul. They have gotten a decent spot, but the main problem is the man advantage, which they don't have at all. Jux is now just playing for the map control at this point. They've got a nice 2-1 split going on, but Seoul, they still strike. Taking a fight against the players of TWOB, the second strongest team inside the game currently. And TWOB, they're losing out a men number, and that's a massive problem, but still Knuckle gets from the smithereen. Now it's Legit put in a 1v2 around this vicinity, and he gets dealt with too, as TWOB eliminate the entirety of Seoul, and now they need to focus on the players of Jux. Jux, they've got a 3-man squad. And even for TWOB, Anonymous is knocked out. If Anonymous somehow gets back upon his feet, then the man advantage will be with the players of TWOB.
Yep, at the same time now,
oh
Jux
my God,
looking for a little bit of a revenge here. This is going to be a fight that they have to remember as well, because in this showdown, Jax was previously from TWOB. This is a fight between ex-teammates here. In this case, Jux, does he know that they played together on the same banner before last season? Can he get his revenge? He was benched for a majority of the time, but when he was given the chance to play, he could not perform. TWOB, a battle between seniors and juniors up on screen. Here's all this commotion from TWOB now.
That equalizer was extremely important, and Jux able to find that pick is now going to put the players of TWOB in a big panic mode. For TWOB, a three-man squad is more than enough to convert this game, but the same thing can be said for Jux, and Jux does have a lot of terrain control. You cannot take that away. They also do have a lot of line of sight as well. At the moment TWOB exposes themselves, even for a second, Jux will punish them. And at this point, for TWOB, they just need to find a way to at least get that first opening knock against Jux.
Yeah, in this case, Jax, this is your moment to shine. You've got the perfect angle to shut them down. All you need to do is just find an opening, and TWOB to expose themselves. He spots out Kanha.
Oh,
Jax
no.
still being very patient about this. TWOB, they have to inch into the zone, and all Jux needs to do is just wait things out. He sees the smoke. Kanha forced to thrown out right at the edge. Shots has been made, finally exposing himself. Kanha knows exactly what's up. He's going to smoke up that angle before making that push. Not looking good for Jax here. He's getting a little bit angsty. Needs to find the first knock for the team. It's the most important angle for Jux in order to win this fight.
Oh, it's going to come down to the wire. That's for sure. It's going to go down to that last second. And the main issue is they don't even have to frag grenades.
Oh, no.
Smoke tossed out from Nikuru to wanting to provide that cover, but the moment I say so, a nade's going to find the opener. Kana gets knocked out, and that's going to be the go call made for the side of Jux. All the three players looking to push in tandem.
Oh, the
Nikuru
fire!
and Jax pushing together, the Molotov, the flame spread. Another man gets knocked out, Anonymous blows it personal, and he will lose that duel. As Jux is the one to claim the chicken dinner. Who would have thought it's Jux? But I was making the claim since the start of the day that Jux will pull off a comeback, and they have done it.
What a clutch coming in from Jux Esports. What a Molotov. What did I just watch? But nevertheless here, well done towards Jux Esports. Unfortunately to say, I was hoping Jax was going to be the one to get the finisher against the seniors just because he was part of the roster for TWOB. Still, a win is still a win. Nicely done coming in from Team Jux. But TWOB, 2 back-to-back games. Very, very consistent run here. Top chicken dinner from previous game, now a top 2 finish as well.
Not just TWOB, right? VST and Seoul as well. Pretty much these top 3 names are still there, doing really good for themselves, getting those elimination points. Even Seoul getting double digits right there out of that game. So for TWOB, Seoul, and VST, they're maintaining that average, which is really good. Not really doing anything that is going to be a complete pop-off, but just getting enough to keep themselves surviving in the first half of the board. And this is how the action really kicked off. Pekka, the man was trapped in the corner, but that UMP-45 was able to shred through 3 players. And that right there was a major turnaround for VST.
Yep, and as the game progresses as well, we've seen how Dragon Ball had a little bit of run-in before Tamilan Esports. It was super awkward for them, which resulted in Hydro being the solo warrior. But this rush coming from Seoul is just insane as well, because Troy just got completely shut down. That's the reason why Hydro had to play this solo all the way through, throughout the entirety of the commotion.
I mean, just look at some of these highlights, too. Seoul was single-handedly just dismantling the squads like they were not even a competition. And Jux, from the start of the game itself, they just had so much terrain control. For some reason, that one portion of the map was constantly covered by the players of Jux, and they were just controlling it and dominating it. Even Shockwave got eliminated quite early. This was a bit of a slip-up coming in from Seoul. Things could have been really bad if Legit did not step in and save the day.
I think it comes down to the question of how the dynamics of the game pretty much went through, right? Like, the circle itself, northwest and southeast, was pretty much very occupied. For some reason, nobody came in from the southwest, nobody came in from the northeast in general. And in this case, Jux came in from the northeast through a very difficult angle to work with, which resulted in them succeeding because nobody was looking there, because there was so much gunfire shooting from the south side and then just allow them a free walkthrough into his final zone. So I would say a big win coming from Jux.
Yeah, and the funny part is, in today's meeting as well, I was saying, guys, Jux is going to pull off a comeback. But no one was listening to me, Icy. I was constantly telling them, today we will see a comeback from Jux. And there we go.
Yeah, I'm not going to specifically mention who that guy is because he is our bosses, but yeah.
Moving on the conversation. Hopefully he's not listening to the English broadcast today. But, yeah, you know what? I mean, even TWOB, as you pointed out, they did phenomenally well. For TWOB, not really a lot of elimination points, but they do have 6 placement points. That's going to tally up quite a bit. And TWOB was constantly just pinned in that same house. And luckily enough for them, the circle was constantly shifting right on top as well.
Yeah. But, of course, when we talk about the game progression as well, this is a very nice comeback for some of the teams looking to try and break past into the top 8 in the overall standings and also the top 16 here. Specifically, Seoul, TWOB, very, very huge comeback for them. However, Cincinnati Kids, they were the closest to break past this year. But after 2 games of a run, it feels like Cincinnati Kids, they were struggling. First game, they made a little bit of gamble, hoping that this circle is going to be here. Tried to go for a different approach. Their play styles are very similar to how Hero Extreme God kind of approaches when they play edge zones. But they just could not find openings to actually win those fights, which is very, very unfortunate coming from Cincinnati Kids.
Yeah, for some reason it feels like they just play with a lot of risk, right?
Yeah.
Especially that position they had. Juicy was so exposed. The entirety of that team was also in the back line, so exposed. But we've got the stars of the match 4 now on the screen. Goblin with 7 finishes, Dazzle with 2 rescues, and you've got Niku from the side of Jux with being the finisher and also getting 4 finishes on the board. But back to our Cincinnati Kids conversation, right? Game 1, they were not able to perform that well. Game 2 as well, just a few scrappy elimination points. So for CK, one thing is for sure, their tally, the graph is now going down.
I really want to see how Seoul is going to be adapting to this year, to be honest, because I've seen so much gameplay coming from both of them. And I feel like Goblin and Legit is doing very, very well in complementing each other's playstyle, even though they don't play side by side in the front lines, right? Like, so Goblin is always in the front lines, we've got Legit always looking for unorthodox angles to actually provide support. The only mistake that Legit kind of made was that he was trying to hold off another team, but still somehow managed to salvage a fight. So this combo between Goblin and Legit has been working out in these past 2 games, but I haven't seen Manya and Nago kind of fit in this playstyle, because this is a playstyle that you don't normally see in most teams, and for some reason, it's working out right now.
Of course it's working out. I mean, looking at the match rankings too, Jux getting 22 points. That's a massive performance right there. Seoul just on the back of those elimination points, getting 18 points right there. You've also got TWOB with 6 eliminations and 6 placement, getting 12 points. Consistency maintained. The same thing can be said for VST as well. A bit of an uprise in Tamilan Esports' graph, but is that really going to be enough? That's the main question. Shockwave as well, just maintaining that average consistency. CK getting 6 points, but as I mentioned, the graph is slowly and steadily dipping down, which is not a good news at all. And the concerns once again rise up for Rider Esports and Team Forever, because Team Forever's first 3 games that they played, they were incredible. But now it's been 2 games and the performance is missing.
This is a huge fumble coming from Team Forever as well. Like, I was expecting a little bit more from them, but they're just getting picked off bit by bit multiple times now. And I agree with Rider Esports here. I made a prediction. I was hoping that Rider Esports might have a little bit of comeback, but it seems like they never recovered since BGIS.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, for Rider Esports, that 1 point, that one single point that they missed out on land from, is it feels like it's just still haunting them. And for some reason, the mentality hasn't been recovered from that. I'm not exactly sure what's going on. Have they been out of practice? Have they not been practicing? Have they not been playing proper scrims? I don't know what's going on behind the scenes, but all we can see is the overall standings. And currently, Rider Esports is not doing good. They're doing terrible. And since we know they don't really have a lot of games left over as well in the future, they've only got 7 more games, and from which 1 game is going to be played right now, right next one. So Rider Esports, they need to buckle up. No more time left.
Exactly. They definitely have to as well. They don't really have a choice, because Rider Esports was a team that a lot of us was expecting and hoping for. They would actually make it towards the land here, considering their surprise debut in BGIS. But for them to actually lose like this after 5 matches, it's just very, very unfortunate, to be honest.
You know who's really surprising, though? It's Dragonclaw Esports. The first game was not bad. They got okayish amount of points. The second game as well, getting 6 points, around 6 points. So for Dragonclaw Esports, at least they're going to try to keep themselves out of that bottom 16.
Hey.
And at this point, everyone just wants to stay away from the bottom 16.
Well, I definitely agree here. Consistency is going to be the key here, and so far, Tamilan Esports has made a little bit comeback themselves as well, especially for the fans watching on the English podcast. We see you. But for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. My name is ICBaby12. You guys were watching the BMPS. See you guys after this.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Welcome back after that short break. Still one more game to go for this entire group. And now it's Johnny with me on the panel. Johnny, the map of Sanhok approaches us. But one thing is for sure, Seoul this time around, they've got a completely different mindset. But Jux squeezing a chicken dinner, did you expect that?
I mean, to be honest, no, because with how the day began, even for the side of Jux, the decision-making looked quite clean, but then again, in those 4v4s, we saw them struggle, and then the late-game positioning on Erangel was also quite kind of awkward, but hey, kudos to them. They secured Miramar and now are in the middle pack, which is going to be a much safer position than where they started before.
No matter what, just try to avoid that bottom 16. It's literally simple. Even if you get 5 points per game, you're still not going to be in the bottom 16. So for the teams, they just need to make sure they're avoiding the bottom 16 no matter what. And at this point in time, for Rivalry Esports, they're clearly in the bottom 16. For Rivalry as well, they are there in the bottom 16, Johnny. And if the same thing keeps on happening, in my opinion, saving them is going to be impossible now.
And it's a big surprise that Rivalry Esports are performing like this because we expected them to do a little bit better. But talking about things better in life, ladies and gentlemen, nothing is better than the Realme GT7 right now. It has been launched today itself, and it is an amazing device. We've been talking about it for the last few days as to how much we have enjoyed playing on this device and how much you can enjoy playing on this device once it is out. Guess what? It is out now.
Exactly, starting from $34,999. So move on towards Amazon, check it out, and if you do so as well, you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. But back towards the conversation once again, right? Soul's doing really good. It's not even a question. You've got legit Goblin and Knuckle, 3 men just absolutely popping off. But we're also seeing a bit of a difference in Soul's playstyle now. It feels like Manya is the one to entry frag, which is extremely weird since he's the IGL himself.
I mean, I think now they've just started to rely on Legit and Goblin. He's like, all right, I'll get you the info. You just get all of those finishes. And as long as we get points, we are good. But let's see how this game of Sanhok is going to turn out, ladies and gentlemen. Last match of the day for Group E. Here we go.
Exactly. The plane's going to be in the sky starting all the way from Cow towards down south, which will be Sami. And though this plane flat path, once again, is quite nice for the teams, they are going to be extremely comfortable on no matter what spot they want to move towards.
Yeah.
And for Seoul, they're going to be really comfy if the circle does pop up on the Camp Alpha Island. I just want to see, with this new change in the playstyle, is Seoul going to be able to convert a chicken dinner on anywhere on the map of Sanhok?
I think anywhere is going to be a bit of a stretch, but Camp Alpha for sure, they're going to have a big chicken dinner. Because if there is a Camp Alpha circle and Seoul has control of that Temple Hill, having Legit, having Goblin, they will be able to convert those finishes no matter where the players are coming in from. But right off the bat, it seems like it's a fight for Paradise Resort, and it is going to be Aerobotz against Rivalry.
I'm not a big fan of what's going on. Rivalry Esports, they're extremely struggling in the overall port. Not doing too hot as well, and Monster has found himself a bit of that Tommy gun to try and deal damage with. But there's the DBS in the front, and of course the personal DBS will of course find the advantage and the strike as well. And what just happened? The man single-handedly just took down 3 players, and within a flash, the entirety of Rivalry Esports, they came crashing down. But does TWOB want to take the advantage and push up close and personal and go for the third party?
Yeah. Aerobotz, they're going to be happy with the fact that they have control of Paradise, but they need to be careful. TWOB, we see them closing in. We know they like to go for this drop as well. But this time, I believe, seeing all of those parachutes, they moved away, and now we'll have an opportunity for a third party. Here they show up. And Aerobotz are, well, they are a little beaten, so it should not be too difficult for TWOB to get a few points from here.
At this point, Aerobotz just needs to back away, delay things as much as possible. And I'm pretty sure they will be able to find a few meds to patch themselves up, better weaponry as well. If they do not really want to fight it, well, then they will also have enough escape options. But at this point, TWOB is completely stacked. They've got those shotguns. They've got the man advantage as well inside of the fight. And I'm pretty sure TWOB will try to barrel stuff the opponents down. Let's see how the players of Aerobotz are really going to play this, though, since Mash just mashed his opponents like potatoes. And now he needs to do the same with the players of TWOB as well. Trapped in a corner, can hear a lot of footsteps, a lot of thoughts going on in the mind as well, but he's going to find the first knock as well. He wanted to go for the third, but he gets cancelled instantly by Kalyug. The man saves the day for his teammate. Rapido will be back up on his feet.
I feel bad for Aerobotz over there. Because even the players from Dragon Claw, we saw them on the map. They were towards the west of Paradise Resort. That means escape option are non-existent. Now this last man, Clown, he's out into the open, has somehow managed to stay alive. They have 4 finishes. So if Clown survives till about the top 5, it's going to be a decent game conversion.
I guess even try to get around 7 points in this game, minimum.
Yeah, so 3 more eliminations or maybe just top 5 survival.
Yeah, I guess. But how can you do that when it's still so early inside of the game?
True.
Saying anything's going to be extremely tough. But Johnny, a bit of an improvement from the side of Seoul. Quite quick on the rotation as well. Look at where they are right now.
True.
Towards the intersection. Mane is all the way in the back towards Camp Alpha, making that rotation. But Seoul, they are quite quick on the feet this time around. So I love this adaptation from Seoul. And they realized one thing. Just relying on the first 2 maps and then on the map of Sanhok, just relying on that one particular circle should not be the way to go.
But I think the way for them to go is going to be the re-road intersection south of Paradise Resort. Let's see if they can get there. But this is a recap of the fight, the first fight of the game. In fact, Rivalry against Aerobotz, and Aerobotz cleaning house against Rivalry. Then the third party coming through from TWOB. They tried their level best to go for the knock finish to get that extra point, but the support from the players of TWOB a little bit quicker.
UC Gaming, Viper was on the screen, and for UC at this point, I'm not even sure what sort of position they want to hold. Rider Esports, Fame. You've got Zyra in the back lines as well. Fragger right there exists too. The lineup's pretty much the same, but for some reason, the mentality seems different. And because of that, Rider Esports is even struggling to get one single point on the board. How can such a massive debacle even happen? Because in the Realme BGS just a few months ago, they were dominating, just separated by 1 point to make it towards the LAN finals, and now over here, they're struggling to get that even 1 point.
That is true. And I think it might have been the shock in the semi-final stages where they just failed to qualify for the finale, completely breaking the morale of the team and still struggling.
Yeah.
Just getting beaten by their own mindset, nothing else.
I guess, seems like it. But only if they had their hands on the Realme GT7, they would have played even better, in my opinion. Long play without overheating, the iSense Graphene rear cover, move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And as I mentioned, today's the 27th, so the device is already out, starting from 34,999. That's even better for VST that found themselves in a bit of a problem, but that problem is already dealt with. And of course, the man also gets grilled on the pan in the end.
A nice tasty dish. Let's see if it's going to be a chicken dinner that they're going to be able to cook at the end. There's VST as well. I mean, the day started off on a great note with that top 3 finish in Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, VST is really good. Dazzle, Pekka, especially Pekka too. That 3-piece in the previous game, single-handedly taking down a squad. That was something that just put the entirety of VST on a major pedestal. And that's why they were able to, once again, do a lot of damage to the lobby. UC making a massive mistake, especially Yush getting taken down in that scenario. Was absolutely not needed. And now, how's the recovery going to look like from the side of UC? That's the main question. Dragonclaw Esports as well, low-key impressive, because they are making that snail pace approach, but at least keeping themselves outside of the bottom 16.
That is very true. And it's going to be interesting to see how far they can take themselves into this tournament. But in the meanwhile, LOCxSIGNIFY against VST. And it's just Rio, one lonely player. VST, did they spot him out, or are they just running into these compounds without any info? He has 3 nades. And if one of them is a 2-piece, then, well, all of a sudden VST.
Oh my god, they've got no clue.
Yeah, with how they're positioning themselves, I don't think so.
Yeah, they've got no clue that Rio is right here. Still, they do not know if Rio is in there or not. He's got 3 nades to play with, looking to toss that one inside of the house itself, but Dazzle's making a lot of sound. And at this point for VST, oh my god, they've still got no clue. You've got to be joking me. But now finally Rio gets spotted, and once again, even he gets grilled on the pan.
You know what?
VST, they're definitely not serious.
You know what I think happened? I think when Prateek went into that right side shack, and he turned around, I think he just saw Pixel, and then they just decided to prank him like, oh yeah, we don't see you, and then jump out of the broken window, and then just take that shot, run him over as well, an extra bit of spice added to that fight, but with that LOCxSIGNIFY, they lost 2 now. This is going to be a very tough game for them to recover from. And to make things worse, they are stuck in Query, but Dazzle and Prateek, they're going to be dropped. Bandit pulling off a heist out into the open. Daylight robbery, my friend. 2 points taken off the board.
All those shenanigans, all that naughty business is now going to be down the drain, and VST is starting to lose the man number. They might just lose this entire game as well. They were panning each and every single player of LOC, but now LOC is here to reply back. Even Beast falls apart. It's down to just Immortal. What can you do? One man against the LOCxSIGNIFY. Immortal is the only man standing, and even he's taking a bit of that heat from the back line as well, so he needs to be careful. backs away towards safety. In the end, it's taken down to a 1v1, but still, for VST, how do you drop the ball like that? That was straight up overconfidence. That was literally overconfidence, and VST not taking the competition too serious.
I don't know. They ran into a fight where they had the man advantage, and I think they just messed up. Bandit just 1v2'd the duo from the side of VST, and then Immortal managing to catch one more player off guard. Unfortunately for LOCxSIGNIFY, the third party from Jux resulted in Bandit also getting shut down, but now it's at least down to a 1v1. A much better situation than what we started with.
Yeah. And that's what happens when you do not really take your competition too serious.
Oh,
but I guess LOCxSIGNIFY has been eliminated from the game too.
They're still there. They're still there.
Oh.
Yeah.
I guess a bit of a issue going on. But
his name is Immortal, man. He's not going down that easy.
Well, the funny part is, Icy called Goblin immortal in the previous game, and the moment he said that, the next second Goblin was knocked out and eliminated. So, yeah. And here we go. I guess that immortality is not going to be lasting for too longer, but Pekkas are known to hit hard. This time around, he himself is getting hit pretty hard, and it's Jax who's able to do some damage, but in the end, Jax gets taken down, instantly gets confirmed too. What am I watching? Jux make that pounce, the man in the front's taken down low. You could have saved Jax, but they still were too hesitant to make the pounce. And because of that, Jax is not in the game anymore. Jux, things could have been played better. Decision-making is lacking in that vicinity.
Again, the question now becomes, Jux, how many bodies did they spot out before making this pounce? Because they picked off one from the side of LOCxSIGNIFY and now have gone ahead and shut down one more man, but from different team. There's Immortal still waiting in the shacks down below. Is Jux going to run into an unpleasant surprise, a trap? Oh, they're just going to completely avoid these shacks moving further and just play for a safer position.
Yeah, the next zone's actually going to center on up, so it's all good in the hood for now. Soul looking at Tamilan Esports on the left. And speak of looking, I'm pretty sure even you guys have been looking at this Kia Syros, and I'm pretty sure your eyes are just pinned onto it. Let me tell you about the bold and modern design. Streamlined door handles, Kia signature digital Tiger phase, star map LED DRLs, and also comes in with star map LED tail lamps. So this car is absolutely stacked with performance and also with features.
Well, let's see how the game turns out. Is it going to be as good as the Kia Syros? Especially for TWOB. They are smack center of the circle. But the trade-off is that they have no concrete cover available, no shacks. They're going to have to play those high grounds.
Yeah. And at this point for Soul, Goblin's going to patch himself up. There's Manya in the front too. Is this possible?
I don't think in real life.
Yeah, in real life it's not, but I'm not even sure what Soul's trying to do here, but I do understand Soul's game plan.
I believe they are kind of just assuming that boot camp is, since it's still inside of the circle, there's someone there, so they're just being cautious before moving in.
Just trying to scout out, gain that information, knowing exactly if there is someone inside of boot camp or not. Finally, Soul does have a little bit of that knowing. That boot camp might just be cleared up. They already make the pounce towards boot camp, get that control in the hand as well. And now Legit and Goblin, it's their job to clear it out if there is someone, or at least deliver that intel. And you can see the man is once again back towards Manya. He's pretty much like a horse Uber at this point.
A horse Uber. Imagine if that was happening in real life.
Would have been cool, right?
It would have been cool, but, well, Mastermind Mavericks, is this going to be their moment to be the cool ones on the block? As they do end up spotting out the players from Dragonclaw Esports. And if a fight breaks out over there on the backside of that triple warehouse, then Soul will also have an opportunity to get involved. But Tamilan Esports, they push down the hill and are going to push the center building of Bootcamp. Man, this is going to be an all-out 4v4 between these two sides. But Soul, do they see them coming?
I guess they don't. Oh, the entirety of that team is on the right. Goblin. He does hear those footsteps too. Tamilan Esports, they have been a bit heated since that previous game. They are not doing too bad in the overall standings as well. They have managed to pick that pace back up. The next zone's going to be extremely important for every single team. But Johnny, so far, Seoul's approach towards a completely different circle has been extremely different. Because usually, till this point, you would see Seoul eliminated from the game. But this time around, Seoul is still alive. So I'm loving this, but the zone does not really like Seoul. So that's a completely different love story.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I do agree. I mean, whenever the circle is not on Camp Alpha, they take an early exit. But I think it is all thanks to that early river cross that we saw.
Yeah.
Them moving towards Ruins, crossing towards Boot Camp, and taking control of that western shoreline of the main island. But, Necro, there are still 13 teams alive, so...
Yeah, too many teams at this point. It's been quite a slow Sanhok, that's for sure.
So the question is, has anything changed? If they go out right now, it's still an early exit.
Well, I mean, you technically do have a point, but when it comes to time standpoint,
yeah,
it's a little bit different, right? But Cincinnati kids, 4 barriers in the front, are they really going to be able to put up a strong barrier? My answer is probably going to be no. Cincinnati kids at this point in time, they have been struggling. First 2 games, not too good. Third game, CK needs to convert it. The elimination feed as well starting to pop off. Seoul losing out on the man number. It's not looking good inside of boot camp. But the same thing can be said for Tamilan Esports too. Knuckles the casualty for now for Seoul. And even for Tamilan Esports, they've lost out on Ranveer. The man's going to be back up on his feet. It's not even a question. But it's about who's going to be able to recover as soon as possible. Seoul first clearing out the outskirts, making sure there's no one really in the surrounding. And then later on, try and make sure that the players inside the building do not stand a chance. They're slowly and steadily making that rotation out of that spot. But Seoul is not able to connect any shots.
Yeah, this situation is just going to get worse by the second. The blue zone is here. Extra bit of unnecessary damage for them to deal with. But Tamilan, as they try to move out, they lose players as they have a very awkward run in mid-rotation against Ryder. Ralphie is the last man left alive. Picks off one from the side of Seoul. Legit out of the way. But Ralphie just falls to the blue. Quite unfortunate. But he has done some damage before he was forced to take an exit.
Yeah, the game's grief though, Johnny. It's not looking too good for Seoul now. Knuckle, Goblin still alive inside of the game towards a bit of that shack, but even the Blues on the move, so Seoul, they don't have enough time to actually go for this pit stop. UC Gaming, you can see the player in the front, and Seoul's actually going to be on foot. This is extremely risky. Let's see what the game plan's going to look like. Now, Knuckle gets shot at from a completely different tangent. There's also UC taking the sidelines, and Goblin's taking heavy fire upon himself. Even he gets knocked out. God's going to find that knock, and Seoul is now starting to get dismantled slowly and steadily. Oh no, for Seoul, they still were eliminated in the game quite early, but at least were able to survive longer when it comes to the time.
Yeah, just in terms of time, though, nothing changes on Sanhok. TWOB, though, we talked about their high ground advantage, and Necro, they are converting a lot of value from it as well. 7 finishes make that 8 already inside of the match.
Yeah, it's still pretty early inside of the game, so you need to understand that as well. And 7 finishes this early, it's solid from TWOB. And as you mentioned, make it 9. So TWOB is definitely starting to dominate the game. They're feeling themselves, which is a good thing on the northern side as well. So the future grounds do seem pretty clear.
Yeah, they have control of the northern half of the zone, but the problem is this zone will end at the shacks where Shockwave is. And that climb down the hill, they have to cross this dip on the radar. As you can see, there's a downhill slope and then another hill that they have to cross. And as soon as they cross that second hill, that will just put them into the line of fire of every single team on the other side.
But I just love Shockwave's position. Hold on to that thought. Rivalry Esports once again making a rookie mistake. Fame was all by himself, trying to scout the grounds and Dragon Claw. Well, that was an easy elimination. Just gifted to the players. Rivalry Esports, they've managed to get 4 elimination points so far, which is a good thing. But how long can those 4 elimination points really go? But you've been struggling to get even a single point before this game. 4 barriers now getting dismantled, picked off slowly and steadily. Cincinnati Kits, even they need to make it inside of the circle. All the 4 players still standing, chasing down the players of 4 barriers. And slowly and steadily, even they're getting ripped apart. CK themselves are catching a bit of that heat from the side of Rivalry Esports, but not a lot of shots connect in the end. Fragger gets chipped up real low. Falls back, patches himself up. Rivalry Esports should still be good and dandy.
Yeah, they still have the numbers to work with, and they break into the top 7. Their quadrant of the circle quite empty as well. The only problem for Ryder can be CK, but TWOB, my goodness, those hills, valley, The line of fire now. TWOB and Ryder can collide at any time.
Oh my god, there's no way TWOB lose this game. Unless Shockwave pulls off an absolute miraculous play. TWOB, oh yeah, they've only got 3 players standing, so that's also a different thing that comes into play.
Not just that, I mean, this is what I wanted to talk about, the line of fire that Ryder have, and same thing is going to happen to the other side of the circle as well. Team Forever will have an opportunity to backstab the players of TWOB. If TWOB are in and out of fights extremely quickly, if they get whatever finish they can and then just move away, then yeah, they're going to rack up those finishes and head for a chicken dinner straight.
The only team that can be a major threat is, of course, Shockwave, but also there's a team right next to him in the name of Team Forever. So they need to watch out for them as well. And at this point, Rivalry Esports getting contested by Cincinnati Kids. CK knows they've got the man advantage and they want to bully the Kids even more. They're not going to be stopping anytime soon. Fragger falls down too. Exists now around the corner. He's the only man standing for Rivalry Esports, and he's also catching a lot of heat from the back lines. Too many shots taken against him. Exists is now starting to panic. He's got the shotgun to play with, but that nade's going to seal the deal from Seraph. And Cincinnati Kids, they are still alive in the game with all the 4 players standing on the feet pretty strong.
Into the top 5 they go. Decent comeback from CK. After the way the first 2 games went for them, I thought all of that hard work done on day 1 was down the drain, but at least some form of recovery is visible now. In the meanwhile, Team Forever distraction comes through as Jux tries to take a fight of Waste knocked out. Cheyenne is there looking for a revive, but Reboot, all he has to do is lob 1 nade at the right spot, and he will be able to take down at least 2 from the side of Team Forever, but the circle right on top of the players of Shockwave. This has to be a win for the lads now.
Seems like it too. And look at Team Forever, they're lost out of Thunder. Jux as well losing out on Amazing and Niku, which is not a good thing. Reboot in the front, Jux, they've got a lot of pressure upon themselves. Reboot's all by himself in this close quarter, and Team Forever will easily end their misery too. But TWOB from the back is now starting to be a constant threat for Team Forever. And if the players of TWOB really do want to end the game, they just need to make sure they're stopping Team Forever in their tracks. But Shockwave as well from the house, they've got the line of sight. Now Kolyug, the man's being a snake in the grass, tossing the utilities, hoping to find the opener. But CK's someone, they're pretty smart.
Yeah, CK is definitely doing quite well for themselves this time around. Lucy knocked out though. And Shockwave now taking full advantage of the cover that they've had, the superior cover compared to everyone else. Even Mighty falls to Extrovert. And Shockwave, all they got to do is just start to rack up those finishes, get those finish numbers in the end game.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, it feels like BGMI just loves Shockwave. That one single compound has been inside of the circle from the start till the end. And Shockwave, they've just found themselves pretty much on the lucky side of the spectrum tonight. And this is pretty much the part and parcel of Sanhok too.
Yeah.
If the circle is going to be favoring you, you will end up winning the game. And that's what's happening once again. Team Forever's left out. The Blues on the move. Mafia's taken away to his death. Cheyenne gets caught out in the open. Thunder's taken down real low. The man's not going to stand a chance. And Thunder as well gets evaporated into thin air. Shockwave, all the 4 players still standing against one man of TWOB, which is Kolyug, and this nade will seal the deal. And Shockwave, they easily claim the chicken dinner. Did not even break a sweat, did not even try hard for that one.
Yeah, they had all the info. They knew that this time, instead of overexerting themselves, instead of taking unnecessary fights, all they had to do was just be patient.
Yeah.
Just hold back till the last moment. If the zone is yours, the game is going to be yours as well, and that is exactly what happened. In the end, the circle right on top of them, they had the windows, the terrain advantage, and all the teams just running in their direction, and they just had to get those finishes.
Yeah, pretty solid from the side of Shockwave, but generally speaking, as I mentioned too, right, the circle was constantly forming on top of them. They did not even try too hard. It was just the game of Sanhok doing its own thing, gifting a game, and that's probably one of the best thing about the map as well, right? If you are pretty much on the struggling side of the spectrum, it's pretty much like a massive gamble that you're taking. If you're going to be on the lucky ones, well, then here you go. The circle's favoring you now.
Yeah, I mean, here you go. But at the start of the match, I mean, this was an awkward conflict towards Paradise Resort. I have to say, Aerobotz, yeah, doing a brilliant job just shutting down the players of Rivalry. And then TWOB, this is where they kick things off. They moved in for the third party, got those finishes, and from there just moved down south, held on to their ground. and just one after the other went on wiping team after team.
Yeah, I mean, they did go on wiping teams after teams, but this is one of those questionable decisions from the side of Jux. Jax was knocked out in the front, the man was taken down extremely low, but still for some reason the remaining 3 players of Jux did not have the guts to push up and eliminate that player. Because of that, Jax got eliminated completely from the game. And these are some of the final few moments in the end. TWOB with just a 3-man squad did more than enough getting those elimination points, getting those placement points too, since they survived till the end in the top 2.
Well, and again, I mean, as we close in on the final few moments, CK, I really had a lot of hopes from CK for this particular match. I was hoping for them to be able to secure a lot of finishes, but in the end, Kalyug, and of course Team Forever as well, and Shockwave causing unnecessary pressure. CK taking an exit at 4th. Then you had Forever finishing 3rd. TWOB finished 2nd because, well, they could not go for the chicken dinner. Kalyug, the last man alive. A nade at his feet, and he was done.
Yeah, easily. And the man was also quite chipped up, so we did not really expect a lot from him, right? But for Rivalry Esports, this game was much better compared to what they've done in the past. They had 4 elimination points the last time I saw them on the screen, so I assume they've probably gotten 1 or 2 more points off of that entire game. But it's still not a lot of points, but at least slow and steady progress since they've got 6 more games to go, and they just need to avoid the bottom 16. That's it. Now, for Rivalry Esports, my eyes are going to be pinned on them because still points are missing, and let's not forget, this team was known as Rivalry NRI in the Realme BGS 2025, which was just a couple of months back, and this team was doing really good for themselves.
It definitely was, and it is going to be interesting to see how far do they take this now, because it's just the first half of round 1 coming to an end. They have 6 more matches left.
Exactly, and anything can happen inside of those 6 matches. We might see someone from the table bottom pretty much just be there on the first half of the board, somehow cracking that top 8. Anything can happen. Things are pretty unpredictable because right now, Seoul, the way they have been playing, yeah, the last game left out, fine, but the first 2 games, they absolutely dominated. They got a lot of points, so they covered up for it.
They more than covered up for it, but let's see, stars of the match, we have Kalyug from TWOB going all out, Kanha from TWOB, the best companion, and Extrovert from Shockwave gets the finisher, getting the last finish with the nade. And of course, I mean, in terms of Shockwave's performance, that stronghold played to perfection for TWOB. It was that early high ground advantage, the mountain top that worked out quite nice for them. And luckily, while they were holding the top of the hill, everyone around them was just fighting each other. No one focused TWOB until the very end.
There's actually a big chance TWOB might just have more points compared to the players of Shockwave in the match rankings.
Could be.
Let's move on towards the match rankings. And yes, TWOB does have more points compared to the players of Shockwave because TWOB had 14 eliminations, and that's going to give them 20 points in total. And Shockwave with 7 elimination points and 10 placement, that's going to give them 17 points. Both the teams did pretty good. That's a lot of points. That's more than enough to keep themselves on the safer side of the shoes. But TWOB, that might just help them crack in the top 8.
Yeah, and even for Team Forever and Cincinnati Kids, I think this is decent performance considering they already had a head start compared to everyone else in the lobby. Ryder as well, a decent outing in the last game, 8 points. And Jux, I think these 5 points, considering they got a chicken in the last game, it's okay, it's fine.
It's okay. It's still keeping them breathing inside of the competition.
Exactly.
And I don't think they're going to be in the bottom 16 anytime soon. Seoul getting 0 points. Yes, a major dip. But as I mentioned, they've already more than covered up in the previous 2 games. So this dip is fine.
What do you mean dip? It's Sanhok, man. Sanhok has, I think, since Sanhok has turned into a kryptonite for Seoul. Like, literally, the map is also green.
But at least we have seen them pull out new strategies, right? This time, Seoul was trying to be a little bit more proactive. Those 3 players just playing on the intersection. There was Manya all the way in the back making that late rotation. And for Seoul, this is actually really weird, right? Because usually we see the IGL being the scout, just pretty much in the front line, scouting things out. But Manya this time around, he's pretty much playing like the entry fragger.
I mean, the switch in strategy, the switch in the player sequences is there. But for this game's exit, I think that boot camp standstill, that is what ruined the day. And not just for one team, for both the teams that are fighting in boot camp, both of them got delayed, and then they were tanking the blue zone damage while moving in on Sanhok into an open circle. You know you're going to be surrounded once you reach anywhere close to the edge of the zone. You will be taken out, and that is what happened. By the time they got to the safe haven, the area between the play zone and the blue zone, there were teams looking at them, and so both the squads did not even survive for a split second.
Yeah, the big thing is we cannot even blame them. It's just the map of Sanhok doing its own thing. If the circle's not on top of you, well, unfortunate. You will be eliminated, and if you still somehow do manage to find yourself a good rotation inside of the circle, you will still be eliminated because there's probably someone holding that angle already.
Exactly.
So if the circle's not on top of you, it's unfortunate. Just GG go next. That's what you're supposed to say.
Unfortunately, there is no next first half. That was the last game for Seoul.
Hey, the next 6 games, though, still there in the front. So, yeah, new groups will be formed once again. So, even that's an exciting factor. So, Seoul, let's see what the future holds for them. Before now, let's move on towards the overall board and see how it's looking like. TWOB cracking inside of the top 3, which is solid. 79 points acquired. That is incredible stuff. Cincinnati Kids keeping themselves in the top 8 as well with 60 points.
And again, Cincinnati Kids, as you mentioned, they are going to be there. After them, we have Seoul on the 10th with 58 points. And I think 58 is going to be a safer position to be in by the end of the day as well. They should be in the top 16. But teams in the top 16, I mean, they have done quite well for themselves. Now we just have to wait to see what the last group of the day is going to look like and where are the teams from that particular group on this on the leaderboard.
Yeah, and speaking of the last group itself, right? I mean, inside of the last group, one thing is for sure, looking at how the overall standings are shaping up, they're definitely going to have too much pressure upon themselves because now the threshold has amped up too much. 52 points to crack inside of the top 16 and 59 points needed to crack inside of the top 8, which definitely does sound quite a bit, unless if you're a team like Jaguar Officials or True Rippers and you've already done really good in the first 3 games that you've played.
I mean, they did decent. Let's have a look at where and exactly how much they need to climb because, well, where are True Rippers? There they are on the 28th position. There's going to be Raven as well on the 26th position. So 40, they need 12 points from the perspective of Ravens. True Rippers need 13 points to get themselves inside of the top 16. But I would say go for the 60s, go for the mid-60s if you can get 25 points, 26 points for both these two teams in the next 3 matches. Yeah, that's going to get them a safer position inside of the top 8.
Yeah, the extreme safe cushion that you will be aiming for is more than 80 points. Then that's going to pretty much just guarantee you a really good spot inside of the top 8. But if you're just someone who wants to be there in the top 8, then just get around 60 or 65 points. You will be there around 5th to the 6th spot. You will be around that mid-pack. But right now, we've got another page on the screen, and this page as well, it definitely does seem quite concerning. We have seen big up from VST in the latter 3 games that they've played, and that's one of the main reasons why they've managed to bring in those 35 points.
Yeah, even Reckoning Esports, the first 3 games from the side of Reckoning were a big concern, but then there was a nice little bounce back initiated yesterday. They have brought themselves into the top 40, which is still better, and, well, it gives us a little bit more... I would say it makes us feel comfortable about Reckoning. Same goes for Phoenix Metal, by the way. And Phoenix Metal, a little bit far away from where Reckoning is. They're on that 48th position, but still safe. All you got to do is stay out of the bottom 16.
Even Jaguar Officials, they've got 29 points. So that's pretty much a good performance that came through in the first 3 games that they played. So Jaguar Officials now just needs 30 more points to pretty much bring themselves in the top 8 and be in a decent spot. So make sure no one else is going to be stealing your position away. And that's going to end things off pretty much in a good note for Jaguar Officials.
Yeah, I think if Jaguar play exactly like they did in the first 3 games as well, that is completely fine. It still gets them the top 16.
Yeah, easily. It does crack them pretty much inside of the top 16. Even REVENANT X SPARK was right there underneath the players of Jaguar Officials, not doing too bad. So one thing is for sure, the upcoming group will have a lot of good performers, and it will be extremely competitive. I wouldn't be surprised if we would not see action going on for the first 5 or 15 minutes.
I mean, that can be a possibility, but I think as we move further, again, only the teams from Group F are left now. You see them with just 3 matches played, so someone's Dream, NoNx, Honeybee Esports. These are comparatively newer names on the block, so it is kind of fine. They are outside of the top 16 as of now. All they got to do is just get those 10, 15 points, and it should be good.
Yeah, it should all be good in the hood. And here are the teams in the danger zone. A lot of them have played all the 6 matches, and a decent amount of them haven't even played their 6 matches. So we've got H4K still with 3, even Genesis Esports still waiting to unleash themselves. We've also got GG right there above them, still just played with 3 games so far. And then even Team LOL's right there with 3 games, just getting 6 points. Of course, it was a concerning performance in the 3 games.
Yeah.
We've also got REAU with 3 games done and just 5 points accumulated. We've also got 7 Habits and SLE who will be showing themselves in the future.
But I think upsets from Group F that we will hope to see a bounce back from has to be Genesis, LOLs, Hades H4K, because Hades H4K in the last official, which is the Realme BGIS 2025, they were off to a great start. We saw a lot of aggression as well, but then again, not a great ending to their overall journey in the Realme BGIS 2025. Genesis, overall, lot of experience. It's a good team. It's a team that should be able to make it to the finals, but hey, the struggles continue.
Yeah, for some reason they just never do, right? I mean, in the previous tournament they did make it to the finals, but yeah, I mean, they were just lingering at the bottom, so it did not really make a lot of difference. But caster predictions on the screen. I went with Jaguar officials this time around. I do understand it. This might be quite a bold pick from me, but generally speaking, Jaguars did surprise me quite a bit.
I mean, Jaguar official, let's see how the day goes for them. I think majority of us, 3 of us in fact, are hoping to see REVENANT X SPARK bounce back. Sparrow gone with True Rippers, and Anki has picked Genesis from that last page. It should be incredible to see Genesis make a move today. But as far as Group E is considered, I think Soul did quite decent. Ryder, there was a bit of fall of Cincinnati kids. They were already doing quite well and still managed to keep themselves within the top 8. I think Maisie will give him the win for Group E, because VST, I think, one of the biggest comeback stories of today from Group E.
Yeah, I guess, of course, we'll give him the win. But even my prediction was pretty solid. I went with Soul. Soul did pretty good for themselves. Yeah, just 1 game drop, but fine, right? They did pretty good. And it's just Sparrow who went with True Rippers, right?
Yeah.
And it's quite surprising because True Rippers' performance in the first 3 games was incredible, and still none of us actually went for him.
Yeah, I think that is because we know they are going to do well.
Yeah, I
so
guess.
why state the obvious, I guess?
Yeah, I guess. But I went with Jaguar officials. The first 3 games were extremely well, and since they're the new kids on the block, still able to prove a point, which is a really good thing, and I just want to support them. Let's see how Jaguar Esports really does do in the front, how Jaguar officials is going to be able to handle all that pressure that's going to be there on top of them, and they still need to crack inside of the top 8. But for now, we need to toss to a short break. You guys do not go anywhere, because Group F is waiting for you.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है।
Wow.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the Realme BMPS 2025. This is Super joined by IC Baby alongside with me. And of course, the journey for Group E for the first half of round 1 has come to an end. They will have more matches, but after a break, so far, last 3 matches left. And it is going to be Group F that's going to be performing now. They have a lot of big names in them. A few surprising performances coming in from the initial matches. I mean, we talk about Raven Esports popping off in the first 3 games they played.
Yeah, then of course when it comes to just consistency, that has always been a key question for each and every single team that's been performing in each respective group. We saw a little bit of bounce back in Group E here coming specifically. It's going to be TWOB. first game, chicken dinner. Second game, top 2. Third game, top 2 again. I would say this is a very, very huge recovery coming from them as well. And of course, Seoul also going to be part of the mix as well as one of the teams that are looking to make a bounce back to potentially make it to top 16 or maybe even the top 8.
I mean, now we're going to have to wait to see how they perform once they return. But, ladies and gentlemen, before we continue on with our show, a huge thank you to a lovely smartphone partner, which is going to be Realme GT7. It has launched on Amazon today, so go ahead and check it out. It is an amazing device, starting from 34,999 INR only. And, of course, as we keep talking about the features, be it the iSense graphite cover or the 120 FPS stable BGMI performance for 6 hours straight, everything has been given to you in this device to make sure that you can play BGMI to the best of your abilities. And of course, while you're playing BGMI, do go on to the Discovery Island as well, because without spending any UC, you can gain a few skins for yourself and of course also contribute to the prize pool of Realme BMPS 2025.
Exactly. But of course, for those guys just tuning in, this is the schedule up on screen here. Earlier today, we have concluded all the matches for Group E, which is their halfway mark out of the total matches played in round 1. And now we're going to be starting things off with Group F in their second half. And of course, on screen, we have the groups up on screen. We have REVENANT Esports, we have True Rippers, Jaguar Official, REVENANT X SPARK, ARRANCARxGSG Esports, Chenab Valley Esports, Someone's Dream, NoNx Esports, Honeybee Esports, Godsgiven Esports, Jealousy Esports, Team H4K, Team LOLs, Royal Emperor X Aura Esports, 7 Habit, and last but not least, SAR Spiritless Esports.
Yeah, I mean, it is going to be interesting to see a nice mix into these groups and a lot of wildcard teams as well, because even during the opening week, we spoke about them. Chenab Valley, while the name might not be recognized by a lot of our viewers, but this is a name that we have seen in the last few officials. And of course, if they start to hit, they hit extremely hard. So you have to watch out for them. Then there is going to be the side of NoNx as well. We saw them in the last Realme BGIS, a decent performance on the board. This time, not off to the best of starts, though.
Well, it is going to be proving grounds coming from them as well. But without further ado, let's kick things off for the first match of Group F for today. You guys were watching on screen here. Today is the third game for today as we jump in towards the map of Sanhok. Without further ado, this is going to be the starting point of their almost halfway point of the entire journey here in round 1. And the flight path, where will it begin?
Well, it starts from the northwestern quadrant and is going to continue to stick towards the northern half of the map. Northeastern quadrant, my apologies. Just a little bit upwards of Camp Bravo, and it's going to stick towards the northern half of the map, ending towards the southern shoreline of Camp Alpha Island. But considering it's Sanhok, barely anyone plays from Shami or Bantai. It's not going to cause a lot of trouble for any of these teams, although a flight path like this does allow the teams to drop clash on those high priority locations of Ruins, Painan City, be it the Camp Alpha Temple Hill. But surprise, surprise, no one wants to go to Paradise Resort. What is going on?
Hey, maybe, just maybe, HPE is going to be going there as well, because Honeybee, they are in the vicinity. So Paradise, as soon as they see there's no parachute around, they look to maybe just take it for himself. So a little bit of a nice run coming from them. H4K going for a little bit of split for them. But speaking of drop clashes here, I'm surprised I'm not seeing any kind of drop clash. And CV, however, interesting enough, they've got a very wide spread on the southeast corner.
Yeah, let's see how things are going to turn out. I mean, luckily for them, there's no one there to challenge them except the play zone itself. We have a northern circle. I'll talk about it in a bit, because as it turns out, towards Camp Charlie, it is Godsgiven. And this is going to be the first fight of the game as they try to take on the players of Someone's Dream. But dreams are going to get shattered. Parasite all of a sudden finds himself as the solo survivor for his team. 2 players from Godsgiven going for the push. Parasite finds one more knock, no first aid, but the shotgun, he needs to make it work. But can he? Is going to be the real question. A tight angle being held, but the line of fire will be there for the opponent as well. And Dreams, well, they get a reality check instead of daydreaming this time around. Godsgiven, they walk away with 4 eliminations and just a single player lost.
Agreed. But at the same time as well, nicely done coming in from Godsgiven. They were able to flush things out. They will have to continue their journey with 3 men. However, 4 finishes in the back. That's a huge run. But Circle, guess what, Johnny? We're going to be seeing a Hatin circle potentially, maybe heading towards the mountains, maybe heading towards Cam Alpha, but the highlight point of this circle is that 50%, almost 50% of this circle is going to be completely in the water. So that means this is not a stage 1 circle. This is a stage 2 circle based on the topography itself. So the circle is going to be a little bit quicker. It does not hurt as a stage 2 circle, but it is going to take away so much space away from all this team. So I don't know what's going to be a good spot, but Genesis, they could be very happy about this. Look at this widespread. They've got full control of Hardin, full control of the south side as well.
I was just about to say that if you're Genesis Esports, you're celebrating right now. This is the game that you were hoping for. And of course, they kick things off with an early finish against the players of Team LOLs as well. But Hades H4K, they do manage to cross over, and Genesis, they need to shut them down. This would have been an amazing, amazing mid-rotation pick-off for Genesis, but shots being whiffed, and Hades H4K now made aware of the threat that is around them. I see, I've noticed whenever you and I are casting together on Sanhok, we get circles like this. The last time as well, we got that western shoreline where stage 6 was like 200 meters only inside of the zone.
You do realize out of the three of us, we are the two most evilest caster on the English desk, so it makes a lot of sense sometimes in life. We like to see something interesting.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, we enjoy chaos.
Yeah. I've just created a word, evilest. Does not exist, by the way.
Evilists. I mean, let's see how long before some player uses it as his IGN. That is definitely going to happen sometime in the future. But ARRANCARx, in the meanwhile, in the present, taking shots against the players of Team LOLs who are trying to cross over towards the Camp Alpha. And they do successfully manage to make it through towards the shoreline, but now there's threat lurking in the back. How do you get away? Because that climb up the hill is very awkward. You're quite exposed from the south.
Well, speaking of exposing themselves to the south, right? So the biggest problem that this circle is given is because of the entry points that are limited, especially in stage 1 as well. If you think about it as well, there's pretty much 3 entry points, which is 1 coming in from the previous screen, from the south bridge and the east bridge. But right now, Genesis Esports, they do scout our members coming from Jaguar Official. Zap, look, gets a couple of love taps in, but Jaguar, they manage to come onto the shore. They do have an angle to fight back, but it's very, very limited space here for Jaguar Official. Well, Zap, he's all by himself. He's holding down the fort as long as he can. And he's doing this all by himself here, Johnny. And while this is actually happening, 2 of the members coming from Jaguar Official is going for a wraparound farther north from the ocean path.
Oh boy, I mean, first of all, this was a very risky rotation from Jaguar Official, because they just tried to swim across from the main island towards Camp Alpha, and unfortunately Genesis is at the perfect spot to stop them in their tracks. Although still not a player lost. That's the one good thing going for Jaguar Official. The only problem is that REVENANT X SPARK are closing in on their backs. And Shadow is going to try and pressure them from the front as well. Has 2 nades, a Molotov to work with. A nade at the right spot, and both those players are gone.
Well, speaking of nades here, Genesis Esports, they're just trying to rack them up. Jaguar Official, not exactly sure how they're going to be surviving this here, but the 2 players have pretty much rotated away. They need to find a way to save this too. It's pretty much stuck underneath Genesis Esports, but you can see the decisions coming from Genesis as well. Zap, oh no! They finally go in for the save. Dip was able to find the opening against Genesis, so that's the opening they need. That's the save they need, and that's going to be Dip getting the confirmation as well. Genesis, they're getting a little bit too greedy. They tried to get Jaguar Official. They tried to mark the bridge as well. And with this pick coming in, Jaguar Official breaks open the entire defense into his heart in now.
Let's see though, somehow they do manage to get themselves on that land. But even from here on out, the journey is not going to be easy. Because they are going to have their... If the circle moves down south, then they will have to basically fight through everyone in order to survive to the late game stages. But I'm quite surprised that even in the most awkward circle right now, there is only 7 teams outside of the zone. And, well, most of them are in the play zone. Just 1 team in the blue, that is going to be True Rippers. Everyone else, all the 14 teams are in the play zone. 4 are still towards, well, away from Camp Alpha. Everyone has already crossed over somehow, so no one wants to take these early fights, it seems like.
Well. Circle shifts in towards the city as well. Looks like we are going to be seeing the open fields in play. Mountain terrains in picture as well. But Raven Esports, they're having a little bit of run in with Godsgiven. Godsgiven on the valley rotation from the south side. Whereas Raven still going to be playing on top of the mountain. So very happy about their rotations. Team Low is going to be from the east side. CV sneaking up, trying to make their way through Hartin as well. Genesis forced to play the south side of Hartin because of Jaguar officials push from the north side.
It's going to be a tough game now for all of these teams. Well, at least as soon as the circle shifted and we had that land area also included now, you could hear every single IGL just let out a huge sigh of relief. But Chenab Valley got themselves the high ground. The only problem is now that there's Godsgiven on the other side of the hill. Shots fired towards Chenab Valley. Somehow they managed to avoid getting taken out, getting knocked out. You want to save your heals as well in this position. You never know when you are going to be forced to stay in the blue and tank the blue zone damage.
Well, at the same time, Chenab Valley, they are going to be playing from this vicinity. But for these guys watching at home, guess what? Today is the day to get yourself a brand new phone. That's going to be the Realme GT7, currently out on Amazon at the price of 34,999 rupees, with its iSense graphene rear cover to keep you guys going to up to 6 hours of stable 120 FPS BGMI gaming. But for the screens, as the journey continues, it is going to be a slow one in this circle because a lot of these teams have finally made their way in towards the Alpha Island itself, whereas the teams on the east side, they are going to struggle a little bit better here, especially like you said, True Reapers. REVENANT X SPARK is going to be out in the equation as well. They haven't exactly made their way inside the zone. And look at this, in front of the screens as well. REVENANT X SPARK having a little bit of run-in with Honeybee. Stray God finds the opening though.
Exactly, I mean that does give them the upper hand in this fight, but instantly the trade comes through. Ninja was quite exposed and does get taken out now. Down to Shadow, he spots out the man prone on the other side. And what was that, Zord? No idea as to what he wanted to do against the players of REVENANT X SPARK. Gets taken out, that's an easy opening, swings the fight in the favor of REVENANT X SPARK. Although they do need to make sure that Ninja is back on his feet because there's one more team looking to move in for that third party.
Well, they are outside the zone in this stage too, so they do still have a little bit more time, but looks like Sarang has no choice but to pick up Ninja, so that's going to be a little bit of saving grace, but they need to be wrapping things up a little bit. When the stage will come through, they are going to hurt a little bit more of a Shadow. He makes a mad dash in, and guess what? They walk right into the traps of Royal Emperor. They've heard all this commotion and was waiting for the right moment to strike, and now this puts REVENANT X SPARK in the most awkward position. They don't really have a lot of mess to work with.
They're stuck in the blue, as we spoke about it. The third party was already set up, and Royal Emperor was just waiting for an opportunity to strike. And well, patience pays off as the trap did catch one of the preys, but oh no, all three in the same car with two teams having their location. This is going to be a tough rotation for REVENANT X SPARK, but they make a mad dash towards the northern shoreline. What is the idea here? It is going to be such a difficult move, because even if you take a dive into the water, you can expect the northern shoreline of Camp Alpha to be under control of a team. And as soon as they reach that western shoreline, Royal Emperor, Jaguar official, even Genesis should be able to take down REVENANT X SPARK. This is going to be, I don't think this is going to be a good game for RNTX.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one as well. They've got getting gatekeep from the east side. Meanwhile, inside the zone, smack in the middle, CV contesting for center control. H4K losing out bodies, but at the same time, CV not exactly strong themselves. They're getting wrapped around, and yeah, it's going to be a Knight that cleans them out. They get 3 finishes. Team H4K will be the victors of the center control right now. Decent compound, got a lot of utilities, got a lot of mats as well. This is going to be open seasons for H4K to hunt down everyone out in the open. But we do hear rotations running around them. And I believe that's going to be Arc Knight that just drove by them. That's going to be a very awkward one. Sorry, it's Arrancar that drove by them.
It is H4K. They've done quite decent for themselves in terms of position as well. I like the shack that they have. If they are able to protect their spot, maybe we're going to see a top 3, top 4 finish for them. Raven Esports, one of the best performing teams from Group F. They do not need to do a lot of heavy lifting to get inside of the top 8. One match where they get like 20 points and that should be it. But Aiden from this high ground, he He sees the players of Hades H4K. What is going to be the move from Raven now?
But this is going to be very awkward for Raven Esports because the circle is not favoring Worm. That's number one. Number two, they've lost Smiley. Number three, they're so spread off to a point that if they want to regroup here, they need to figure out what's the game plan. And you can see Aiden, he's so far ahead of the rest of the pack, but they can't seem to find angles to actually take down the enemies as well.
Yeah. The only team they can actually threaten is Hades H4K, no one else. And even then, as soon as Aiden pulls the trigger, all of that attention is going to be on him. But Royal Emperor,
What?
man, no sneaky. But they need to be careful, you know? Because right on their backs, well, first of all, let's talk about the front lines. Genesis has them compromised. But from the back, this is what I want to talk about. Revenant X SPARK moving in, but the blue zone damage taking out the players. Ninja! Oh, no. It's time to bid adieu. I don't think all of these... Well, he has one last first aid.
He's done. Oh, no. He's
Can't
pretty
go
much
anywhere.
stuck. Royal Emperor is proning, so I don't think Royal Emperor is going to be shooting at him, but Ninja, he's down towards his last lifeline right here. And Genesis, they don't see him, so it's a little bit of a good sign, but he needs to make a mad dash. He's got to chase his own. Oh, no. Apollo, he's got the crosshair. He's done for.
Yeah, that's the thing I wanted to say. If Royal Emperor doesn't pull the trigger, then Genesis will, and there you go. He gets the point. I was afraid that was going to go out to the play zone.
Well, that's pretty much it for Revenant X SPARK. Genesis Esports gets full control. However, they do not realize that Royal Emperor has pretty much creeped their way inside to Heart In.
Yeah.
But it's not over yet. Yes, they've arrived from Heart In. They're looking to strike. They get the jump on Genesis, but the zone forces them to fight even faster. They need to rush in.
Well, let's see now. Genesis left bleeding. Royal Emperor, they found the opening for themselves. And the finish conversion also comes through. Genesis, that spread that they had going, they were able to watch almost in every single direction around the city of Arthen, but Royal Emperor, they gained the numbers advantage and have the fights isolated. A smoke lobbed out by Apollo. He wants to cross over and make a run indoors and then maybe try and regroup with Shadow OG, but even the backlines are under threat as Jaguar official is still there and he sees the vehicle moving out. Can't pull the trigger because he is outnumbered. Apollo needs to be extremely cautious about his surrounding, but Shadow OG in the front line gets knocked out, and this might be the end for the players of Genesis. It is going to be extremely difficult for recover. Apollo, he did try to provide some suppressing fire, try to pull the players or push the players of Jaguar official to the other side, but his IGL still gets finished off, and even Apollo might be nearing the end of his journey in this match itself.
Oh boy, Apollo. 2 finishes in the back. Jaguar pretty much made life miserable for Genesis, and now Royal Emperor takes this opportunity to sneak past into zone as well. Jaguar, the Marines, I never knew a Jaguar can swim. But guess what? The rotation has pretty much lost another player in the back. That's going to be 3 of them continuing their journey as they try to make the next phase of zone. Meanwhile, NoNx, they actually playing from the northwest. And the team that's going to be right in front of them here is going to be SOAR X Spiritless Esports, formerly known as SOAR Esports, or in English term, Sour Esports. Please don't ask us why we're pronouncing it.
Yeah.
Like, go ahead.
But I don't understand one decision from the side of NON is why Levi has been sent down the cliff into the water. Because, I mean, that is the edge of the zone, and the next shift, I think it is going to be a central one. Arrancar might have the best spot inside of the game now. But NON, they have their own read. In the meanwhile, Honeybee down to the last man, and I think, almost taking both of them out with that nade. Aiden, extremely low. Light is looking to light this fight up. Aiden gets knocked out by Arrancar. His teammate is there. A revive could be possible, but all depends on whether the teams on the sideline decide to blow or not blow these vehicles up.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very tough. Meanwhile, Godsgiven, they are having a little bit of a rough time as well. Reflex, pretty much the solo warrior part of the equation, alongside with Light as well. Honeybee, the 2 solo warriors inside 2 different tracks inside the zone. You can see the panic from Light. He doesn't have meds as well. He's pretty much going to be stuck there, hoping to get a nice jump or a freebie. Meanwhile, on screen, 7 Habits, they pick up Raven Esports. They try to make a down push from the top, but only 2 of them have survived. So no high ground support coming from Raven Esports anymore.
What is happening with 7 Habit? I mean, their idea looks nice. They want to clear up the teams moving down from the hill. But how much ammo did you commit to that, Harsh? You only has 67 rounds left in the mag. In the bag, and 30 in the mag. No extended on that M4. What was 7 Habit doing from the start of the game?
Shooting everybody. That's probably why. But, of course, like you said, no confirmation is one thing. Fortunately for them, they are in a very, very awkward angle. But Light, he finally gets confirmed. Raven Esports finds a little bit solitude there. But at the same time, they will have the check in their favor. The only one that's going to be able to take them out is going to be Reflex from Godsgiven. But based on his condition, he's not going to peek out. He's all by himself. Apollo, same can be said for him. The solo warrior from the side of Genesis is going to play the medic here. He knows he's pretty much being gate-kept by Jaguar official. And he has no way in. Hoping to get a little bit of placement points, but unfortunately to say, down to his last man to make a last mad dash. Hoping to survive this. But I think he is going to bleed out eventually as Apollo hides under the bushes. Jaguar official looking to try and rack up the finish point, but he eventually gets scouted out. Down to his last hit, he will bleed out to this zone. No points for Jaguar.
Yeah, no points for... Well, some points for Jaguar. They've gotten 3 finishes for themselves. And I think with how the game is going, they are going to break into the top 8 as well. Reflex... Oh! Ooh! The luckiest man alive right now. Just a pixel of HP, and he's still... not anymore.
No. Oh, okay, that's a flashbang. Okay. Yeah. Okay. He's going to be fine for now. He got rushed. He got himself a couple finishes in the bag, and he's somehow surviving this 7 Habit. They may have gotten control, but they did not expect Reflex here. But now Addy, he finds the angles onto his Raven. As soon as he got the knock, now he's going to challenge him. 1 versus 1 against him. Goes inside, looks like he's outside. Gets a decent amount of utilities outside from the bodies of 7 Habit now. Godsgiven still keeping things alive. Reflex wants to make a play, but unfortunately, he was exposed to a different team, and that's going to be NoNx that picks him apart.
Yeah, now Addy is going to be stuck inside of the shack as well. NoNx moving in, Raven in the front lines. Raven a little distracted by the players of True Rippers, but Lens with the Snake should be able to clean up. Oh no, overshoots. Will he have a second opportunity though, because NoNx, the line of fire was there. And Raven Esports, they end up getting finished up. 7 Habit also eliminated from the game. True Rippers, they need to be grateful to the players of NON. Or maybe not, as the knock is going to be found. Jelly down on his knees. Sam, barely any HP left. Kyo Lamau makes a run for his life down the hill. Barely managing to get some cover. And it's going to be followed by Ninze. In the meanwhile, Jelly, he's going to be brought back into the action. But GodX, can he relay the information to his teammates as the players from True Rippers are getting third parties from the flanks? Ninze also falling, and ARRANCAR, they had the prime position in the game for a long time, but all of a sudden the advantage switches side, and Hades H4K might be looking at a winner-winner chicken dinner.
Yep, at the same time, True Rippers, they've got decent cover as well. Look at this, they're the only ones with high ground. All they need to do is just wait things out, and Kyo Lamau finds Leeway. He gets his revenge against NoNx, and there's no way NoNx will be able to pick them up, considering the zone that is pretty much in play right here. True Rippers, Lindsay, well, death is going to be for the greater good, because as of now, they've got themselves a decent amount of setups. And even True Reapers, they have the vehicles repositioned to find a solidify their high ground right now. Whereas the northeast corner, SAR Esports going to be fighting against H4K. Kira going to be for the outskirts. He's going to go for the pump, but he goes down in the hands of Sujo. And actually, no, it's going to be Kyo Lamau. It snatches it away from afar from the high grounds as True Reapers slowly takes up everyone in this fight. But based on positioning, Knight, he finds the pick on True Reapers, even things out. This is going to be down towards a 2 versus 2 situation between True Rippers and H4K.
Yeah, somehow True Rippers do manage to make it into the top 2, but Hades H4K, it seems like they've returned to the lost form from Realme BGIS 2025, but now only Knight remains. Sujal gets knocked out by the blue, and the players from True Rippers, they know exactly where it's coming from. Sam and Jelly prepared for their chicken. Knight, he can't really do much unless he secures a knock instantly, but he whips a shot. Information compromised, and it is going to be Sam making a run out into the open. Knight can't, he gets a knock, but will get taken out by Jelly because he took some trade damage over there. So True Rippers, from the worst situation, even from the worst situation, do manage to secure a chicken dinner. And again, a great start to their day. And of course, I think this gets them inside of the top 16.
Well, this definitely does as well, but a comeback coming in from True Rippers as they make the first game of their debut here for today for Group F, a chicken dinner. But H4K as well, very, very unfortunate here from Knight as well, because he got the knock, but unfortunately the zone was pushing him, forced to be out open, and he got taken out by the zone, so no points was given to them from him.
And again, I think not True Rippers, I would say comeback from Hades H4K, because Two Rippers was already on the second page of the leaderboard, not too far away. We talked about it as well. They needed about 20-25 points to break into the top 8. This match, top 16, maybe one more performance like this, they're going to be there in the top 8. Opportunity there to compete for the top spot against OG, though. Let's see if Jelly takes it. On the other side, Hades H4K, they were on the last page of that leaderboard. This game actually gets them to safety, and once, I think now, since they're going to be a little bit more comfortable, just play like this. Slow pace at the start, late game, if you are in the top 5 with all 4 players, that is when you go for the elimination, and Hades H4K will bounce back. But Jaguar official, I think, I see Necro screaming and raging in the background. That was his pick for the overall. He expected a comeback from Jaguar official.
Well, all things considered, that's pretty much it for them. But I'm curious to see how Raven Esports was actually playing this. Because, like, based on how they were playing it as well, Lens was doing as much as he can. But because of the situation where they were exposed to this small little shack, which unfortunately, usually you would have teams park a vehicle directly in front of the door so that you have some sort of cover, right? But because they don't have those vehicles, that put them in one of the most awkward position, because they are exposed to teams like OK, they're exposed to teams like NoNx Esports TWOB, that just completely pinned them in a spot where they just could not peek out.
Yeah, it was quite unfortunate. I mean, not a lot of opportunities or options available for them to take, but we will find a few moments. Had Knight not taken the damage as the first, if he had gotten a quick knock onto either Sam or Jelly, cut down the numbers to 1v1, then maybe he could have stolen the chicken dinner away. Maybe if Hades H4K had focused True Rippers, or NON had taken out True Rippers earlier on, then it would have been a Hades H4K chicken dinner. But overall, a decent performance. The team I feel bad for the most was ARRANCARx, because ARRANCARx had a good spot inside of the zone for a long time, and then towards the end, it's just a slight shift, but that is what forced them to step out from behind their cover, step out into the open, and then they just got taken out.
Well done towards this team here, but of course, shout out towards True Reapers as well, because they were one of the latest to rotate into the zone, but somehow find space, that understood that the situation that was given to them was that we need this space in order to win. And despite all that, who would have thought it came down towards a 2 versus 2 in the hands of True Rippers. So nicely done coming from True Rippers. But as the journey continues, we all know that this is the map of Sanhok. A lot of unpredictability, and the first 2 circle was... I don't know how to play that circle, because to be honest, I think the one that played the best on how they rotated through that circle was Royal Emperor and Jaguar Official in terms of rotation.
Yeah, Royal Emperor was very sneaky, man. All 4 of them, I think they just crawled through that entire bridge. But we'll continue that discussion so far. Or yet, we have to look at the stars of the match. Apollo gets going all out, 6 finishes secured, and a lot of damage dished out, 879. And then best companion of the game is going to be Lens from Raven. And of course, I think Raven, again, impressive performance. I did not expect them to make that that journey down the hill as well. That was the biggest challenge for them. They succeeded in doing so and were able to secure a decent number of eliminations from this match. And there you have it, the match ranking. True representing the game with 14. You have Hades H4K with 13 points. ARRANCARx with 10. NON with 9. Raven is there with 8 total points, 7 eliminations. Genesis, all of those early fights, that early hearth in control gets them 7 points as well. You have SLE with 6. Godsgiven with 6. And then I think upsets from this game, the biggest one has to be Team LOLs. No points secured from this match.
Yeah, same can be said for REVENANT X SPARK as well, I'm sorry to say. But they didn't really do too well. But that was based on their conditions, right? The circle was pretty much not in their favor. REVENANT X SPARK tried to take a different route, didn't exactly work out. So I would say Royal Emperor as well as Jaguar, if you show, they may have gotten a decent rotation, but they just could not convert into finishing the fight. And I think partially it's all courtesy because of Genesis Esports. Because think about it as well, Genesis Esports, they dropped the ball, they should have held on towards the entire hard team themselves. But think about this, they don't have position points, but they have 7 finishes, and 6 of them is in the hands of Apollo. Trust me, Apollo single-handedly got Genesis this much points in towards the top 6 in this map, despite how difficult the map was drawn out for all these teams. But that shouldn't be that low, to be honest. It should have gotten to a stage where Apollo needed to play on his own a majority of the game.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, 6 finishes on a single man, and especially when his entire team got taken out very early in the game. So impressive individual performance, but we can't even blame the players of Gen, or do we blame them? Because they got caught off guard in that sandwich between Jaguar Official and Royal Emperor.
I think it came down towards a situation where the formation was so widespread that they did not realize that Jaguar Official went for a flank, right? Like, the moment 4 of them was down there, they got those 2 guys pinned. Instead of just rushing those 2 guys right below, they waited, hoping for a freebie, and the fight took so long, about almost a minute of just waiting. 2 of the members from Jaguar Officials managed to rotate behind them, got the pick on dip, and then just completely blew off the entire defense of Genesis Esports. So I would say, was it the right call? But it feels like formation is a big issue for Genesis Esports right now.
Yeah, I think it was the right call if there was only Jaguar Official. My perspective is no one saw Royal Emperor coming. We didn't see them coming because all of them just crawled their way and got extremely close to the players of Genesis. It was a miracle that Apollo survived, because at one point I think he was looking through a broken wall and then he just saw all 4 players running across. He tried to make a mad dash towards Shadow, but Shadow just fell to the players of Jaguar Official in the back line.
Yeah, I think Royal Emperor was, that sneaky play was just insane. Like 4 men proning on the grass, managed to get in. Well done to them. But unfortunately, still, in the bottom half of the game here, they did their best in the map with Sanhok. Now I'm curious to see how they are going to be doing Miramar, to be honest.
I mean, it is going to be interesting to see, because now you can build up momentum. Sanhok is always going to be awkward. But ladies and gentlemen, 2 more matches left for Group F. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this very short break with the rest of the matches.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
Hello everyone and welcome to the Realme BMPS 2025. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Necro, and you guys are watching the English broadcast. We will continue the journey of how Group F is going to be playing here, but True Reapers taking the first chicken dinner for themselves in this respective group. And now we're going to be heading in towards Miramar. Now, Necro, what went wrong and what went right from that previous game?
Look, at this point, let's not talk about what went wrong, because at the end of the day, look, it's the map of Sanhok. There's a lot of things that can definitely go wrong just because of the map itself and just because the circle's not on top of you. Now, speaking of what things can go right in this upcoming map, is that True Rippers once again are going to maintain the consistency because of their playstyle. Now, speaking of teams like REVENANT Esports, once again a chance will be given to them to move on and latch onto those elimination points. Even JAGUAR officials will try to pretty much do the same thing. REVENANT X SPARK, still I want to see that domination that REVENANT X SPARK is known for. I just want to see them go absolutely aggressive in the lobby and dismantle teams after teams.
Well, if you guys want to pop off in your games, guess what? You guys should check out the brand new Realme GT7, currently launched today itself, currently priced at 34,999 rupees. You can search it up on Amazon. Just type it up. Just type Realme GT7 and win up to 2 lakh rupees. And if you guys want to play for long hours, especially if you're an addicted gamer like myself who wants to play non-stop BGMI action, it can survive up to 6 hours of 120 FPS with no stutters, tested by both Realme as well as the Crafton guys. So be sure to check it out.
And not just that, you can also pre-book the device for 999 rupees on Amazon. So I would recommend you guys to move on and search for the Realme GT7. By doing that, you can also stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. But back towards the conversation that we're having, right? I want to see that real domination that REVENANT X SPARK is known for. Chenab Valley, they're known for the consistency. I also want to see that consistency being brought on the board. 7 Habits is struggling too much in the overall standings at this point. They're pretty much somewhere in the bottom 3, so they need a nuclear performance to bring themselves out of that terrain.
Yep, they definitely do as well. But without further ado, we're going to be jumping straight into the game here to see how things go down for this map of Miramar. Because right now, the flight path is been shown and the flight from the planes has been taken off. And pardon my French, pardon my English, because this is going to be a very, very interesting one. Because right from the get-go, we do see REVENANT Esports already making their dive in towards the map, in towards Puerto Paraiso. As you can see, they are the first to drop, and they will be the first to land.
You've also got Team LOLs moving towards Los Leones, so for Team LOLs as well, it's not going to be any sort of problems moving towards their drop location. We also did see Hades H4K do pretty good for themselves in that previous game, and H4K's performance has been missing for a long time. At least in the first 3 games, H4K performance wasn't there, but now finally in the latter 3 games, they're popping off.
Well, speaking of popping off, I think this is a good time to see how H4K makes a bounce back. Do they make it to round 2? Do they make it to its round 3? Or even semifinals? Completely starts their journey from today. But just now, it was a pretty decent start. Consistency is going to be the key. But my next question here is, when will Team LOCs make a comeback? Because we know for a fact that LOCs is not playing as well. This is very concerning because even the previous round, they got 0 points.
Yeah, Team LOLs is definitely struggling too much for no reason. And at this point, if the same struggles keep on continuing on forward, that just means that Team LOLs might just be eliminated in the bottom 16, which is not going to be a good thing for the fans, of course. They do want to see this team move on forward. And speak of moving forward, we've got Genesis Esports zapping a big world of trouble as the man's taken down real low. Backs away. The man needs to find a bit of that first aid to patch himself up in the enemy territory as well. Utilities are definitely going to be detrimental for Zap at this point. Genesis Esports, the entirety of the team is present, so it is a proper 4v4 fight, but still the advantage is in the hands of the opponents.
Yeah, and speaking of opponents right now, Genesis Esports currently in one of the worst possible outcomes possible. Zap is so low, and Sam, I don't know why he's not picking up his gun. It seems like he's looking for a mad dash trying to run away, because it seems like he scouts something out, but little did he know he heard the footsteps from behind, and that's going to be Sin cooking up those nades. He's going to try to catch him on the side. Sam999 immediately dodges back in.
Yeah, that nade was too overcooked. And now Sin is moving up with the OZ up close and personal. It's of course going to give him the advantage as well, but the opponent has only got M16A4 to try and defend himself. He does have that double-barrel shotgun, but it's not going to be helping him too much. That sawed-off is not something that will help him in close quarters. He needs to be extremely precise with all the shots.
Yep. And speaking of shots coming in, someone's dream, they are going to be gearing up to go in for the push as well. As they try to stack up with someone Sam999, but not for now. We have to look at this different fight as well. And it's kind of Godsgiven getting rushed from H4K.
Yeah, Godsgiven Esports. Unfortunately, not really have the advantage inside of the fight itself. As Sujal is starting to do a lot of damage at this point. Just the one man in the front. He's got his hands on the TBS as well. And the pre-fire around the corner is also going to find the knock. H4K finding the major advantage inside of the fight, but still the vicinity is not clear. Still a few more players from the side of Godsgiven are available, and Draxi does have one of the players' number. The man's got his hands on the Uzi as well, so it's definitely going to shred through up close and personal. But at this point, the last man as well from GG inside of this tower is hidden. Archit, positions compromised. Just waiting for the players to actually move up as well, and that's what's exactly going to happen. The pre-fire actually caps him as well. And just like that, Archit's taken down and dusted from this game. The entirety of H4K pushing in tandem. The push is working out miraculously well.
Oh my goodness, H4K just completely flushed out. And as of yet, that is going to be a little bit down for Godsgiven, but H4K is going to be very happy by racking up 2 finishes. So that's going to be a small win for them. Meanwhile, Genesis and also Someone's Dream still at a stalemate for the longest of time. Sam999 pretty much stuck out in the open, but before the fight begins, let's take a look at Circle. Circle actually shifts to Chumacera. They have to wrap things up quickly.
They indeed do need to wrap things up. And Genesis Esports, they've already got the massive advantage. 3 players down and dusted. Someone's Dream at this point. It's going to be tough for them to try and recalibrate since there's just one man standing. And at this point, Distance Major is not really engaging inside of the fight, but he does not have any other options either. The man's taken down real low. Apollo, he does have his number. And Parasite, what can you do? He does want to find the first knock, the initial knocker, to find the distraction as well. But Genesis Esports, they're not just going to give the knocks like that. Zap is going for the constant fire, and still Zap hasn't really found any sort of meds. Parasite spots out the players move out in the open, but the moment he goes for the peak, there's a constant pre-fire on that window. Once again, Parasite goes to that peak. He's not able to do any sort of damage. He's constantly getting suppressed.
Yeah, but at the same time, Someone's Dream, Parasite, left all by himself. He may have had the high ground. He has a very strong angle to work with, but Genesis will be able to flush them out. And in this case, he's stuck on the worst possible spot to be in. He's going for those pre-fires, but no connection. And here he goes, finally exposed out in the open. And even Zap from afar was able to pick him apart. And that is going to be a 4-man flush coming from Genesis. And they get themselves 4 finishes.
Yeah, Someone's Dream is now definitely going to be just Someone's Dream because they're not actually existing in the game anymore.
Well, that dreams are going to be in the hands of Genesis for sure because Someone's Dreams has been taken away. As the circle is about to shift as well, Genesis was able to wrap up their fight very, very quickly. And fortunately for them, they will have a very, very easy rotation into the zone. So that is going to be a good sign. But the rest of the world, we did see a little bit of a skirmish from Godsgiven earlier on. They had a little bit run in, but now they found themselves into the south side of Ladrela. So position-wise, not out of the wall, but it looks kind of empty. The entire southern side of this map looks very, very empty because the flight path was from the east side.
Yeah, indeed. And now you can see a massive wave of vehicles just moving down south towards the centric part. Chumacera is going to be stacked up with a lot of teams soon enough. You've also got a few teams around La Trilera. A few teams actually making their way underneath Chumacera as well. So that's going to be interesting. 7 Habits still up north towards Toriamuda, all the way back in the blue, and I'm not even sure what that man is doing. All the way towards Oasis. True Rippers, they've got something new cooking up on the back. I'm not even sure how the game plan's going to be executed now.
Yeah, this is going to be very, very important. But at the same time, REVENANT X SPARK currently is going to be in a very, very awkward spot to be in, considering that they weren't able to play the game that well in this map with Sanhok.
Oh!
But now, having a little bit of drive-by, they are going to try and catch their picks onto his Chenab Valley. Broly going to be dodging with the bang bus, but unfortunately, he is going to be in a little bit of trouble. But here comes the run in. He runs right into Ninja, walks right into it, and that's going to be an easy pick for Ninja.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what Broly was doing in that scenario. Easily got taken down to the players of REVENANT X SPARK. It felt like the point was gifted at that point. Ninja backs out. The man was taken down real low. REVENANT X SPARK, they've got a bit of that pressure on themselves, of course. They're quite exposed in the end. Sand gets caught. Incredible knock that was. Spray got up close and personal. Chenab Valley just never saw this coming. They've lost out on Brawley. Now also one man's knocked out. Zan's not in the game anymore. Spray tossing out a few more nades to try and suppress that revival that's coming through. And hopefully it's going to find the re-knock as well. Still, it's going to be extremely tough to find the re-knock though. But Zan definitely does get knocked again by Spray God. The nade landing exactly where it was supposed to land. And now it's down to just Baby Girl and Maddie in the back. Baby Girl, it's out of the house. There is a shotgun available to try and defend herself, but the utilities from the side of Revenant X SPARK are really starting to chip through now. Another nade tossed towards that closet room to try and catch the player as Zan gets confirmed, but Baby Girl is still alive. Sarad pulls out the shotgun, goes for the shot. The initial shot was missed, but Baby Girl once again back towards the safety in the closet room, gets caught, and in the end it will be Revenant X SPARK eliminating the players of CV slowly and steadily. Still one man lies in the back, but not for too long, I'm pretty sure.
Yep, that's going to be Maddie, pretty much stuck all by himself. Sarang has a good tap on him. Here comes the nade, and he might be cooked. And that is not it yet. Revenant X SPARK still going to be cleaning things out. And guess what? The circle is going to be shifting into this vicinity as well. They have center control, but they are going to be in a little bit of awkward spot as well because the vehicles has not been solidified, or in this case, reinforced yet. Just because there are teams looking from afar.
Oh no.
The question here is, do they fight and clean out their neighbors, or do they try and pick the teams apart? Because this circle seems to be divided in between the north and south intersection, in between the highways here.
Revenant X SPARK, they have gotten the reset, and now they're going to decide to make that pounce as well. They decide to push in tandem on the back of that smoke. An off angle was held by Maddie, but it's not going to catch anyone. Still is able to find the initial knock though. Quite an important one. Sarang taken down. Revenant X SPARK might just be in a world of trouble, but the man's also getting third party from a completely different else. And that's why Maddie backs away to patch himself up. We'll pop that first hit. Enough time given to the player to try and get the reset. And now once again makes that pounce, but it was a massive mistake from Maddie. Should not have done that.
Oh, blind spot. So unfortunate here. TPP does sometimes hurt you in the back, but in this case, because he dropped down, he could not see because of that mode. And Ninja was able to get a free angle on him, so very, very nice right-hand advantage. But despite getting the win from Ninja, he gets picked from afar. Random spray from Hunter gets the connection, and Revenant X SPARK, they're losing bodies for no reason. They're losing all their utilities just like that.
Yeah, how did that even happen? Incredible spray that was from the man. Connecting all the shots pretty much. Royal Emperor still live and cooking inside of the game. All the four players standing. They've got this max under control as well, pretty much just controlling a lot of that terrain. Now you move on towards NoNx, and even NoNx sharing a compound with a foe. Not the best possible feeling that you're supposed to have, but still something you can try and overcome.
Yeah, NoNx Esports having a little bit of fun time, but they will skedaddle away, giving respect towards those angles here coming from Honeybee. They will try to reposition from the north side, but circle, look at this. Raven has got a very, very strong cover from the mountain terrains from the south side in the middle. Royal Emperor has got that wide spread onto his warehouses, but the circle shifts onto his Revenant X SPARK. Oh my goodness. This circle helps Revenant X SPARK, but that 3-story apartment is not exactly great for holding every single angle because there's just so many alpha angles that people from afar can shoot them. That's the only downside though.
They just need to spread themselves out, simple. Play for the intel as well a bit more. Revenant X SPARK, all the four players grouped up for now, but we've got NoNx on the screen. Spotting out the foes, make it towards the field station. NoNx Esports, Lovish on the top. But I want to tell you guys about something really important. That's going to be the Realme GT7. Long play without overheating. With the iSense Graphene rear cover, move on towards Amazon and search for the Realme GT7. And you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And let's just not forget, today is the 27th. That means the GT7, it's already out on Amazon. All you need to do is move on towards Amazon. And with just 1,000 rupees, you can actually pre-book this device.
Yes, this is the moment for you guys to witness greatness and play at your best. You want to be a pro? The Realme GT7's got you, bro. But, of course, now NoNx Esports.
Oh my god, it's not getting out.
Seems to be a little bit awkward. But in case you missed out on the action, here's a little bit of replay here on how Revenant X SPARK was able to open things up with CV. It was Shadow, then opened things up with the nades, and then eventually Sarang was able to pry open the entire defense, leaving Maddie alone as the last man standing, but eventually goes down as well from this push. As we continue the journeys of how Roman will have to figure out a jigsaw puzzle equation with the buggy to try and fix things, but they might just lose their buggy just like that.
Yeah, you gotta feel bad for the man, right? Can't do anything to try and get it out. Maybe a nade can be tossed, so hopefully it can be free, but still, it's not a gamble you would want to take. Genesis Esports, they've got problems booing up of their own. REVENANT X SPARK all the way from the far break, constantly tapping away, and those bursts as well. It's getting really tough to avoid all of those shots. Getting 4 elimination points so far. REVENANT X SPARK looking good and dandy. That's the only team they've eliminated.
Yeah.
And now for Genesis Esports,
you can see
REVENANT
why
X SPARK is a constant threat.
You can see why I'm concerned for REVENANT X SPARK, right? Like, based on these angles, look at Ninja. Yes, he can see so many things, but he has to choose specific spots so that he doesn't get shot. And that's the only downside that REVENANT X SPARK has. And those specific spots is always linked to only one person being able to pick, because the other guy has to pick probably from the 2nd floor or the 3rd floor, and the comms between that needs to be so spot on in order to be able to fire it, or maybe even look at the same spots. And even Sarang, he's trying to find angles through the stairs, which is so small, just because of the potential off angles that they may get shot from don't know where in this scenario.
But hey, look at the positive side of the spectrum, right? The circle once again centers on up, so REVENANT X SPARK is looking pretty good on the map. And they also do have a decent bit of intel, so it's all good in the hood for now, in my opinion. You've also got Jaguar officials doing pretty good for themselves. Bottom right side pretty much in control of Jaguar officials. REVENANT X SPARK, they do have the intel. A team in the back is going to be Genesis Esports, but Genesis, in my opinion, the position they have, it's going to be out of commission soon. So they need to do ASAP. There's also Raven Esports, who are doing pretty good.
Yeah, this could be very, very important here, but as they try to continue hold on the fort as well, Genesis Esports, they are also sharing a nice compound from the northeast corner. Exit strategy for them is going to be very, very good, but they have to wait for the zone.
But hey, guys, I've been speaking about this Kia Syros for the longest at this point, and I also want to tell you guys about the interior itself. Let's not forget, it also has the comfortable and luxurious interior. 2nd row seat recline and slide seat ventilation cushion. It's only for seats, by the way. Easy ingress and egress, Harman Kardon Premium, 8-speaker sound system. That means, Icy, we're going to have a party in that car.
Exactly. And of course, because of those seats, you can pretty much lie down with a lot of spacious space in the car itself.
And you're also going to be extremely cool, chill. You will be enjoying your time. But hold on to that thought, though. We've got Team LOLs against the players of H4K in a bit of a trouble. Smokes were tossed out in the outskirts. H4K does want to make it out of that spot, but Draxi gets caught. Oh, is not able to make it out, and that's a massive problem. But H4K, they've decided to create an off angle against the players of Team LOLs. So Team LOLs, they need to be careful and vary off the off angles that might be created against them. And for H4K, Draxi needs to find a way out.
Oh boy. Speaking of finding a way out, seems like Team LOLs, they're getting shot from afar themselves. So that is going to be something that Draxi might be able to find a little bit of a small saving grace of an opening, but it seems like he is going to rotate from the other side. So that means instead of committing towards Team LOLs, they might run into his Raven Esports has pretty much heard all these commotions here. But now they will take the space given away from H4K. This split comes through. Team LOLs, they have to make the decision here.
It's not given away yet. Draxi's still there around the fence wall, and he can strike any time. Kunal finds that pixel. Shots were taken, but a major blunder. Kunal gets caught. Knight, beautiful knock that was. And let's not forget, Draxi's still hiding around that fence wall so he can actually eliminate Kunal from the game and get the man advantage in the hands of the teammates once again. A lot of shots were taken from Shub, but he was not able to find the return knockout. So once again, the advantage continues to be in the hands of H4K. Luckily enough, the man who was knocked out is back upon his feet, so it's all good in the hood.
Oh boy, Team LOLs now finally scouts out H4K. They're trying to take down his tires from Kunal. Draxi going to be regrouping the team as well, but he's about to blow up as well. Raven Esports putting a lot of pressure, but Draxi saves the make it in the city, but it's not going to be for long as well. Shub going for those nades as they try to go in for a shot, but Skillful is down. They need to go in for the reset. But the bigger question here is, will the zone help them or not? Because the zone is about to completely engulf, and the new zone is going to shift. And yes, they are still safe for now, Necro.
Yeah, the circle is just constantly centering on up, so everyone's going to be safe. And speaking of Drexy, the man was out in the open. It's funny how TWOB did not spot him. That could have been a free knock right there for Team LOLs and gave him the advantage, but TWOB still messed it up big time. Now you've got ARC as well, which is going to be ARRANCARxGSG. They've got a bit of that ledge to play with, but they desperately need to make it inside of the circle as well. Time's running out. There's True Rippers in the front, and True Rippers, they've got the ball in their court. C4 tossed in the front. Gonu, is that going to do enough damage? That's the question. The man turned back, but instantly Gonu gets caught. Beautiful stuff from Kiolamau. As usual, once again, the man opens up the fray, and True Rippers, they find themselves in the advantage spectrum. But True Rippers, even they're losing out on a few players, and that's not going to be too good inside of the fight. Phoenix left to try and defend against the players of True Rippers at this point, but ARRANCARxGSG, something needs to be done desperately. The Blues on the move.
Yep. At the same time, Arranca almost getting tapped here and there. Desperately pushing inside zone. They're still in this run in with True Rippers. But guess what? The clutch from Kiolamau once more. He finds another pick. They have lost 2 players, but True Rippers still trying to hang on for the dear lives. Kiolamau keeps things alive against Arrancar. But Amy with the nade completely overshoots the mark, and now he's gonna return the favor instead, but no, it does not connect. That was his last nade. He needs help, and Kiolamau needs to make a mad dash for this. Another smoke comes through to try and set things up. But Arrancar, they clip him by a little bit. Kiolamau down to his last health, and he's in a little bit of trouble. Ninze needs to save the day, and here he comes. Ninze providing the assistance.
Two-man squad from True Rippers. Can they rip things apart for the players of ARRANCARxGSG? But Kiolamau gets caught, which is not a good thing at all. Now Ninze, he's looking to make that push with the S12K. The man in the front got his hands on the UMP45, and that's something that's going to give him the advantage. And
wow.
Ninze strikes down Phoenix. A massive advantage with that S12K, and Ninze comes out on top. Now the remaining 2 players in the front. This nade has to be on the money. On the opposite side of that little ridge, the nade's tossed. Is it going to find the re-knock? And yes, it will. The nade was right on the spot, eliminating remaining 2 players of ARRANCARxGSG.
Oh, the savior for True Rippers, but he has to be the solo warrior now. He may have won the fight against Arrancar, but there's still 10 teams in this equation, including himself. That's 9 teams that he has to face all by himself. And with his zone slowly pushing in, not a lot of room to work with. The closest contact that is going to be shutting him down here is going to be Jaguar official in front of them. And on his north side is going to be REVENANT X SPARK in the Tri-Apartments that can oversee everything. Not sure how True Rippers is going to survive this, but the rest of the world still has other problems of their own. And Raven Esports from the southwest corner still engaging against Sor Esports, and they get the confirmation on Akira.
Maxioso will get the confirmation as well. It's not a problem. And Raven Esports, they're controlling a nice edge. Everyone's just waiting for the next zone to pop up, and that's going to be closing on up once again towards the center. REVENANT X SPARK finding themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum. You've also got True Rippers making that pounce in the center. Then right towards the left, there's another team. It's going to be Raw Left. How long can they actually defend it? Raven Esports, Smiley IGL, shots taken in the front. Luckily enough for Sour Esports, they're still safe. But none of these teams are actually inside of the circle. The moment you try to make it inside of the circle, there's just going to be too many bullet shots against you.
It is going to be very, very difficult to play this as of yet. But Raven Esports, they're still taking shots on towards Royal Emperor. And that's going to be the point of interest they need to contest as well. They need to get down from the high grounds. They have that advantage, but Zone is not in their favor right now. Smiley's still focusing on cleaning out Sour Esports as quickly as they can. But the Zone is about to move, and he needs to make a move as well. Smiley, instilling fear on them, immediately backs off. Lens is already providing cover inside the zone now, Necro.
Raven Esports, too much burden on their shoulder at this point. Even NoNx now stepping inside the playing field. A few players out in the open, and NoNx capitalizing instantly on those players. A few confirmation as well were found. Lovish was able to get 1 elimination point for himself. And now Roman just backs away towards his teammates. NoNx, I'm not even sure what the game plan is for them, but they're doing pretty okay on another side. But Roman gets caught. A beautiful knock that was from the side of H4K. And now at this point, even Genesis Esports getting that capitalization instantly. Elimination follows up on the port. Look at what's happening to the players of Sour Esports, though. Too exposed. They've got a bit of that dip to play with. Raven Esports is in the sideline, and the moment Raven Esports spots them, it's going to be a big problem. But look at H4K being a constant threat. Just this one man and the utilities from the side of Syros. They're doing a lot of damage. Raven Esports not able to outstand the ref.
For a second, I thought they're safe, but guess what? They're not exactly safe as well. Osiris, last man standing for H4K, the solo warrior as well. But he's done the damage. He is going to skedaddle, but it looks like he's going to try and exterminate the Ravens. We have a pest, but unfortunately hesitates, gets scouted out by Lens, gets headshotted, gets taken down. Raven Esports, they will hold on with only one finishes, but they make it into the top 8, but they will control the highway right now.
It's unfortunate the man thought they were inside of the smoke, but Raven was in the front. And now Raven Esports, a 3-man squad, can be more than enough to secure a chicken dinner. But since they are taking so much heat upon themselves, it just gets even more tougher. Lens is chipped down even low. Raven Esports realizes there's another team in the sidelines. Genesis Esports, with a problem of their own, need to get rid of the players of NoNx. And NoNx is just keeping themselves anonymous for now. Not really going for the forceful fight against the players of Genesis. Instead, just letting the flow of the game take over. And Genesis Esports just forcing fights all across the board.
Now Genesis Esports looking to try and make a recovery from this, but the circle is about to shift in. Royal Emperor still engaging against Raven Esports. They are walking out from those warehouses to try and take them out. They know they're weak. And guess what? The circle is going to form on towards where Ninja is. The solo warrior makes it into his top 8 all by himself.
Yeah, but let's see for how long can he actually survive now. Soon there's going to be too many teams just pouring around that vicinity. And that might just be the center of attraction as well.
Speaking of center of attraction right now, Raven trying to make way in. Royal Emperor is also trying to clear out the edges before they push through. But little did they know, right behind them is going to be Sour Esports that may have open angles onto them.
Oh,
but
no,
on screen,
Genesis.
guess what? Genesis, they get completely shut down by NoNx Esports. They come in, they cook them all up. Levi sneaks up, and they were looking in the wrong direction.
Yeah, 2-tunnel vision on REVENANT X SPARK, and that's why they had to pay the price for it. NoNx, solid stuff so far. Eliminating Genesis Esports as well out of this picture. Incredible stuff from the side of NoNx. Genesis was a massive threat on another side, and now NoNx can control the entirety of the northern side, but they're still going to be REVENANT X SPARK, a constant threat. How can NoNx play this out now? They're trying to move ridge from ridge, cover from cover, but this still gets extremely tough. And now REVENANT X SPARK as well, taking too many shots against Lovish. Lovish is going to be the man in the front foot. REVENANT X SPARK taking too many shots upon themselves, and that's going to be confirmed knock as well. Levi, what a knock that was! Was able to find the knock through the smoke. REVENANT X SPARK on the verge of falling apart. And NoNx, since now they're doing pretty good inside of the circle, they can actually put on a bit more of that pressure against REVENANT X SPARK.
But Spray finds a very nice off angle here through the one-way smoke. Gets a pick onto his NoNx as well. They are going to be losing bodies, but Levi now getting a little bit greedy, looking in the wrong direction. But guess what? Jaguar picks him apart just because he was proning out in the open. As Jaguar official is able to clean them up. Meanwhile, REVENANT X SPARK, they've heard the commotions. Guess what? We're down towards the final 4. REVENANT X SPARK has space, has time, has a lot of utilities as well, as they are about to push through into the next phase of the zone. But guess what, Lindsay? Oh, the last solo warrior gets picked off, and now we're down to the final 3 teams.
Yeah, Jaguar officials as well, with all the 4 players standing. Raven Esports is going to be a bit of an annoying pest. Jaguar official has 4 men standing. REVENANT X SPARK has 4 men standing. Who is going to be the one to come out on top? That's the main question. Now, there's a big chance Raven Esports can actually be in the driver's seat, but what a nade that was! One single piece of util, finding 2 crucial knockouts. Jaguar officials might just be out of this game, but REVENANT X SPARK being a constant threat, possessing inside of this entire map of Miramar. And Raven Esports, they might just be the one to actually claim this away. It all comes down to being able to find that knockout against the players of REVENANT X SPARK. And if they fail, then Raven Esports will also fail to get the chicken dinner. And at this point in time, Raven Esports, they're attracting too many eyes upon themselves.
Oh, speaking of a fight right here, Raven Esports now in center control. They're surrounded by every single team. But Jaguar official, they're stuck outside. Revenant X SPARK may look to try and third-party this, and looks like Spray is going to try and pressure this wall. Great Molotovs coming from Spray, limiting his movements. And Smiley, however, returns the favor with the nade, stops him in his track, and Shadow goes down as well. Ravens, this two-man army just dismantling Revenant X SPARK. A 2v4 now ends up in a 2v1, and Ninja, last man standing for Revenant X SPARK. He's gonna get completely picked apart. Lance gets one confirmation, but he goes down, and it's up to Smiley to fight against Ninja.
This is some unbelievable stuff from the side of Raven Esports. Both the teams actually gone for the reset, and now Jaguar officials can be the one to snatch the advantage away. Two players standing, Jaguar slowly and steadily closing on up against the players of Raven Esports. And Jaguar, two snakes, creeping in the map of Miramar, waiting for the right moment to strike, waiting for the right opportunity. And Raven Esports is going to be in the front. Even Revenant X SPARK, they have managed to find the revival. Sarang is still taken away to his death, so which is not a good thing. It's a 2v2v2 in the end. And now for Raven Esports, they need to try and deal with the players of Jaguar officials first. Hercules falls down. There's his teammate in the backlines. Can he clutch it out? That's the main question. Smiley's taking a lot of damage from the blue itself, and Raven Esports will be eliminated in the end. But Revenant X SPARK, they seal the deal and get the chicken dinner.
My goodness, what a game coming in from Revenant X SPARK. What a game. Raven Esports, they tried their best, but unfortunately their best was not enough. And Jaguar official played spoilers for their chance. But what a comeback coming in from Lance. What a comeback indeed. Top 3, I would say. Pretty consistent stuff coming from Raven Esports.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Raven Esports is insane. The way the individual mechanics as well were showcased in the final few moments. Both the players knew exactly what needed to be done to try and take down and dismantle the players of Revenant X SPARK. In my opinion, especially when they were reading the elimination feed, I'm speaking of Jaguar official. Jaguar official should have went for the third party, but instead they were too hesitant.
Yeah, they were a little bit scared as well here. But all things considered, they still third party eventually. Revenant X SPARK was able to get the reset courtesy of Ninja because of the re-knock onto his lens. They should not have lost a 2v4 situation like that, but still a win is still a win. So Revenant X SPARK makes a little bounce back here to come into his game. But in case you missed out in action here, Revenant X SPARK, they were one of the first instigators inside this zone. Decides to take a fight against CV, came up on top, and then held the compounds for the longest of time before the final zone actually appeared.
Then we also did see Sour Esports for a long time, but not able to survive for too much in the final few moments, right? You've also had H4K and their problems against the players of Team Walls. And for Team Walls as well, that fight conversion was desperately needed. Team Walls failed in the end. And especially, speaking of the end moment, that fight between the players of Revenant X SPARK and the players of Raven Esports, it got down to the wire. Somehow, the two-man squad of Raven Esports almost found the advantage. But before that, they also had to deal with Osiris from H4K. And this one single man was almost on the verge of dismantling the entire squad as well.
Yeah, and in this fight as well from Genesis was super awkward. Again, with their formations, right? Like, for Sanhok, it was too far apart. For this game, it was too close together. I'm genuinely curious from their perspective, why would they spread out to mark what was NoNx Esports? Is it because Revenant X SPARK had angles or what? But like you said, they were too focused on towards Revenant X SPARK. Jaguar official, ooh, they actually got cleaned out by Sarang. That was a very, very nice nade, but this nade coming from Smiley that pretty much set Revenant X SPARK into the most possible awkward position was what made Raven Esports a very, very top contender here. But eventually, of course, Ninja got the final finish and a pixel perfect one as well before going down. So, was it luck? Was it skill? A little bit of both.
Yeah, I guess you can say that as well. But for Raven Esports being able to take down the players of Revenant X SPARK to just one man, it was definitely skill. There's just those two players.
But there's just no confirmation. Just unfortunate.
Exactly. That was the main problem, right? Just a two-man squad. There was no one to actually rack up those elimination points as well. So Raven Esports was able to find those 3 quick knocks and being able to isolate those duels so quickly at the heat of the moment when you know the chicken dinner's on the other side. It's really tough to execute. But Raven Esports showed fluidity in their movements, and they were able to capitalize. As I mentioned, if Jaguar officials would have moved on and third-partied in that instance, the chicken dinner would have been theirs.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate that they had to bow on top 3 because Jaguar official was the one that actually took them out first. So that puts Jaguar in the top 2 and then put Raven Esports top 3. So despite all the effort that they have laid out here from Smiley, there was no additional points after that. Like, no finish points, no placement points, no better everything. It's just top 3, that's it. That's all they could have gotten for. But it's just unfortunate, you know, to see, like, what a good opening just could not translate to more from there.
Honestly speaking, yeah, I mean, you're correct over there. Raven Esports should have been able to seal the deal and get that entire fight in their court. It's quite unfortunate, as you mentioned, not being able to secure those knock players, but also a good thing for REVENANT X SPARK, right? Something all the fans were waiting for, and finally it feels like REVENANT X SPARK is back in their old groove. Finally, they seem like they're in form. Even Spray God is looking quite confident, moving up close and personal, taking those fights pretty much just straight up with the gun barrel. So I'm loving that from the side of Spray God. The confidence is amazing.
I think it comes down to just whether or not how they are going to be progressing from onwards, alright? Sanhok was just a completely disaster for them, but now with this chicken dinner, it does give them a little bit of a chance to actually make a bounce back to chase, to maybe even qualify towards round 3 or 4, or maybe even risk not being eliminated. But for those guys who are watching at home here as well, guess what? The stars of the match for this game is going to be none other than Lens coming in from Ravens with the most amount of finishes in that game, 5 finishes, and of course 756 damage. But the best companion is going to be Ninja, that rescues 2 rescues, crucial one to reset the fight for REVENANT X SPARK to clutch out the chicken dinner himself. It's got to be the win here for REVENANT X SPARK.
One thing is for sure, Lens is over here to make a name for himself. Every single time when we see Raven Esports over there in the overall board, you will see Lens right there at the top of the charts. And once again, he's proven himself on the board. Now, as we move on towards the match rankings, 20 points secured from REVENANT X SPARK. Raven Esports right underneath with 12 points. We've also got Jaguar officials. Pretty much a good game from them, getting those 11 points secured. For Jaguar, as I mentioned, not enough elimination points. That's the only reason why Raven has managed to keep themselves up. Even NoNx did quite good.
Yeah, a little bit of recovery coming from Jaguar official for sure, despite their lack of points in Sanhok, but the rotations has been very, very good. Raven also getting a little bit top 2 here, but REVENANT X SPARK, despite them almost dropping the ball, they still had 10 finishes. So a win is still a win. That's 20 points, which gives them into a very, very comfortable lead here for at least the halfway mark of the entire journey for round 1 itself. Royal Emperor makes a little bit of bounce back here as well, 7 points. Genesis, despite a little bit of an issue, they were able to get a decent placement points, which is 1 point, not exactly the greatest, but 6 points is still some points coming from them. But on the bottom side, Team Low still not really doing too well. 1 point for them. Godsgiven 0. Someone's Dream 0, being one of the first teams to get eliminated. CV with 0 points. That's
pretty
a
much
bummer.
you can't say the bottom 5 are someone that has been not doing too good so far. And it's really surprising to see Chenab Valley actually joining the bottom 5, right? Because every single game, you will at least see Chenab Valley getting 6 to 7 points per game. But this time around, Chenab Valley is losing that streak, which is not a good thing, right? 7 Habits, they were already at the bottom 16 at the start of the day, somewhere in the bottom 4. And I don't think we're going to be seeing that picture being changed.
I think REVENANT X SPARK played Chenab Valley's position better than them for sure. Because like I said, that triple apart, I would say, I don't know what do you call it, like a 4-story apartments with so many off angles that may punish you. REVENANT X SPARK was so hesitant on just peeking out, even though they've got a lot of information. But the moment you pick out to shoot, you are gonna get punished for this. So I would say Chenab Valley got punished because of that, allowing REVENANT X SPARK to retake that spot. But you have to give props to REVENANT X SPARK because they were able to hold on for the longest time. They were able to pick a couple of strikers here and there because of those weird angles, which people usually would be looking at. But they picked their timings very wisely compared to Chenab Valley.
It was all about the circle as well, just forming constantly on top of the players of REVENANT X SPARK, right? While for a team for Raven Esports, they had to struggle through, they had to fight through to make it inside. Before now, it's time for us to toss to a short break. You guys know I don't go anywhere on the other side of the break. Will be the last game.
स्काउट भाई पेट्रोल भर दो ना।
क्या भाई लोग, रोंडो जाना है क्या?
तो जानता नहीं मैं कौन हूँ? अबे तू बाहर में भर के तो बता। अबे रोंडो में रोंडो किसको बोला रे? रोंडो बोलता है हाँ? तू रोंडो? रन Nation wants to know, कहाँ है ये रोंडो? रोंडो? अभी बताओ मुझे, रोंडो। अरे ओ
लिया कितने आदमी थे
रोंडो सरकार
रोंडो
क्या है ये रोंडो?
क्यों बेटा कन्फ्यूजन में? आओ कभी रोंडो में।
रोंडो 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 आगे।
क्रेज चढ़ेगा सबको क्योंकि BGMI में आ गया है नया रोंडो मैप. Get new vehicles, explosive weapons, epic hot drop locations and more. Download BGMI now.
भाई क्या करवा रहे हो तुम? कभी पेट्रोल वाला बना दिया, कभी टीचर बना दे रहे हो. अबे गेमर हूँ मैं, एक्टर थोड़ी हूँ. भाई डाउनलोड BGMI now.
सर वाटरमेलन जूस.
अबे छोड़ो.
Welcome back after that short break. Before the last game itself, now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, that previous game of Miramar, Jaguar officials, once again back to business, doing pretty okay. Consistencies there on the board. REVENANT X SPARK snatching that game away, but Raven Esports, the heroics of Lance and his teammate in the end, almost executing a 2v4 against REVENANT X SPARK.
I mean, hey, Raven was doing well in the first 3 games, and now as well, we should not be surprised that this team has finally started to step up in this Realme BMPS 2025. It's that learning experience from last year to this year that has been employed, and it looks quite nice, to be honest. I wonder, can they break into the top 8?
Exactly, man. I mean, Raven Esports, the way they've been playing, I feel like they definitely do deserve to be there in the top 8, right? And let's not forget, speaking of the individual prowess as well, Lens is always impressing all of us. Somehow the man's found himself in the major groove, and he's just able to pop off in no matter what sort of scenario or no matter what sort of position you put the man in. But something that's going to help you guys pop off in your gameplay is also going to be the Realme GT7. Move on towards Amazon, search for the Realme GT7, might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, if you move on towards Amazon, you can also pre-book this device for rupees 999 only.
Exactly, and that could be an exciting opportunity for you to get your hands on this amazing Realme GT7 before your friends and have the edge against them in BGMI, of course. But in the last game of the day, who's going to get the edge? That is going to be the question. We head towards Erangel once again.
Ooh, Johnny. I mean, Erangel is, of course, one of the classic rounds, and we have seen these teams time and time on the map of Erangel. For Genesis Esports, the previous game was a bit of a drop since they were taken down by the players of NoNx as well, and NoNx, too, were just able to easily take them down without any sort of problems. Genesis Esports, 2 tunnel vision against the players of REVENANT X SPARK.
And it's the same thing that happened on Sanhok as well. There were 2 tunnel vision towards Jaguar official, let Royal Emperor take their backs, and of course, then the panic ensued between the teams. Genesis, again, this time, I don't know, what feels like there is very few comms between the players. Or maybe just the decision, everyone tries to make their own individual decisions rather than trusting their IGL. But Genesis needs to get their act together because these players have a lot of firepower. They have a lot of experience, and they should be fighting for the top 16.
There's definitely a lot of lack of surrounding awareness, and I hope in the future they do figure out what exactly is going on around them. But for now, we're going to move on towards the last game of the day, as Erangel's going to be flashing up on the screen, and soon enough, even the plane's going to be in the skies. But before that, maybe the producer has decided to give us a bit of a timeout and have a chat as well.
Well, I guess timeout to the timeout. Anyways, I mean, we want to focus on the last match of the day, the map of Erangel, and of course, Necro this time, again, as for the last few days, I think this Realme BMPS 2025, we have had very preferable flight paths from the perspective of the players. This one as well starts from the southwestern quadrant of that Sosnovka military base and goes just west of Stalba.
Yeah, I mean, this plane flight path is honestly quite balanced. If the teams do want to move in towards Georgiapol, though, then that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch, but still it's reachable. Now, looking at the past performance in the map of Miramar, True Rippers was not able to do that great. And for some reason, we saw a major disconnect between the players as well. One of the men from the side of True Rippers was all the way towards Oasis, which was Kielmao, and the remaining players were all the way towards El Azhar. And that split from True Rippers is something that just showed how uncoordinated they were in that previous game.
Yeah, and this time, though, they will be hoping that they have that southeastern circle, preferably towards Novorapnoi, so they can just stay there as long as possible and just play for survival in the early stage. But look at that, another cluster moving towards Milta. We're going to have 7 Habit take on the players of Godsgiven. Maybe not. Godsgiven dropping in farm now.
Yeah, they've got their own drop location that they want to drop towards. Jaguar officials actually quite close to a foe. Is that going to find commence as well? That's my question. And the circle actually moving down south towards the Sosnovka military base. So that's a good thing for True Rippers. They found themselves on the lucky side of the spectrum tonight. You've also got Raven Esports right inside of the military base as well. And generally speaking, for Raven Esports, if they're graced by the circle,
yeah,
I can only imagine what's going to happen in this game now.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens exactly. I mean, right now, what we see from the map, I mean, on our screens, we have the players from REVENANT X SPARK, and this team is going to be happy that there's no Phoenix Medal here to challenge them, no Rivalry Esports, so they get complete control of Yasnaya for free. The only problem is there's another team present towards the eastern side, just outside Yasnaya Poliana. Maybe they move in for a later fight against Revenant, but that's a story for another time. But as we were looking at the map, this is what I want to talk about.
No.
Teams crossing early, getting baited, and True Rippers just giving back the gods what they had given to this lobby. Godsgiven, few players being shut down. This was a trap and it has sprung in a very beautiful manner.
Yeah, for True Rippers, it's working out to perfection. But a bit of a blunder actually comes through. Didn't say overstepping the boundaries. True Rippers messing things up by big time. And Godsgiven actually, once again, they might just bring back to life. What am I watching? Is the man stuck?
I think he is. How do you get him
now
out?
he's safe. Yeah. All right. Luckily enough, he did not take away to death. Imagine.
Such an awkward knock. But True Rippers, I don't think they're going to let this slide off that easy. They are looking to go for the finish. You have Sam charging forward. Yeah. A re-knock secured, and, well, there was no revive, to be honest, but that's the third man from the side of Godsgiven getting knocked out. And the last player, Blazy, is actually stuck still on that main island. But on the military bridge side of thing as well, there's another team, in fact, two teams that have crossed over. One of them is Jaguar Official, the other Hades H4K. And Raven Esports, they are just sticking towards that military base, not moving out. They want to play safe.
Jaguar's just so good at repositioning for some reason. They're so good. They always find themselves at the right place at the right time. And speak of the right time, REVENANT X SPARK, they definitely do seem like they've woken up at the right time. Dismantling the squad in the front without any efforts. And Royal Emperors this time not looking so royal after all. REVENANT X SPARK, the spark was too hot. And that's why Royal Emperors just melted in this compound. There's still one man in the back line, so at least that's not a complete squad wipe.
Yeah. I mean, they still have an insurance policy left in this game, but Erangel, it's much difficult to survive compared to Sanhok or Miramar for solo players, especially in a circle like this, where you have to move down south.
I mean, I genuinely thought you were just sprinkling salt on top of the wounds at this point by saying in Erangel it's easy to survive. Just right after two teams who almost got eliminated.
I mean, with an entire squad, sure, but I was just talking about Aura. If Aura manages to make it into the top 5, that's plus 100 Aura for him.
Yeah, but it's already in minus at this point, so...
Yeah, for his team, though, not him. He's still there.
So, since he's got minus 100 Aura, and if he does survive till the late game, so he gets plus 100...
That's 0.
So the Aura is still going to be 0, so it does not matter.
Just cancels out.
Yeah, he's fighting for nothing.
But look at this, someone's dream. They're fighting for someone's dream in a hovercraft. And luckily for them, there's no one waiting on that western shoreline, so that's an easy cross.
Smooth sailing, actually. Even True Rippers giving up onto that. Playing for the early game control towards that big satellite tower. And I guess they're also going to be having a massive overwatch. They can claim so much intel. They can play around that as well. Reposition if they want better. We've also got Godsgiven. Just this one man from this team. Swimming all the way across. Enjoying his time. Which does not seem quite peaceful, because the man's fighting a war in his own heads. And look at 7 Habits as well. Wanting to be the quicker ones. Got their hands on the boat as well, now all the way down south. For 7 Habit, they are currently sitting in the bottom 16, so they need one big game to bring themselves back out of their bottom 16.
Just one big game. Sounds easy, right? But so far, they've been struggling.
Yeah. The 7 Habits they have, they're all bad.
Proving to be quite true, I mean, from what we've seen, at least so far in the Realme BMPS 2025. Hopefully things work out this time. They're making a very wide rotation, looking to breach the southern edges of that military island. And again, since this is still quite early inside of the game, they won't face a lot of resistance, but if the circle shifts anywhere close to the military bridge, or maybe the northern shoreline of the island, then there's going to be a lot of trouble for them. Did we just see Addy move towards the Nova Upnoy? That is definitely not something you want to do, considering True Rippers are still there.
The crazy part is, we're not seeing anyone camp the bridge for the first time in a military circle. I guess everyone is thinking that someone is camping the bridge, and because of that, no one is actually camping it, which is a good thing, right? Everyone gets equal chances to make it down south. And someone's stream, I'm not even sure what the game plan is going to be at this point. Sin26, he's got his teammates backing up as well, and luckily enough, they also get their hands on more vehicles, so that can help them traverse through the open areas better.
Again, it's the red strategy that they will have to employ for the next few moments, though. And this time around, I mean, for a change, we have a lot more teams outside of that military island. In stage 1, ideally you would expect almost 90% of them to cross over this time. These 7 teams, half the lobby outside. And that late game rotation is going to result in the conflict towards the bridges. Raven Esports today has been kind of decent. I mean, they balanced out that Sanhok performance with Miramar.
What are they even doing? They're just constantly moving in vehicles inside of the military base. They're just free roaming.
I have no idea. They're not leaving that base and not letting anyone in as well.
Yeah, they're on border patrol, that's for sure. They're not going to let anyone in this time around. Constantly just patrolling around that military island. You've also got NoNx, a team that dismantled a massive name like Genesis Esports in the previous game. NoNx a lot to live for this time around as well. The previous game was pretty good. So one thing is for sure, this team definitely does have the caliber. And something else that has even more caliber is going to be the Realme GT7 with the iSense Graphene rear cover. Long play without overheating. Search on Amazon Realme GT7 and you might just stand a chance to win prizes up to 2 lakhs. And not just that, the device is already out since today's the 27th. And if you want to pre-book the device, all you need to do is just spend 999 rupees on Amazon.
Oh, but look at the zone shift, Necro. We're going to the Nova Upnoy bridge, it seems like. And True Rippers, they had the control of that observatory for a while in the early stages. They let it go, moved back to the Nova Upnoy side. And now I think they are going to regret that decision. In the meanwhile, Hades H4K, a clash against JAGUAR officials.
Yeah, JE's on the move towards the safety grounds. Once again, backing over towards the spot where they came from. Now, I really do want to see how JAGUAR officials is going to be paving their pathway, since H4K is constantly being a big menace. And JAGUAR officials, Hercules down and out in the open. Not a good thing. Wants to back away to safety. JAGUAR officials, a 3-man squad. Actually make that just a 2. Another man's taken down real low for JAGUAR officials. What the game plan is going to look like. Sama, Rez. This time around for JAGUAR officials. The remaining players, they've got too much pressure, too much burden on their shoulders. Taking too many shots upon themselves. Someone dreamed is constantly dismantling them slowly and steadily. It's not too systematic since JAGUAR officials messed up big time. So the openings were quite easy to find, but there's one man trapped in the upper floor, and now his position's known.
Oh man, this is going to be so intense. JAGUAR, they have to be careful because they know mid-rotation there's going to be a lot more names closing in. Sama. Oh, spots one, whiffs the shot, and is going to be punished instantly.
Parasite was taken down real low, unfortunately for Sama. Oh man, no knockouts found, no advantage given to his teammates. He was not able to squeeze out any sort of value from that spot. Even NoNx now chiming inside of the fight. You've got True Rippers as well around that bridge vicinity, being a constant threat for the few teams in the front. They lost out on Ninze quad early, then later on also lost out on Sam. And now True Rippers is just down a 2-man squad. And let's not forget, True Rippers started with a massive advantage since they moved on towards Norupnoi. The circle was towards military base. So True Rippers should have had a solid game, but they messed up big time in the early fights they took.
Even Arrancar, for that matter, losing players now. Clashing against Team Lolz over here. They do find a trade though. And another one, in fact. Shub falls, Kunal, a lot of pressure on him. It's a fight happening in the blue. Genesis towards the west of both these two teams. Another team closing in from the north. So Arrancar and LOLs, they have to settle their differences as quickly as possible. It's not going to be an easy one for either of these teams to escape over here.
Won't be. Team LOL spotting out the man at the front. That pixel connection wasn't exactly there. TWOB himself is taken down real low, and the man's also going to get knocked out. When it pushes out, gets the return knock on the belt. These four now, they're still keeping themselves alive and cooking inside of the game, but Genesis Esports, that constant spam through the window is going to find the final knock against Team LOLs as they get eliminated from this game. And now for REVENANT X SPARK, they spot another team making that rotate, beautiful spray track that was, as Ninja was able to find the confirmation. REVENANT X SPARK as well, dropping down in man number, which is not a good thing. It's not a fluid game at all.
Yeah, it definitely isn't, and it's going to be a tough one for them to secure. Ninja, best he can do is just get maybe a few eliminations before he gets taken out. 5 finishes on the board. If 6 and 7 points they are able to secure, then we can say it was a standard game. But look at what is going on with the zone, man. There's no one north of that Novorepnoy bridge. Everyone is towards the southern side. But Honeybee, now that is an interesting decision. They've taken a water rotation. They're going to be the only team towards the northern side of that bridge.
What am I watching? What is Genesis Esports doing? Why did they send just Zap all by himself to cross on towards the military base? And in my opinion, at this point, the amount of time these guys are wasting, just make it to the opposite bridge. Simple. They're still all banking up on this spot because they want to make it inside of the safety lines. REVENANT X SPARK, a lot of shots were taken. But those shots, in the end, just end up revealing their own position. And Chenab Valley is able to capitalize instantly as Zan puts that nail in the coffin. The man's going to move up to get the loot. Chenab Valley, it's a team that loves to play with consistency, but the previous 2 games, that's been missing.
Yeah. Every now and then, though, we see them bounce back, and this might be one of those matches, although very interesting split coming from Chenab Valley. Now, Zen has been sent to cross the military bridge. The other 2 lads towards the Novorepnoy side of things. So let's see how this decision of theirs works out in the end game. In the meanwhile, 7 Habit, they are going up against the players of someone 3, looking for knocks, looking to convert them into finishes, but the distance causing a lot of trouble to them.
Man's trapped behind the hovercraft. He cannot even move away from that. What am I watching? 7 Habits constantly doing a lot of damage to that hovercraft. Smokes out. For how long can he actually keep himself hidden? There is the circle on him, though, so that's a bit of a lucky saving grace, but still, soon enough, the zone's going to move away from the man. So what's the game plan going to be then? The next circle shift's going to be extremely important, too. And everyone's just waiting for that. Center's on up once again. You've got H4K in the prime position. You've also got True Rippers right there doing pretty good. Raven Esports as well around that similar compound. Even NoNx, they've got the high ground players. So returning from that high ground on the slope is going to be extremely tough. You're going to be too versatile.
Yeah, I mean, while running down that slope, everyone, especially the teams that play the gas station across the bridge, will have a clear line of sight. And Honeybee, because of that, I feel are in the prime position to actually do well for themselves in this game, because there's a massive cluster towards the southern edge of the zone right now, and all of those teams are going to be forced to fight each other. There's no other way around it. Genesis Sam, he did find Zen from the side of Chenab Valley, and they are going to secure that 1 bonus point for themselves. It's a free finish.
Yeah. And Zen gets eliminated from the game easily. Genesis Esports, they've still got 2 men standing. It could have been all 4 players actually alive over here, but Genesis Esports, a few rookie mistakes were made, and now because of that, they've only got 2 men. But if they really want to stay alive, they can actually just keep on playing from the edges itself. The circle is actually doing pretty good around the edges too. Let's have a look at the replay of the action so far. I mean, especially all the way back in the blue on the bridge towards the left, which is very pure. Team LOLs, they found themselves in a bit of a tricky spot. They were still able to convert those eliminations, but then later on, even REVENANT X SPARK found themselves in quite a weird scuffle.
And again, the third parties that came through later on, or maybe the unsuspecting teams that were moving through, also falling down. Genesis, one of those names. All of these teams rotating late inside of the game got punished, but Godsgiven there. We see them on the finish feed finally. have secured a knock, but the finish conversion, it's going to be very difficult considering Blazy, I believe, is the last man alive. And they are going to go for the push. They have the high ground as well. They know this man is isolated.
Yeah, they do actually. And now for Kira. There's no way the man's going to be safe at this point. The confirmation's coming through any time. Blazy himself is just trying to keep his position unknown. We have seen REVENANT X SPARK in a similar spot in the past too, Johnny, if you remember, and that smoke was tossed. The position was revealed. It was Shadow, I remember clearly, in the Realme BGS 2025 it happened. And because of that, REVENANT X SPARK was not able to get suitable points to move further. And this is one of those circles that's going to challenge these teams as well to the maximum limit. But luckily enough, there's not a lot of teams surviving too,
Yeah.
so there's enough space available for you to play around.
I mean, there's still 11 teams, just 31 players left. And I think the most interesting result in this game is going to be Chenab Valley, because they're stuck on that bridge, Brawly knocked out. If they recover, they can play for survival, but it's still going to be a challenge for them to make it through. And, well, I spoke too soon. They instantly get taken out by Honeybee.
Interesting. Chenab Valley evaporating into thin air. And just getting 2 points out of this game as well. Chenab Valley's these 3 games have been terrible. And it's definitely going to be stinging them in the longer run. But I just hope we're not going to see them in the bottom 16. That's it.
Yeah.
The next zone's going to move up a little bit more to the southern side, so at least we've got a clear picture on what we can expect from the zone now.
But look at Genesis now, and the shift of the circle actually gives them a little bit more breathing room to work with, but they are making the move. Sam closing in on the players of SLE. He just circles around. There's just one nade to work with. If that 2-pointer connects, oh, that just opens the door for Genesis, gives them some map control to work with for this late game.
It indeed will. Genesis Esports, as you mentioned, just around the edges once again. Such a quiet and a peaceful game. It's because there's just too much playing area available. And everyone's got some sort of comfortable stance that they're playing with. SE, Sour Esports. They know there's a team right next to him. Rockley's pinned down, the man's taken down real low. Kira's taking care of the sidelines as well. He's on the first being exploded. So they need to be careful of that factor. There's also another thing that's happening from the hilltop, and those are too many bullets against the players of Sour Esports. Now Smoke Grenades are going to be tossed out. 7 Habits as well. Mad dash. They've got the US backing them up for how long though, but eventually still 7 Habits. They somehow win that duel as they eliminate the man to the front. But 7 Habits themselves are catching too much heat upon themselves. In the end, 7 Habits, they do manage to knock out and eliminate those 2 players that were trying to keep them on the bay. But Honeybee Esports, they're not going to be stopped by that. Sekiro all the way on the back towards the railing is now doing some constant damage. He's like the annoying pest.
Oh, definitely. He's going to get more and more annoying, but Genesis, Apollo, he's trying to spray all of them down from the distance. Does manage to connect a few shots, but the knock conversion, it's going to be extremely difficult. Oh, look at this. Sekiro has been spoiled out. And Honeybee, all of a sudden, just collapse. And get taken out. 5 finishes for the players of Genesis. They are doing quite decent for themselves now.
They indeed are. Genesis Esports are doing pretty solid.
Yeah.
Just this 2-man squad is actually able to do a lot more than what the entire team did in the previous game. So, of course, this is a win-win situation for Genesis Esports. And Genesis as well, they're trying to maintain that average of 6 to 7 points per game. That's what it feels like. Which they're, of course, doing an okay job doing so. But if you really do want to be in the top 8, and since Genesis Esports is a top caliber team, we expect them to be there in the top 8. So yeah, they definitely need a lot. They need a Herculean task that they want to make sure executing. But at this point, 7 Habits, they found themselves a decent bit of cover to play with around the bridge. And they're going to be pinned towards this spot for the longest of the times. Next zone's going to be extremely important. Probably will shift out in the open as well. Genesis Esports, in my opinion, will be the most troubled by this shift.
Oh, for sure. But Hades, H4K, they're going to be thanking the gods again. They find themselves in a decent position inside of the zone. NON can cause them a lot of trouble if they manage to sneak up the southern side of the hill. Other than that, all these other teams, as they make the climb, either they fight each other or they're going to get taken out by Hades, H4K.
Yeah. Hades, H4K, for them, it's just going to be tower defense right now. And look at Raven Esports once again to start to make their mark. Of course, this is the team that's been quiet for the longest of the time. And now, once again, Raven Esports, they decide to unleash their wrath. And this time against the players of someone's stream. Aiden able to find those two crucial knocks just on the back of that nade. And now the third knock as well will be found with the nade. And just like that, the entire team has been eliminated just by Aiden.
Yeah, just by Aiden and with grenades.
Yeah, did not even use the gun.
Exactly, I mean, that was just incredible. But where do Raven go from here? Because their path is going to be blocked by the players of True Rippers. There's going to be distraction in the back lines for Raven, as well as 7 Habit has the northeastern edge of the circle under control. We're down to 7 teams, 21 players alive, only 2 teams with all 4 players, 3 teams with all 4 players, NON, 7 Habit, and Hades, H4K.
And I speculated this too, Johnny. This group is just extremely competitive.
Yeah.
I knew this lobby is going to be really slow. And that's what is exactly happening. True Rippers right now need to deal with the players of Raven Esports. It's a 2v2. Kilomau wants to hold off the man in the belt back towards the fuel station, while one of the players from Raven Esports has already moved up towards the compound. So there's a lot of pressure on both these teams equally. Especially a lot more on Raven Esports, since they now need to do a lot more. Move on inside of the circle, eliminate the players of True Rippers, then move up further. What sounds a daunting task. But Raven Esports, there's someone who can pull it off as well. Aiden, Maxioso playing in tandem. Maxioso still on the opposite side of the street, playing towards that fuel station. And for some reason, it feels like Maxioso desperately wants to find the opener. These utilities are not finding any sort of connections. He's tossing the utilities on every single story, but those are just not able to find the sweet spot that needs to be found. And now for Raven Esports, this is going to be a tough fight to be converted, straight up.
I feel he was trying to do what Aiden did a few moments ago, just get the entire wipe with nades. But Sam, unfortunately, his teammate got knocked out and he was trying to run away for his life as the pressure came in from the northern side, but gets caught off guard by 7 Habit, and that is the end of the journey for Genesis Esports in this game. 5 finishes, breaking into the top 7. I have to say, quite decent to be honest, because we thought they were going to go out super early in this game.
Exactly. Genesis Esports dropping 2 players quite off the rip was definitely unexpected.
That is still good, the exit though.
But hold on to that thought though. True Ripper still alive in a 2v2 scenario against Raven Esports. What is going on? And I mentioned this too a while ago. Genesis Esports is going to be extremely troubled by that circle shift, and that's what exactly happened. Shifting away from them, Genesis Esports instantly getting eliminated. But this fight, it's locked into a massive stalemate. Someone needs to engage. And True Rippers is desperate to engage as well because they know time's off the essence. And Raven Esports, somewhere downline, also have a bit of an advantage since the compound they're holding is just barely scraping inside of the circle.
That's the only reason why even True Rippers are a little bit cautious, because they know they need to clear the area out of Raven Esports' hand if they want movement space and breathing room for the next zone shift. Although Raven, the only problem is they are out of utility, and True Rippers will be out of throwable soon as well. 7 Habit now taking complete control of the northern half of the zone. They have a nice little hill to work with. Chicken dinner could be decided between 7 Habit and Hades H4K now.
Are we really going to see them pull off a chicken?
I think so.
7 Habits has been at the bottom 16 for the longest, just surviving on bare minimum. And now for True Rippers, they finally make the pounce against Raven Esports. You can instantly see Maxiosa backing away towards the higher ground. Wants to play from the top. True Rippers clearing out every single corner, tossing out those utilities. No one in the closet room yet. There is Aiden on the opposite side of this house. And now they finally spot Maxioso. That little pixel was visible. That's why Jelly pulls out the AR.
But he has wasted his last nade. Crawled in quite close, and pressure being built upon the players of Raven Esports. They can't even stand up. The moment they do, 7 Habit is going to try and take them out.
Yeah,
but 7 Habit, they focus on the players of SE and secure an instant knock finish there.
It's quite surprising Rockley's still alive. How is this even possible? The man's barely surviving on sliver of HP on a pixel. But now True Rippers.
It's the power of youth, Necro.
Yeah,
If
they've
you've
got
watched Naruto.
Johnny. True Rippers has got too much on their plate. And I guess they've spotted 8 and 2. That pixel was visible. True Rippers is now going to make the pounce. Aiden gets caught. That pre-fire around the corner was incredible from True Rippers. And now the fight's taken down to 1v2. Maxioso, man needs to go massive. Needs to catch the players of True Rippers, and I'm loving what Maxioso is doing. He's playing on the back of that shack, so when True Rippers actually makes that push, they will be exposed to 7 habits.
They have to be careful though. True Ripper also realized that there's one more man left on their head, and the circle just abandons both of them. So this might be the end for both these two teams, True Rippers and their rivals for the last 5 minutes, I have to say, Raven Esports.
Yeah, this fight's been going on for the longest at this point. Maxioso still somehow surviving. His position's known. 7 habits going for those shots.
7 Habit is annoyed with both of them at this point.
They of course are.
Why did you... How are you still there? Why hasn't one of you gone out already?
Why would you not be annoyed too, right? Look at Maxioso getting bounced on. Oh, he did find the first knock as well. That was such a quick push.
Yeah.
We were not even aware ourselves that this was going to happen. But True Rippers, they do manage to eliminate Maxioso in the end and stand 2 players strong. They have gotten a decent bit of elimination points too to back themselves up. And NoNx has been quite consistent themselves. Even H4K, today's day has been incredible.
Yeah, today H4K have finally stood up, but I think this might be the end for True Rippers. Jelly knocked out. Kyolamau is still there, but barely any HP. Even if he heals up the escape from that compound, it is going to be very difficult. And Harshi is just lining up that spray, making sure his crosshair is there. Jelly gets finished off. NoNx, they made a bounce to try and at least get close to the players of 7 Habit to try and get some control of the circle, but they're getting shot in the back from players of Hades H4K and shot in their faces by 7 Habit. True Rippers out of the way. 2 players left from NON.
Yeah, the utilities are doing too much serious damage against NoNx. Lovish falls down as well. Oh no, they're on the verge of being dismantled. 1 man standing, what can you do? The man just needs to keep his position anonymous at this point. H4K is wrapping up all the way through the back. This is massive from H4K. This flank can actually come through. It can actually be brilliant from H4K. They took the advantage of 7 Habits being completely busy with NoNx and then wrapped up from the back, but H4K's position is now revealed as well. This just gets even tougher. What is the man doing? So exposed, tossing out the nades. It's not doing anything against the players of 7 Habits. Instead, you're just giving the man advantage away at this point.
Yeah, and it is H4K. I think this might have been a big mistake. They just shot a lot of damage. The numbers are going to be equalized. The knock found, but Sujal needs to go for the finish conversion, and there we have it. But Hades H4K, will they be able to bring Draxi back at stage 9? The blue zone will begin to collapse on all 3 of these teams. And NON, they're just hoping that 7 Habit and Hades H4K fight amongst themselves so NON can finish at least top 2 of this game, but they get finished off even with the ghillie suit. Roman is going to get spotted out. There's the last frag. And 7 Habit, 11 eliminations secured in this game. Now the final 3v4 commences.
Yeah, 7 Habits finally now looking to drop a mega performance. They have been struggling throughout this entire BMPS, throughout this entire round 1. But this is that one game that will end the misery. 7 Habits up against the players of Hades H4K. A proper fight to find out who's going to be the one to have that nuclear performance in their hand. H4K, 3 players in the front, 1 man in the back. That's a crazy stance. And also a pretty classic one. While 7 Habits, 3 players standing, man advantage in the hands of H4K. They can definitely try to play that sacrificial lamb at this point. Slow and steady, even the zone's going to start to move. H4K, now the go call needs to be made. And look at the man inside of the vehicle too. Just driving around the coast, trying to get all the distraction possible. Gather all the attention upon himself. While the remaining 3 players in the back of H4K will try to do something, at least break through this curse and break through the chains of 7 Habits. 3 remaining players playing in tandem. No one's got any sort of utilities. This nade is tossed, or no, it's actually a flashbang. It's definitely going to blind the players, and in the end, it will be H4K to come out on top as they eliminate the players of 7 Habits. But still, it was a good game for both the teams in the end.
Yeah, it was an amazing performance coming in from both these teams, but 7 Habit towards the end just pinned behind that ridge. Couldn't really do anything. But Necro, as you said, amazing performance from Hades H4K, amazing performance from 7 Habit, and I think this performance helps get both of them outside of the danger zone.
Of course it does. I mean, H4K has been doing good from the start of the day, right?
That is true.
Yeah, the Miramar was a bit of a drop-off, but still, Sanhok, and now this game as well, H4K, they're going to find themselves in a really decent spot, probably on the second page somewhere.
Yeah, second or third page. And
Yeah.
7 Habit, though, I think they're going to be close to Hades H4K as well.
Yeah.
Because both the teams, the first 3 games, 7 Habit was much worse. Hades H4K was, I think they got a few points in the first 3 games, but
Yeah.
this Erangel in particular is what they wanted and what they needed, in fact, at the end of the first half of their journey in round 1 to get to safety. But this was an awkward game, to be honest.
It indeed was at the moment, and I mean at the start, it just started
Yeah.
off so quickly. But then later on, the action just dimmed down pretty much next to none. And that's why it was such a slow game as well, because the military phase, it just had so much space available.
Yeah.
Everyone was able to find that comfort zone, and teams were just not forced enough to go for the fights.
Yeah, definitely. And again, I think it wasn't like they weren't forced enough. I think it was more of the terrain did not allow them to get into a fighting position, because as soon as you see that circle completely towards the Miramar Bridge, and even the compounds towards the southern sides taken out, particularly the observatory, you know you're going to be out into the open on those hill slopes. And when you're in a position like that, you would like to keep your heads down, just stay silent and hope nobody sees you, just crawling on your belly coming down from that hill. That is why we saw most of the teams from the southern side getting taken out. Majority of the teams that survived were the ones that took the shoreline control very early.
Yeah, I mean, look at True Rippers as well in the end, right? Just a 2-man squad standing. And I had a conversation with you as well during the cast itself. The circle moved down south. True Rippers started things off from the northern point.
Yeah.
It should have been their game on paper, since True Rippers is doing so good in the BMPS. But the only reason why True Rippers were not able to win the game, it's because Ninze and Sam got eliminated way too early inside of the game. We saw why Ninze got eliminated, because he got too hungry for those elimination points.
It wasn't just that. I think they were just moving around too much unnecessarily, because they made all the right moves, as you mentioned, Novorepnoy is where they started, and they were the first team to move towards the Novorepnoy bridge. Had they stayed there from the start of the game, they would have survived with all 4 players on those shorelines. Or maybe if they stayed towards the observatory, we would have seen them rack up those eliminations and clean up the southern edge of the map. But they went to the Novorepnoy bridge, went to the observatory, went back to Novorepnoy for some reason, and then by the time they started to move back to the bridge area, their pathways were blocked.
And Johnny, I mean, just have a look at the stars of the match as well. It's Simpin from 7 Habits getting 6 finishes. You've also got right there Ciros Esports' player with 3 rescues. And then you've also got Sujal right there from the side of H4K. H4K, for them, the game wasn't too massive.
Yeah.
But they still have a decent bit of points. That's a good thing. And for H4K, they desperately needed those points as well. Now, let's talk about Team LOLs, because for them, this BMPS journey has been quite deactivated. They're nowhere to be seen. Even in today's day, LOLs was not able to play that well.
Yeah, that I have no idea what's going on. I mean, the last time we saw them, they were a little aggressive, and the aggression gave us hope that maybe in the future, with a little bit more experience, we're going to see this team compete for LAN events. But I think there's going to be a long time before that day shows up.
Yeah, I mean, look at the match rankings. The top 3, pretty much we saw them as well. Then later on, it's going to come in through NoNx. NoNx did quite good for themselves. NoNx, even the previous game of Miramar, they had decent bit of points. Now as well, they're able to maintain that consistency with 8 points, which is a solid stuff in my opinion. Then you've also got Genesis Esports right there with 6 points in total. Raven Esports with 5 points. REVENANT X SPARK with 5 as well. So the first half of the board, okay, I guess. But the latter half of the board, Chenab Valley, all 3 of the games today, down the drain, performance missing. You've also got Godsgiven, not able to perform. Jaguar officials, the previous game was good, so we can cut them the slack. It's okay. But Royal Emperors, today's day, they have been struggling.
Well, I mean, the struggles, hopefully they come to an end soon before the second half of round 1 commences, because now, after this, all of the 96 teams have completed their 6 matches in round 1. It gives you an idea of how many points you will need to get into the top 16 to get into the top 8 as well. What we're going to do is, whatever the points are there for the teams, we're just going to double them and then just increase them slightly more. Because last few matches, everyone makes a mad dash and you're just going YOLO at that point.
Yeah, pretty much. And usually they try to play it like they've got nothing to lose, right? So, of course, we are going to see big ups when it comes to that threshold of being in the top 16. And pretty much the teams at the bottom 16, well, good luck next time. That's what pretty much is going to be said to them. But at this point in time, for teams like Genesis Esports, they're of course making the recovery. We saw a clear improvement in the graph as well.
Yeah.
Because Genesis Esports, today's day was decent. I wouldn't say it was good. It was decent. Genesis Esports can definitely do better, knowing the players, knowing the caliber they possess. Overall standings are on the screen. The top 8, we have been looking at them. They are doing incredibly well for themselves. And then you've got the rest of the page right there. Godlike with 59 points. You've also got Godsgiven with 59 points. Seoul this time around, a massive leap in the overall standings from them.
Yeah.
So Seoul did really good.
They did quite well for themselves and were able to do well in 2 matches. And as we've talked about, it seems like Sanhok is the only kryptonite for them. But on the other side of things, I think we have an idea now. 6 matches, 60 points. That means 12 matches. The cutoff is going to be somewhere between 150 and 125 points for the top 8.
Since you brought up Sanhok, it just brought back in memory. Now, the Sanhok that Seoul played, the circle was not on top of the Camp Alpha Island. But the moment the next Sanhok appeared, the circle shifted towards the Camp Alpha Island.
It's always the games that they're not in it. That's how it's been. I mean, even yesterday, the most awkward circle we had towards the western shoreline of Camp Alpha, there was no Seoul there.
Yeah, of course. It's always when Seoul's not playing, the circle always moves towards the Camp Alpha. But yeah, I mean, the first page is pretty much clear. We have seen all these teams. Of course, they're doing really good. As we know, teams from 9th till 16 will move on towards the round 3, and the top 8 directly moves on towards the semifinals week 1. But now let's talk about the teams that are extremely close towards that top 16. Hyderabad Hydras, 54 points in the span of 6 games. That's solid stats right there. 4TR, a new team on the block that's doing really good for themselves.
But here's the fun stuff, right? Difference between the team on the 9th and the 16th position is 5 points, while the difference between the team on the 16th and the 24th position is 10 points.
Yeah.
That means the competition between the teams at the top is quite intense. They are riding that wave, and no one wants the momentum to shift out of their favor. But Wildfangs, now this is a team that has done incredibly well for themselves in terms of just running into those fights.
Yeah,
45 finishes, just 6 placement points.
Yeah, I mean, Wildfangs have been incredible in their firefights, right? I just love it.
They get 1 placement point per match on average.
Which is fine.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, which is fine. Look, as long as you're keeping yourself inside of the race in a really good spot, it does not matter what you're doing inside of the game. Do what you like, Kings, but just keep yourself alive. That should be the main goal.
Just make it to the finals.
Yeah, today we've also seen a massive recovery from Jux Esports, too.
True.
They managed to squeeze in a chicken dinner. Because of that, they're now currently sitting on the 38th spot.
You were rooting for Jux at the start of the day, man.
Of course I was, and everyone was doubting my pick.
Not everyone.
Just one person. The boss man. I hope you're not watching this broadcast, though.
But anyways, I mean, we move forward with our leaderboard. And again, I mean, decent recovery coming in from Halo in the second quarter, I have to say, of the opening week. Because their start wasn't the greatest, but we see them on the 52nd position. They are in a safe haven, but this is where things get intense, because over here, 5-6 points, you're jumping 8 spots up, you lose out a single game, you finish a game with 0, you drop down 10 positions. This is the most chaotic section of the leaderboard.
Yeah, that's what's going to happen in the overall standings as the time keeps on passing by, right? It's going to be extremely sensitive, extremely fragile. One single movement can instantly change the entire face of the overall standings. 7 Habits, that one single game brought them back to life from the bottom 16. Now they're on the 66th spot, which is, of course, better than being on the 89th.
Exactly. They're safe now, at least. If they have one more performance like this, and again, get yourself... The goal for the first 6 matches was get yourself to the 40s or the 50s, maybe. And the goal for the next 6 matches these teams are going to play, if you want to stay in the top 16, you got to cross 100, 110 maybe.
Pretty much.
But if you want to stay safe... Oh, man, you got to hit that 50-point marker. Otherwise, there's going to be so much trouble.
Yeah, I mean, this is the second last page on the screen. These teams are pretty much outside of the danger zone.
Yeah.
But now the teams in the danger zone on the screen. The bottom 16 teams, which have a chance to be eliminated from this tournament. And that chance is not a good chance at all. Just try to make sure you're not going to be in the bottom 16 no matter what. Even Tamilan Esports is actually quite a surprise.
It's not just them, man. There's going to be Team Z as well. 4 Barriers, ARRANCAR's Team LOLs is going to be there. Gen X FM, Mysterious. Yeah, Fearless 4 is still comparatively new. But a lot of big names still struggling on this last page.
Yeah, for me, Gen X FM is much more of a surprise than Team Z. For Team Z, they've been out of form for a long time. Even the previous BGS, Team Z was not doing good, so I'm not really surprised by looking at this performance, by looking at this position from Team Z. It's understandable. They have been out of form. It feels like even the players are not practicing.
And there is no explanation for why this is happening because their players are actually good.
Yeah, exactly. They're veterans. That's what I'm saying, right? It feels like the players are just out of practice. It feels like they just don't care.
But they have been playing for a while, so I don't know about being out of practice. Let's see. Hopefully, we just keep our fingers crossed and hope for the best for everyone. But it is a competition after all, so not everyone can win. For someone to win, a lot have to lose.
And yeah, a lot of people might be thinking we are quite harsh with our words sometimes, but hey, this is the Pro Series. That's how it is. If you do not perform, this is what's going to happen. You will be eliminated instantly. The format's quite cutthroat. Everything is extremely difficult for you guys. And even for us to make predictions, it's quite difficult. I went with Soul. The first prediction was right. Jaguar officials, my second prediction, I would say it's 50-50. It was good, it was bad at the same time. Jaguar just had one decent game.
Yeah, one decent game, two bad games. Revenant X SPARK not really having a fun time. I blame it on Icy and Maisie, both of them. But again, Sparrow going for the easy picks. Man needs to learn how to take a risk. And ARRANCARxGSG took a little bit of risk with Genesis. They did quite okay, I guess.
He actually took a lot of risk there.
Ryder as well.
Esports and even Ryder Esports right there. Even I took a bit of that risk, right? Because Soul was not doing too hot either.
Man, you should have gone for Jux with Group E.
Now I really hope I should have went with them.
Yeah, you should have gone with Jux, I mean, because they actually did well as well.
Yeah, I mean, my predictions weren't extremely bad. They were fine, all right? I'm going to give it to myself. My predictions were okay.
See, but Soul, we expected them to perform, right? Based on raw aggression itself, Soul is going to secure points. That's the thing.
Look, you're talking about me. What about your predictions, buddy?
I tried to take the easy way out.
Yeah.
Did not work out. My bridge just crashed.
Him and Sparrow always likes to go with the comfort zone for some reason, but I always go with the teams that I hope will make a comeback.
Yeah, really.
But you know what? Enough banter, enough fun for now. It's all about the serious stuff. Now, as we know, there's once again going to be the reshuffles happening, and after that reshuffles, once again, new groups will be formed in front of you, and then they will play the remaining 6 games, which will be extremely important for them. And let's not forget, Johnny, these points that they have accumulated right now is going to be changing anytime soon. The teams at the bottom 16 can instantly catapult themselves towards the top 8, or the teams at the top 8 can instantly move down to the mid-pack if they do not continue the same way they were playing, the same aggression they were playing. So anything can happen. Still, the competition is extremely unpredictable.
Exactly. I mean, the leaderboard itself right now, as we saw, is extremely chaotic. But at least we have an idea of what to expect as we will begin the second half of round 1. There's going to be a small little break tomorrow. We're going to be continuing our journey day after tomorrow. It is going to be an exciting next couple of days, next 6 days, because, well, again, last 6 matches for all of these 96 teams, and we still don't know who's going to make it in the top 8, who will be in the top 16, and who will be in the bottom 16. We say bye-bye to. But for now, we'll say bye-bye to you guys. This is Super Johnny. That is Necro. Take care. Good night.
Delivery, order ready.
समझा नहीं क्या भाई? अपना भाई वाव मोड में है। Wow.
Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel like getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. You're getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. until then. Lost at sea, you were the one to push me in. But the water's warm, now I'm bathing in karma and sin. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Wanna tear out my eyes from the things that you made me see. Confusion, rage, and regret consuming me. Sun's going down and I feel it getting cold. I step outside, but the chill is from your soul. You can see the pain in my eyes, and I can see you standing by. Getting ready to pounce, but it's over. Now you've had your fun, but mine's just begun. Going insane, so I drink my pain. Now the smoke is clear, I have no fear. You gave me a war, but now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. Now you'll get yours. You're at my worst and at my best. I'm a mess inside, but so well dressed. You sing to me so sweetly. Running on glass, another level past. You're giving me a high, but it doesn't last. You sing to me so sweetly. And when you're gone, I'll be standing tall. Pull up a chair, sit and watch you fall. Then I'll sing to you so sweetly. You can see